I've got quite a few.
Yeah, I live in the neighborhood. See neighborhood.
Yeah, that was the
It's like a fetus.
Yeah, all the locals.
Uninformed. Uninformed. I'm sorry, the river doesn't.
Yeah, no, it's the only place I know where to
I'd like to share all the different things Originally, the vision was so instead we wanted to
how much this kind of
Let me know.
They're in Philadelphia.
That's what happened.
and so we're very
No, it's
Yeah, I just got this
I ought to talk to Rick.
So there we go.
got that. Thank you. Just make sure they're still Don't leave that.
My biggest problem with those washing machines is they have that, and I'm sure you have to go with it, they have that strip at
Hi Jim, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you. How about you?
Pretty good.
Thank you for doing that.
Look how cute you look. I thought about a dress, but for 2 seconds. Then I thought about
Yeah, I'm excited for it.
The guy at Continental said that when you do bra underwires, not either.
Oh, because they come out.
Because they come out of the bra, they go down, they're thin enough that they slip through that drain slot in the front between the door. And they get, no, I wasn't.
So it started the show.
And it costs you too. How are you?
Yes, I can.
I don't even think about that.
paper towels in the bathroom. Do you want me to grab Malia?
We do not have paper towels.
Actually, the rest yeah.
And it was a top. Yeah, no, I turned those pockets empty. He didn't do his laundry for like 16 years. Or
Just a heads up, so in order to make the captioning work, I had to log in with Teams on my computer. So just don't shut the lid or anything.
Yeah, that's like having, so this year, is a little bit here. I think it all started.
I was already shaving. That's where I'm I thought when I started, I was like, okay, we couldn't get it
And then by
Thank you all for coming. We have high hopes for today, so thank you very much for everyone's presence. In order to start, I wanted to read the acknowledgement that is in our general plan. This is the Indigenous Lands Acknowledgement. The town of Bluff acknowledges that it is located on the traditional, ancestral, and current lands of the Hopi, Diné, Ute Mountain Ute, Rio Grande, Puebloan people, and other traditional indigenous inhabitants of that land. The town acknowledges the ancestral Puebloans, Hopi, Diné, Ute Mountain Ute people, and Rio Grande Pueblo people who steward the Bluff landscape and the greater Four Corners region now and since time immemorial. And with that, I'm going to turn this over to, I think, to Aaron.
Thank you, Jen. So I think I know most of you in this room. My name is Erin. I'm the town manager. I know we have a couple folks. Colette, we're so glad to have you with us today. Thank you. I'm just really thrilled to have everyone here. Just a really warm welcome. I want to acknowledge that strategic planning in general, it's something that is a constant process. I know the town has gone through plans like this before, with varying levels of success and bits and pieces that we take away from each and every one. Certainly, as now the town is incorporated, this is a really important endeavor to go through. We have a little bit of time under our belts. We have a wonderful council who is putting in time. I also want to acknowledge there's some people here today that we're thrilled, I mean everyone here, we're thrilled to have you. You bring a very unique, important skill set of experiences, and we need each and all of your input in order to make this successful. With that being said, we have all of these diverse viewpoints. I expect there to be a little contention today, and that's okay throughout this process, because if we don't uncover some of the things that have not worked in the past, we're doomed to repeat it. So, we're gonna welcome it. I appreciate everyone coming and being open-minded, but certainly I want this to be, the town wants this to be a working plan that doesn't just sit on the shelf. And we have expressed that to our facilitators multiple times. It can't just sit on the shelf because we don't move forward if that happens. So in putting in all of your time and effort, I know you're taking time away from your jobs, from your children, from maybe just retired life and your own private time, it is a valuable resource that we really appreciate today, and we're going to make the most of it. So thank you all for being here. Oh, yeah, I can mention that really fast. So you might see some microphones around. We have engaged a transcription service in order to provide captions today. So that is very important with 26, 27 people in the room that, and I know I mentioned it in the email, I'll just go over it again, but we talk very clearly. I know some of us are kind of more soft-spoken. We'll do our best to make sure that it's captured accurately. But certainly during the group facilitation time, that we're talking one at a time in order for them to pick up the real-time transcription. So I really appreciate your help and patience to make this happen today. If we notice any issues, we might just do a quick little reminder, but past that, thank you. Thanks, Julie.
Thanks, Erin, Jim, and everyone. Hi, everybody. I'm Julie DeLong from Pathway Associates. We are so thrilled, honored to be here in Bluff with you and to help work through the strategic planning process. We're going to be doing a lot of sort of moving around up here, and we'll do our very best to make sure you can still see the screen. I've been working in the nonprofit and government sector for a very long time, many decades, and it's really passionate to me to work with people in communities that care about their communities and the future of them. So this is just perfect for us to get to work with all of you. I know there's a lot of passion and love for Bluff. My colleagues, Judith Oki, and you'll hear a lot from her today as well. Judith has worked in organizational development for many decades. She's spent a lot of time in Africa, and every time it seems we have a conversation, she talks about some other country that she's lived in or spent incredible time in. So she's just a font of knowledge and absolutely interesting. You'll love getting her perspective. And as she and I will sort of trade off back and forth up here today. And then Debbie Mintoff here is our graphic reporter. She comes to Pathway from having a long and great career in both HR and on the marketing side in communications. But being a personal friend over the years, I knew that she had this artistic talent. So I said, Deb, we need a graphic reporter. What do you think? So she's been boning up her skills here over the last year, and she's just been...
Arm twisting went on, let me tell you.
So one of the things that I wanted to... Anyway, she's our graphic reporter. What that means is she'll be helping to record what happens today. Not all the time what I'm saying, but really how you're all chiming in, how we're spending our time in conversation, and making sure that however you learn, whether it's by hearing, seeing, and in drawing, there is a really good process for making sure that we've captured the most important points in our work today. After this meeting, we will be presenting you with a meeting report, which will include all of Debbie's drawings that have exactly, much of what you've said along the way and how our process went. So I think it's a great aspect to the work that we bring.
Yeah, and one of the things is to help you, for the visual learners among you as well, so that you're visualizing some of these concepts. But feel free, if you feel I haven't captured whatever you just said, please feel free. Also, please feel free to slow down if you're going too fast, and I will tell you. But thank you all.
So we are kind of doing this a lot today, but I think it'll work fine. Where we're at in our process right now, and I think all of you have been involved in some way, shape, or form, whether it's through a survey, an interview, in the strategic assessment phase, we've spent a lot of time, and I think as you hopefully had a chance to read. Oh, is that better? Is that better? Okay.
Is that better?
Yes. As you've had a chance to review the participants package, you would have seen that, you know, we were able to gather a lot of information. That's been great. Today we're here where that bright green box is in our strategy creation session. This is where it gets kind of messy. And I think I invite you all today to ask all the best questions and the hard ones. You're going to work hard. We're going to leave today tired, but we're going to feel good about it because we know there's a process at work. If you feel overwhelmed, take a moment, watch what Deb's doing. If you have to go take a call or leave the room, come back. Please feel free to just join right back in. We are, you know, wanting you all to feel really comfortable and part of this process all day long. After today, we will be working through plan development and integration. So by the end of tomorrow, we will have identified our core strategies. And over the next couple of months, we will be working in small group. Some of you will be part of those groups for probably the whole time. Some of you may be asked to jump in, let's get your thoughts and opinions, and are we on track, and that sort of thing. And some of you may not be asked to participate in small group. All of you will be asked to come back for our integration session. And the date has not been set. We'll be working on that. The integration session is when we really finalize our strategic direction. And then after that, you'll have your plan. I'm really excited about getting there with you all. And then the ratification by the town council will happen after. So a couple more things I need to hear from you all. So today, we're really drafting that strategic direction with you all, for you all. And by the end of today, I think as I kind of went through the process flow, we will have articulated a shared longer-term picture of success for Bluff. Okay? We're going to spend some time early this morning here, spending a lot of time actually in the assessment. I'm not going to review the participants package directly. We've really pulled things together, done an analysis for you. And we're going to talk more about how Bluff might move from where we are today to our desired vision of success. What does that look like for our town? And then that prioritized area. So what it means for our day today is we're spending time in the assessment piece. The strategic assessment summary essentially is a SWOT analysis. We'll all be working together on that in small group. We're going to be up and out and about and working in groups that aren't just your table today. We'll be counting off and moving around and that sort of thing. Creating that vision of success as a group. Again, in small group, but coming together. Mission, vision, values work. That shift, core strategies and objectives. And chance we'll leave early, but probably not. We'll be tired. It'll be exciting. And oftentimes you'll leave this day thinking, why am I a little uncomfortable? It's normal because we've done so much work and thinking and process. And we're in that middle messy phase. I'll talk a little bit more about that in a moment. So I'd love to hear from each of you, kind of the roles that you play here in the town, and then your expectations for our time together today. And I'm not sure where to start. Let's start here at this table. Hiroko.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Hiroko Yamamoto, and originally I came from Japan. And then about 11 years I live in this town. And then actually Together with my husband Tatsushi, we are running, it's called the Design Build Utah Bluff project under the University of Utah program. So I'm an architect or contractors. So then with the students with the University of Utah in the architecture department, we designed a home and then built a home. Mainly our project is residential homes on a reservation, but that's what we are doing. The program itself is continued 20 years here. And then I and Tatsushi, we are running this program more than 10 years now. So then also, so that's kind of what I'm doing in this town. So that's, yeah, somehow we arrived here about 10 years ago. And then now we have 2 daughters and then 1 puppies together. And then also it's me as a mom. I also love to be a resident here. I love this neighborhood. I love this town. So I'm so honored to be here today. Thank you for joining us.
My name is W. Westphal. Most of you here in this room know me. I've lived here since 81. My husband and I ran a bar of archaeology. We are retired from archaeology, but there continues to fund. I think what I would really like to see come out of it is something like a land ethic that addresses cloud development, cloud people, and cloud of customer properties. Thank you.
Thanks.
I think most of you also know me. My name is Jim Sayers. I serve on the town council. Thank you for electing me. I hope none of you regret it. I really am a believer in strategic planning. I think it's a good way for us to figure out and to find out what each other are thinking in a formal way. And it's also, it brings in everyone's point of view. So I'm behind this effort 100%, and I really appreciate what's going on here today. Thank you.
Yeah, Dave. My name is Tara Manali. I think most of you know me. I work for Rural Utah Project. My reason for being here is I would like to see a lot more diversity in a lot of different programs that we have going here, not just here in Bluff, but also on the reservation. I think one of the programs that I helped with this last year is with Herbert Stash and his Warm Elders program, which was very successful. And we didn't realize how successful that was going to be. So it was, most days it was overwhelming, and so just being able to be a part of that has really motivated me to get going again. Last year I lost my partner, and so it kind of was in a grieving mode for the last part of the year. But I'm slowly, gradually overcoming that, and so I would like to see a lot more different diverse programs happen here in the community. As far as education, I see a lot of education that needs to take different areas that need to happen. With our voting and registration that we do with Rural Utah Project, I think the fallback that we have there is educating the people and informing the people on every level of what voting election is about. It's the same thing with the Warm the Elders program that we did this last year. It's just educating the people on why we're doing the work that we're doing. We want to do conservation work, but also how do we educate the people on conservation in these different areas. And so it takes a lot of educating the people to get them to where we've been at in the last few years, and so I'd like to see something to that effect happen, to continue happening. Thank you.
That's great. How about this other table here?
Hi everyone, Jennifer Davila. I'm a business owner, the president of the Business Owners of Bluff. I'm a mom. I am an almost lifetime resident, which I think there are only 3 of us in the room who can make that claim. Care deeply about the town of Bluff. I want to continue to see it grow and be successful. I want to see it be a place that is welcoming for all people who want to come here. I also want to see it be a place where people can sustain a lifestyle and continue to live here and have our kids come back, or if they want to, but just have them have a purpose for being here. Kind of growing up in Bluff, I've known my whole entire life that unless you are working for a government agency, or the school, I guess, is a government agency, you kind of have to create your own pathway and create your own job to be successful here. That can be tricky. So I would like to see us, just kind of make it a future place where people can continue to live and not just come and retire and grow stagnant. So I want to see a vibrant, living community.
I'm Melanie, I'm a business owner. I'm not a public speaker, so I'm not going to say a whole lot. But I do have expectations to learn a little bit more about what was in the participants package and hopefully contribute something in the future. Okay.
My name is Rick Reeve. I've been in town for 16 years now. And as part of that, we've owned the Cottonwood Steakhouse. We recently sold it, of course. We owned that for 15 years. I also was on the service area board for 7 years and the chairman for 4 of those years. During that whole time period while I've been here, for about 12 years, I represented Bluff and the area on the county tourism board. And I was the chairman of that for the last 3 years before I left. I've also been on the board of the county economic development committee. Today I'd like to see us develop a plan, a workable plan for the community, in which we take a good hard look at all of our opportunities that we currently have, and then we take a look at some of our strengths and our weaknesses, so we develop our plan realistically.
I'm Mark Powell. I do the Bluff Waterworks, and I have for quite some time. I've lived in Bluff for over 30 years and have a history here. My granddad was born here in the early 1900s. My dad was born here in 1930. So we had to move away from Bluff to make a living in order to come back. So I understand what is needed more than anything of making Bluff a place where somebody can live and make a living. All of my kids had to leave in order to make a living. And that, there's reasons behind that. Okay, another thing that I would like to see coming out of this is, in reading this plan and everything else, I keep hearing we have a lot of problems with water. And we do have a lot of problems with water, but a lot of those problems that's stated in here are the wrong reasons we have problems with it. So if anything else I want to see coming out of this meeting is to educate the people in this room or any place else the real problems with water rather than what is perceived. So that's what I'm kind of looking forward to have happen.
Over to the table here, in the middle.
I'm Luann Hook, and most of you know me too, but I'm on the town council. We run Recapture Lodge and have been here 35 years now. So it's been a good long time. We raised 4 kids, so went through the parenting thing, and I listen to Jen and have a lot of her things, and Rick with you, and Sayers with you. I agree with a lot of those things, and what I want to see out of this is just this communication. Like Mark was saying, get the water and things figured out. But what I think everybody needs to know, I'm reading through that participation packet. I'm like, oh, yeah, we sound awful. I think we have to just agree that we disagree on some things and then pull together and work on stuff, but not let it get in between.
I mean, can I just say, you don't sound awful at all. There's so much good shared agreement.
Okay, all right.
That out there.
I think that's all.
Hey there, I'm Malia. I moved to Bluff 5 years ago, and I currently work as a hygienist in Monument Valley, and I'm starting to dip my toes into the community and trying to make my way into the community. I'm almost an EMT, and I have a real passion for our community being a community and coming together and having a space that we can all feel comfortable, that we can get to know each other, and also just have a great understanding of who everyone is, because I feel like there are so many people that I'm like, I don't know who that person is. How long have they been here? And I know I'm the newbie here, but it's still just neat to get to see people and get to understand where we're all coming from.
I'm actually going to come stand over here so I can see everyone as I'm talking here. So, good morning. My name is Colette Coxon. I'm with the Governor's Office of Economic Opportunity, and I'm really proud to represent this corner of the state. I've been in my position for about 6 months. I have a rich history in higher education, workforce development, economic development, and I'm an expert in rural because I come from rural Utah and rural northern Arizona, so I have some unique perspectives that I believe will really help the community of Bluff and San Juan County in general. And so, again, it's my pleasure to be here and be in a room with so many change leaders, and I know many of your names from documents or Zoom meetings, and so it's exciting, and like the Rural Utah Project, so great to be here in person. I hope that you'll please consider me one of your team members. I am specifically assigned to you. Governor Cox hired me for you to be an asset, an advocate, and so everything I hear in this room, I take up the chain. And I keep in mind throughout the year as government grants come out, as programs come out, as we're looking to connect you with resources, be it the Women's Business Center of Utah, SBA, SBDC, World Trade Center. A lot of people say, oh, we don't do World Trade in Bluff, Utah. Yes, we do. We have visitors from all around the world, and we have local, small manufacturers in San Juan County that, ship their products out all over the world. So we do need to think globally as we think locally, and so I hope to learn more from you today. And I also have a unique perspective. I've worked with the Paiute tribe and the Navajo tribe, particularly on education projects. My family's Navajo, and so my daughter's Navajo, my in-laws are Navajo, and so I also have a unique perspective on merging cultures and finding the harmony there. So again, please use me and my knowledge and assets, and happy to be here. Thank you. So you're right here to this table, right?
Okay, my name is Craig Renali. Born and raised here in Bluff, Utah. I'm an artist, I'm a DJ and producer. I'm also a recently established business owner. I started my own record label called Pleasure Records. My music has quite a reach. I have a YouTube video that has acquired over 4 million views. I have almost over 100,000 followers on social media. But nobody knows who I am because I don't show my face that often. So everyone just knows the cat in the headdress. So I'm glad to be a part of this meeting. My expectations from this is just to, I'm a creative person, so it really excites me to hear that there are a lot of creative minds here. And so I'm curious to see what we can all learn from each other to improve the quality of life for not only for us, but for our future generations. And so I'm hoping that I can learn something from you guys, and you guys can learn something from me.
Can I just say what Craig said? My name's Dan Myers. My wife and I moved here about 5 years ago. I'm now a father of 2. We have a 2-year-old and a 4-month-old. I'm a firefighter in town, I'm a small business owner, and supporter of the arts and culture through things like the Arts Festival. So what I hope to see happen today is just, one, hear the ideas. I know there's a lot of incredibly brilliant people and energy in this room, people that have done great things at Bluff already. My wife and I quit our corporate jobs in 2016. We traveled the U.S. for like 18 months trying to find a place that we love, and we found Bluff. And right away we found the warm embrace of everybody that's kept us here. It's such a special place. So how do we just explore the opportunities of what's possible for Bluff and the greater region, and just remove obstacles to make it happen.
I'm going to repeat what Dan said. I'm Brant Murray. I moved to Bluff 10 years ago after hiking here since 1981. That's my first trip to Bluff. just wandered through and met Mary Boucher at the hotel, and we had a slideshow that night. And the next summer, my dad and my brother and I were driving west, and I said, let's stop at this hotel that was so special, and did. And so I've been coming here for 40 years, and wouldn't be anywhere else. Maybe in the summer, a couple of months. Really excited about this process and this group of people and this energy. So thank you, Lord.
My name is Cody Lill. I'm one of the fortunate few that was able to grow up here as a child on the San Juan, and I've later, as the years went by, have been fortunate enough to work and carve my own name and my own path in this community via the San Juan River. So I own a little business here in town, and I'm really stoked to be surrounded by a really important group of people. And I believe that there's a lot of collaboration in this room. We might have some differences, but being around for a while, traveling all over the world, I realized that people come together. We have more commonalities than we do differences. And I think if we focus on those common, then this will be super productive. And I'm really excited to be here.
My name is Jared Barrett. Was first introduced to the area when I was in my mid-20s. My wife and I moved and lived in Montezuma Creek, and we taught high school there. And we had a little camper trailer, and we camped on the edge of Valley of the Gods, all over Cedar Mesa, and we really fell in love with it. My number one goal graduating from BYU with a teaching degree was to work in San Juan County. That didn't happen. They did offer me a job at Navajo Mountain, and I was like, we were expecting lots of kids, and we thought that's a little far from hospitals at that time. So life took us away. We ended up moving back here about 15 years ago. I started an engineering program teaching high school at San Juan High School. Came back with a PhD, had taught teachers how to do that kind of stuff, and that's what brought me here. Just a love for the land and a love for the people. Things changed. Now I'm a business owner, love Bluff, and I was always impressed with Bluff. I think there's more well-educated people in Bluff per capita than possibly anywhere in the U.S. I was intrigued, and I loved teaching the kids from here. So now we make our home, we split between Bluff, Utah and Blanding. My wife and I and lots of other great people have created Bluff Dwellings Resort, and we acquired Wild Rivers Expeditions on the riverside, which we're super proud of and excited to. Jen's family ran that for many, many years. And then we had expanded into land-based activities. And that was my first really dive into any kind of tourism kind of business. My family owned a couple of small businesses. But it's been an eye-opener. Running a business in San Juan County is really challenging. You kind of hear this idea that if a business isn't successful, it either succeeds or fails in 5 years. Well, I had to be full-time Leggett teaching still for 7 years before we really felt like the tour company actually could sustain itself, and that was sustaining itself without sustaining me. It still can't really sustain me if I had to replace my salary as a professor. So it's been hard. Running businesses here in San Juan County is hard. I'm here today because of my love and investment in the region. We're not going anywhere. We love it here. And I'm hopeful that we can share our common love for this region. That's why I think all of us live here. But I think this idea of, it does feel contentious quite a bit. It feels like, and as I review maybe meeting minutes from the town council, a lot of times it feels like there's an antagonistic perspective towards the businesses. And I'm hoping over time we can reduce that and we can collaborate better to say, hey, how can we create businesses that are sustainable and responsible and create an opportunity for our kids to live here? Like,
Mark's had to move away, right? And you know, did you say a 2-year-old and a 4-month-old? Yeah, I mean, and I think our families are that way. I noticed that, you know, over 75% of folks who live here are over 55 years old, right? Pretty awesome. We have one young individual who's moved here, Spencer, and I'm excited to see, you know, what does the future look like? I hear so much. I've been in meetings about economic development since I moved here. And there's so much talk about what we don't want to become. And I'm anxious to talk about, okay, what do we want to become? That's why.
I'm Anthony Lott, my wife Krista and I moved here 20 years ago. We've raised 2 kids. And we've filled a variety of roles in town over that time. I work up in Blanding at the branch of Utah State, and I'm the fire chief here. And I appreciate since incorporation, I'm just so grateful for all the work that's been done creating the organization that we can then kind of move forward through. So thanks to all of you who've been part of that template. And, yeah, thanks to all of you who've come down.
I'm Sarah Burak. I guess I classify myself as an educator. I've been well employed by government agencies since I've moved to Utah. My husband and I have been here for 15 years in San Juan County. I've worked for the Park Service, Bluff Elementary. I'm currently the education director for Bears Partnership, formerly Friends of Cedar Mesa. I am the mother of 2 small children, and so I guess what I hope to see out of this is a plan to make more opportunities for students, whether they're young like my children or older teenagers. I think there needs to be more opportunities and things for them to do, more education experiences that we can provide here in our community, and just kind of learn more. And I would like to see a plan that we can actually move forward on. I do appreciate the stuff that's been done so far. I know that you guys probably know. I was chair of planning and zoning. That was a really hard thing to do, planning and zoning. It's contentious. It's taken a lot of time. There's a lot of things that we've learned and changed, and I hope that that can be part of this process too. As we go, we'll learn, change, correct things as we go along. I'm also very passionate about dark skies, and I'm working towards a designation for our community.
Excuse me. So I'm Ann Lebanon, I'm the mayor. I want to thank everyone for being here. When I look out, it's really impressive to me, the scope of knowledge and the differences of opinion. And that's why I'm here. I'm here because I want to hear what we need to change that we didn't get right the first time, and where we can move forward on the things that we're doing well. And I'm trying to come here with no agenda. I don't want to dominate. I want to hear from everybody. And I so appreciate your taking the time. This is a lot of time out of folks' schedules, and I get that. One last thing, when about 5 years ago somebody's horse died, and somebody who didn't like somebody who had the horse helped bury it. And I heard a couple of people say, why did you help that person? And the person who helped bury it said, because that's what people in Bluff do. And we help each other, and this is a community, and I want to be a part of this community. So let's keep going. And thank you to our planners, and Aaron, I don't know where you are, but man, you have done one big job.
Last but not least, I'm Tina Krutsky. I'm wondering if I'm the oldest person in this room. I bet I am. Anyway, I'm one of those folks who is in that elder demographic. I've been full-time in Bluff for 15 years. When I first came here, I worked as a nurse midwife in Kayenta, so I had to commute through Monument Valley every day. But eventually retired, and now it is my great pleasure to be able to work on projects that are fun for me. My hope for the town planning is that we can figure out a way to bring in more YPs, as I'm told they're called, the young peoples, young persons. What I see is lots of folks like myself who just aren't going to be here in 20 years. And it would be great if we could plan to encourage young folks to come, and they're not going to come if there isn't work. So my primary focus is figuring ways to encourage business in this community. Having said that as a general focus, there are 2 projects that I've worked on over the years that aren't finished, and I hate leaving projects unfinished. One of those is the Bluff River Trail. I've been working on that for 13 years as a member of Bluff City Historical Preservation Association, and there are 2 of you here that are active on that project, with that project as well. That has expanded into a larger vision, which involves potentially bike trails, but paths through the town in a way we can happily access the river. So that's one project that I do want to see through while I can. And the second project is this Bluff Community Center. When I first came to town, some of you may remember, it was a cement floor and peeling pink paint. And I'm kind of proud of the work all of us did to make this the attractive building it is today, and a lot of you worked on it. And then we worked with Design Build Bluff to create a kitchen. Hiroko did enormous work designing with many of you, again, in town, to design a park plan for the community center, which kind of got laid down when we organized the town, because there were, frankly, more important things to focus on when the town was incorporated. But I, again, would like to see that project completed, and I would be happy to work on it.
That's great. Thank you, everyone. I think there's a really great way for us to look at that list and recognize the shared goals and expectations of this town. So I think we can get there. It's good. Thank you for that. And really, gosh, for all the roles that you all play. I mean, it was Jen's this morning, right? And you know, here she is. But all of you, I know, do so many different things actively in this community as volunteers, making a living, and in just so many ways. So it's inspiring. So the pathway planning systems, just, I'm going to quickly go through this so that we can kind of stay on track. We're starting here. Today we're going to actually like outline our vision. And then this middle piece here is what we're going to work on. Working on our core strategies and goals today and actions over the next few months. Essentially, we begin here with an assessment, we move to vision, and we're in that middle part. Remember I said it's messy. It is. We'll be working in this assessment SWOT analysis today somewhat. So we'll be breaking out in small groups, working on that. The long-range vision of success is something also we'll be working on together. This you'll have, we'll pass out copies for everybody. And as we're working on the vision of success, you can sort of think about where you and where your frame of reference is, where your worldview is. And then we're really, our goal is to get partway through developing this strategic direction today. And with that, I will turn the time over to Judith. She's going to talk a little bit about community agreements.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks, Judith. Would you like me?
I can do that.
However.
I'm going to skip a bunch of things. Thank you. I know
Okay.
that you have
We're okay.
community agreements and ground rules that you use at town council meetings and at your other public meetings, so I don't want to go through those kinds of agreements. They're pretty standard. I do want to, I'm inviting you to share with me a framework for looking at communication for teamwork and collaboration, and it's very simple, and then we'll conclude this with the kind of the communication ground rules for being a really good strategist. These are four keys to teamwork and collaboration. It's from a book called Opening Doors to Better, 4 Keys to Opening Doors to Better Teamwork and Collaboration, that was developed by a couple of OD consultants who have done this and used this model in large public and private settings, nonprofit settings, et cetera. But basically, they say there are 4 keys. The first key is to lean into your discomfort. You know, we talk a little bit about there are things that maybe we don't say that need to get said, perceptions that we think aren't correct, that I don't always want to be the one who says fill in the blank and everybody says, oh, Judith, there she goes again. But in order for things to get done, sometimes we all have to lean into our discomfort. The second is to listen as an ally. What if this idea that I have been not so keen on was just about the best idea in the room today? And what if, as someone was speaking, what I heard was possibility, and what I heard was how this fits into something that I had been thinking about, and what I heard was a new sense of just a new sense of possibility, so that I'm actually listening for the yes and not the yes but. The third one, and this is a lot of fun sometimes, is about stating your intent and your intensity. What are you trying to do and how committed are you to it? So stating your intent and intensity is basically, I woke up this morning and I had a crazy idea. What do you think? I'm not wed to that idea. If it doesn't make it to the strategic plan, that's probably just fine. Or we did all this conversation in this room, and we'll do this later, these are the 3 best ideas that we had. And yeah, we're kind of committed to this. We think this needs to happen. We think that it may take some work, but we're committed to doing some kind of action around this particular thing. And the first set of ideas is called a notion. This one that you have given some thought to and beginning to make some commitment to is called a stake. Right? It's like having a stake in the ground. It's movable, but it's really there for a purpose, and the purpose is clear. The third piece of stating your intent and intensity is called a boulder. And a boulder is really something that needs to happen, that you're pretty committed to. And so if you can say in a group, this is a boulder for me. So while I'm willing to have a discussion about this, I don't know how much discussion I want, or I'll have a discussion around this piece, but it's pretty much a boulder. The fourth part of this stating your intent and intensity is what we call a tombstone. And a tombstone is really close to non-negotiable.
Should you speak up if possible? I know it's
Oh,
hard with
I'm
a mask, or if you're 6 feet away,
Yeah,
if you
no,
feel
that's
comfortable.
fine, I'll take it off. I was wondering about that, but I'm also experimenting with being able to speak through a mask in case.
It's picking you up okay,
Yeah.
but if you get just a little closer to the mic, actually with your thing on, it'll pick you up.
Okay, all right. So the last piece of stating your intent and intensity is a tombstone, and it's not something that's really not negotiable. You don't want to talk about it a lot. Part of the fourth piece is sharing your street corner, and that really means sharing your perspective. That I think so many people have commented on how nice it is to have this particular room full of people, because these are the street corners that are Bluff. And if you can share the street corner, if you can get above, high enough to see what's on every street corner, you'll come out with a much better plan and a much better product. So those are kind of the four keys. So I'm going to move through these. So when we say leaning into discomfort, when this happens, we know that if things didn't work out, at least we did our part. But we also find that we create for others the opportunity to share ideas and to try new techniques. If we lead by leaning into our discomfort or doing something that's kind of new and different for us, we invite others to do that. It helps us reach out to people we don't know yet. And these are all really important pieces of the Bluff culture that you've already discussed. There's very little on this slide that didn't really emerge from this conversation, from these expectations. And so I'm introducing this just as a way to kind of put it together in a framework, and maybe, if you feel like it, remind each other over the course of the day that I'm going out on a limb here, I'm going to lean into my discomfort and say A, B, C, D. And again, listening to an ally enables us to find common ground, link our thoughts and ideas and feelings, and give back energy. And the big one is having a yes and not a yes but, right? Because that says that we are peers, and maybe these things can fit together. It's important to challenge each other as allies, not as adversaries, so that we know, and it comes back to this thing about everybody in this room being committed to a future for Bluff that is inclusive and that allows for all kinds of people to really live and participate in this lifestyle, in this community, and in this beautiful space. Yeah, and then the last one is just understanding that their truth is their truth. It might not be my truth, but it's your truth, and that makes it a valid truth because it's yours. And then this is, again, the idea of stating your intent and intensity. And this just kind of helps us remember that for our purposes today, I think most of the things we talk about are going to be in this arena of stakes and boulders. And the stakes will be ideas that we've given a lot of thought to. There are a number of things that have been simmering here in the town for a long time. And there are some boulders. There are some things that people are pretty wedded to. Some things that people think are really, really important to happen, and that they have a really clear sense of what needs to get done. And they're really expecting that something's going to get done as a result of this plan, that something's going to change, there are actions that will be taken. In a stake, there's a lot of space for more in-depth discussion. In a boulder, people really want to hear concrete, very specific, very substantive objections to what that particular position or thought or proposal is. And again, this just makes, one of the ways that we can help do all of this is to make this part of the language. Being passionate about something doesn't mean that they don't like anything, that you don't like anything else. I can be passionate about idea A and be just fine with idea B. We need to get feedback from other people about how often we use the range of intensity. We have people who sound like everything is a boulder, right? But sometimes they're not. I know I was facilitating a group in town the other day, and these two folks had just been at it for their ED said to me, oh, they've been at this for a year and a half now. They just can't seem to say anything to each other. And in the middle of this presentation, they just looked at each other. And this woman said, I get so excited about things, but I never really have boulders. They're all just notions. And the woman that she was also always at odds with was the finance and admin director, who of course had more boulders, right? Because that was her job, to have the boulders. And it was no wonder that they were clashing, but at least it gave them a ground to start understanding each other. And to know that having notions all the time can be really confusing to people, because they might think you're making a proposal and you're not. And then this also lets you use the other keys to promote fuller understanding. Sharing the street corner is something that we think that the town council, the mayor, the town manager have invited all of you to do here, because it's sharing your piece of the puzzle, accepting others' perspectives, being curious, having the full range of perspectives, identifying people who are impacted by the decisions that get made and including them, keeping people in the loop by things like opening up town council meetings online, publishing the events, asking, are all the right people in the room? You could look around this room and think about people who aren't here, but you should also look around the room and say, look at the people who are here. Is this the right group of people? And and everybody wants to be in the right group, so I'm hoping the answer to this is yes. This was not an easy thing to come up with the best right group. And there may be other people who need to get pulled in at different parts, at different points in time. And they will be, because this question can continue. Do we have the right group of people to really push forward on this particular strategic theme? And then finally, this happens a lot, and I know that this is particularly important when people are, when you're engaging with cultures or individuals, or nonprofit versus for-profit versus government work styles, that sometimes if the key players are not available, it might just be better to postpone a meeting. And some things you can't postpone forever, but if you really can't move forward, one of the ways to address that and to make sure you have the right people is to just postpone it. So the last piece of this is looking at conflict as an asset, all right? Having a disagreement is not a conflict, it's just a disagreement. Someone said here, maybe we'll have to agree to disagree. It's not to say that things are not valid and that differences aren't real and aren't going to cause problems, but it doesn't have to be the end of the world, and it doesn't have to get to a blown out conflict. That if you can work with, here are some tactics that minimize the interpersonal part of it and help you focus on the issue. And one is to work with more data than less, right? So that so you bring the facts and you can start working on the facts, not on the personality and not on a style. If you look at more alternatives, it isn't just here's our problem or here's a situation, and this is how we are going to address this. If there's a disagreement or there's a conflict in the room, well, maybe there's another way to address it. How else could we achieve this goal? Having commonly agreed upon goals, which is a big push for us today. Injecting humor in the process, but not too much humor. Because sometimes, if you get into this thing about having inside jokes, then people feel excluded. And so the use of that humor doesn't necessarily move the process forward. Maintain a balanced power structure. And then finally, trying to resolve issues without necessarily forcing a consensus. You don't want an artificial consensus. You don't want people saying, yeah, okay, have we reached a consensus? Yes, because we've been here for 2.5 hours now. But come up with if consensus becomes your way of doing it, then you invest the time and the energy in achieving that consensus. Don't force an artificial one that has people leaving the room and not feeling like they really can support that idea. So those are just some ways for us to think about differences that might arise over the course of the day. When you put on your strategist hat, because you've been invited to craft the strategic direction for the town of Bluff, there are these are sort of the ground rules for a strategist, and they're linked to the communication things we just talked about. One is, let's focus first on what needs to be done. What is this endpoint we're going after? Not the nitty-gritty of the who and the how. So for today, let's take a look at this as vision and strategy, not necessarily operations and problem solving. Yes, we'll get to the idea. Yes, we'll get to actions. And yes, we'll get to a who. But we want to start at the higher level. And then think about this. Since we're being invited to think at a higher level and to think strategically and to really prioritize some things, if not now, when? Do not leave this room if you think there's something really critical that has not gotten done, and that even if we have to put it in a parking lot, it should come up today. And then please be more than an observer, and from what we heard, no one has that intention today to observe. I fully expect that we'll have all the participation that we need. Bin it or a parking lot, I say parking lot. This particular slide says bin it, that if there are things that will take too much time today or things that aren't really relevant to the longer term strategy of the town, let's just say, can we put this in the bin? And part of what Julie and I are charged with doing is helping make that distinction so that we can stay on track and push those other things out. See if we can not have sidebars or not have, this side chit-chat when you look at it, there's nothing, a conversation of 5 people turns out to be 2 conversations of 2 people and 1 person checking email. If this is going to work, everybody needs to be present. pithy. This is our colleague who put this slide together, says, be short, be concise. There's always more to say about everything, but we have a lot to do, so let's try to be brief. Use humor as a gift, not a weapon. And then these are confidential meetings in terms of a lot of the nitty-gritty and the ins and outs that will go by. There will be a public record of this discussion. There will be a report. The town has a very clear policy about transparency. I know that, we're recording this, that this also will be recorded, but the idea is that we have to have enough freedom in here to do that messy part that Julie was talking about, to challenge each other, to create a little bit of disagreement and conflict, but to get it all out on the table so that we can work with it. By the time we finish, by the time we finish, the town will, Ann and Aaron will have told us what the final process is for getting this out, getting feedback, and then moving it through to becoming a resolution for the town. Any questions or comments? Was there anything here that you said, oh, I really need to pay attention to this today because I am like fill in the blank, that you'd like to share, or anything that struck you in a particular way? Here.
First to talk always. I really appreciate this idea of boulders and tombstones. I know I come across everything as a boulder. I am probably very intense for many of you in the room. A lot of them are more notions. I'm excited. So I appreciate you bringing that up.
Well, thank you. And that means that Erin and I can now have a conversation, and she can just be going on and on and say, hey, Erin, stop for a minute. I have 10 minutes. Is this a notion or is this a boulder? And then we can carry on to get something done. So thanks.
I'm glad that you have the Bennett for parking lot, because in discussions like this that I've been in the past, being able to put stuff in a parking lot to address later separates it from the real goal that you're trying to reach initially, and it takes away from some of the other discussions that will just take up time.
Good. Anybody else?
I was thinking maybe summarize, I don't know, I couldn't hear what Rick said, so we're having a little difficulty back here.
Okay.
Rick, can you repeat?
And we can try to speak up as well, but summarize what Rick said.
I'm sorry, I have no hearing on the left side, so anything you say I can't hear anyway. But what I said was the Bennett or the parking lot is a great tool that you use in these planning discussions, because much of what can be put in a parking lot are the small little details that you're going to address later, and that take away and dilute the time allotted for the direct discussion on target. So that.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Anything else?
I just appreciate that it leaves room for everyone, and it helps us check our intentions and the way that we speak and the topics that we bring up, so we can be most productive today. Thank you.
Cody?
As a river guide, we often hide behind humor, and it's probably not that. So it's good to bring that up, that it needs to be used as a tool and not as a weapon, I guess you said.
Okay. Thank you all so much. I think we're going to have a really rich and productive day, and I'm going to give this back to Julie so we can get to the meat.
Thanks, Judith. I think some of the transitioning on my deck may be a little slow, so I'm gonna work on getting it the way I want. We will break, we'll have bio breaks, and I apologize, I don't have printed out agendas for the day on your tables. We'll see what we can do about that during the next break, but the break will be at 11, and we will get through this strategic assessment piece. I want you all to really feel comfortable in really bringing up the things that are resonating for you as we have this conversation. I've taken the essentially all of the assessment data that we got, whether it's through survey, from the town hall, from all of our interviews, a lot of folks weighed in, and many or all of you. And then if there's something along the way that you'd like to sort of bring up and have a conversation about, please feel free to do that. So we're going to start with, I'm going to just get through this here. Not that. What's working well here in Bluff? And I loved this list. There's a lot that is going very well. One of the things that really stood out, of course, is your landscape. You guys walk outside every morning, and it looks really different than at my house in Sandy. And I can tell you the best days of my life are the ones where I get to be camping or backpacking out in the world and spend all day outside. I know you guys, whether you do that or not, getting to do that here in Bluff is pretty amazing. So this landscape, public lands adjacent to your town. We heard a lot about the sense of community, that feeling of belonging that you all have for each other. Ann's story about the horse. Those stories were pretty common in the conversations that we had and in what we felt and how it was really relayed through the surveys and the comments that came back. You feel a part of a community and have a sense of belonging that is not typical. That is really going well for Bluff. You're unique. I don't know if anyone wants to sort of elaborate on that. There's probably many ways that you're all very unique individuals. You have an individualist character. Folks really enjoy the fact that you have incorporated. The preponderance of people that we heard from thought things were really going well. The town has accomplished a lot. You have elected leaders that have worked really hard. Maybe they're getting burned out. There's other things that come on the other side of this. But everybody's really dedicated. And that Aaron has come on, right? Those are the comments that we've heard. This is really going well. Let's keep it going. Again, the landscape, conservation as a value. I think there's a reason many of you picked Bluff, or when you were growing up here that you stayed in Bluff. And it has something to do with the value you place in the natural resources here. And that came out pretty strong. Partnerships was something that also came out. I think that was both with government and Native American communities and nonprofits. So folks felt partnerships were strong for the town. Contributing to success, this growth piece, business development by a few key people. That came up. And then communication from the town to residents. Is there anything here that's surprising to you? Talk about?
I'm kind of surprised, well, I'm kind of surprised about the growth aspect, because while I do see a little bit of growth, I don't, I've lived here for almost 40 years, and why I see people come and go, and I certainly in the last 40 years have seen more business development. When we moved here, there were essentially maybe 5 businesses in town, and now we're up to more than that. But I don't see it as an explosion of growth, and in fact, population-wise, Bluff has stayed the same population virtually since 1880, so I don't see a huge explosion in growth.
1980 or 1880?
1880.
Well, I guess then what it probably is referring to is some growth that folks.
It's a little different dynamic, but honestly, we haven't had.
Hasn't been
a huge explosion.
Yeah. Any reaction to that? Thoughts?
Maybe just a question, because I think about and a lot of you may know this, when they built the new elementary school, they built it to expand a lot of capacity, right? So what was the thought behind that? Was it that this area is going to grow? In a few people in particular?
Part of it being so large is also to have it be a hub for Salem County School District, because Bluff is relatively central. So it allows for them to come and do conferences and training instead of having to go all the way to Blanding or Monticello from Monument Valley. They can come to Bluff. That was part of building a school art. But in general, there has been a decline in enrollment in the last 5 years.
One of the other things was that our old elementary school was built in the 1950s. Just because Bluff itself hasn't changed in population, that doesn't mean the dynamics of the region that we serve have not changed. I like to look at Bluff as being a hub community that is 250 people who live here in town. But I think in reality, we serve people of about 800 to 1,000 people. If you encompass all of the people who come in to use our services, our post office, our gas station, our laundromat, our elementary school, our restaurants. Bluff is the area that employs a lot of these people. Bluff, it serves as the infrastructure to a lot of these more, Craig, Tara, help me out with a word that, remote, rural type, frontier even, type living.
Because there's a lot of kids, that are still in town that I grew up with that now have kids, but they just live on the res or surrounding Bluff. So there's a lot of, so I do agree when she says that, that I don't see a growth in the sense of business-wise, but in population and community-wise, I see a huge growth because a lot of the kids that went to school here are still here, and they have families now, and so a lot of them work around Bluff or go through Bluff, so this is a lot of homes for a lot of people.
And I've seen the cycle of kids go up and down that are at elementary school, because that's been absolutely packed some years, and then now it's like very tiny.
Cody?
I drive through Dene to get here every time. It's just the only way to get here. And I've seen more growth out there than in Bluff, in the city. And I think it's, I think it is important that we serve those communities because that is growing out there. I think a lot of Dene families are coming back, and they're going back to where they grew up, and it's cool to see that. And I think that Bluff needs to be there to support those folks.
Thank you. Jared?
I was going to say the opportunity to support and serve is there significantly, but whether the town of Bluff wants to do that and creates, takes advantage of that opportunity is where I think the disconnect is, because like most of my employees, they go to Farmington, they go to Cortez for services, right? So we say we have some services. It's like we can get by with the services, to get me to Friday or whatever. They might come and get a little something at KNC or just, get $20 worth of gas until they can get to Farmington or Cortez. So, if that's something that the community's happy with, or if they want some additional services, that's the discussion.
Okay, a question I had, based on your comment, is the extended population that is served by Bluff, are those individuals coming from the reservation or from unincorporated areas in the county?
Reservation.
Reservation, okay. So I think that to your point too, that looking at that demographic, that's going to have an impact on where people are drawn to services. Medical might be more to the reservation, or Farmington if they have Native American health services and things like that, versus Cortez, they may have a few less services. And so I think finding those routes, if you will, the residents of Bluff and outside of Bluff take for medical, shopping, government services and more, and really finding, studying those patterns. And like you said, taking advantage strategically of how to take advantage of keeping people here locally or making things convenient for them to stay here. Makes sense.
I think that maybe in relationship to the elementary school, there are a core group of us who fought long and hard to get a new elementary school. It was a bone of contention and Tara's gonna back me up on this, as to where that elementary school was placed, because there were a lot of people in our community, our area community, that felt that Bluff itself was the wrong placement for that school, because honestly, right now, we have 5 children who live in this community who attend that school. So,
And how many are in that school?
probably about 100, I think.
Okay.
Is it lower than
I
that?
think they're like 80.
80?
Yeah, okay.
But the majority, so 95%, I'm gonna go out on a limb here, but 95% of those children that come to that school come off the reservation, and Tara led a strong proponent to place that school on the reservation rather than placing it here in town, which honestly would have served the population that attends the school better. But being that we have governmental differences, working with tribal government, working with county government, working with state government, working with school boards, that didn't seem to be a possibility for whatever reasons, but that proponent speaks largely to me, because I did respect the fact that I grew up with kids who got on the bus at 5:45 in the morning to attend school and didn't get off of the bus until 6:30 at night to attend school. So that's, I hope that we can realize these things, and rather than just say, there's this imaginary line out there that we can't cross, how does it benefit the people that we're trying to serve? And why I love our new elementary school, I think it's beautiful, I fought hard for it. I didn't really care if it was placed on this side or that side. I just wanted to see a better place to educate our kids. Good. And a lot of the patterns that you see with where people are at, I think job-wise, that's a big factor in all of this as well. We have students that go to school here at ASU, but we also have off-site campuses in Montezuma Creek and Monmouth Valley and stuff. And so a lot of people just stay within their area. They don't commute to go to school or go to work because it's there locally now. And a lot of it, still people prefer to work at like the hospital here in Blanding, in the Monticello area, and then the clinics here in Montezuma Creek and Monmouth Valley area. So it just really depends on which way they're traveling during the week, what their preference is. That contributes to a lot of the factor of where people are at on any given day and where they're going to do business most likely and where they want to be. For me, personally, I do a lot of my business up north because I work with a lot of people up north. And so,
Speak up a little bit, Tara.
and so I work with a lot of people up north currently, and so that's where I want to commute. That's where I go to the doctor, to do and visit with the doctors and stuff, that if I have appointments up there. But I also do a lot of my shopping and stuff, not here, but in Salt Lake, because my kids are up in Salt Lake, so I travel up there, and so once a month I'm up there shopping, and I bring it down here. So it's just more convenient for me. And so it just really depends on where that family, that individual is located at a good part of the time. So I think that contributes to that. And Bluff isn't something, you're right when you say I only put like $5 or $10 worth of gas in on my way to Cortez or to Farmington, because my mom shopped in both of those areas. And so it's like, so quick stop and then just head out and fill up in Cortez or Farmington.
And I just want to add to that, because I always tell people, if we could have a grocery, we could have a grocery store, we could have all these things, if we were a commune and everybody had to shop there. But we're also portable and we're also picky, and we have all the UPS trucks coming in, that you can't make everybody shop there. Even KNC, I'm like, pay your taxes, pay him the extra couple bucks, at least he's here. If we don't have that here, it's a different thing. And I just wanted to say another thing as to why Bluff is so small and there's no rural county, mostly for you guys. But thanks to the Mormons is why we have Bears Ears. Because when they came in the 1880s and stuff and settled, they settled little towns. And they wanted everybody here cooperating together, helping each other, the families together. So they put everybody here. You didn't homestead everywhere around, like look at Colorado, look at Wyoming, all those are homesteaded everywhere. Everywhere is private property, keep out all these little segments. Here they didn't do that. They kept little places, so that became leftover land that nobody claimed. The government got it and then turned it into BLM and national parks and stuff. So.
Okay.
One more quick note. I think a lot has changed in the last 5-10 years with services on the reservation or availability of healthcare, right? So that's made a huge difference. You've got a wonderful clinic over in Montezuma Creek, excellent services over in Monument Valley. Bluff could be a nice little hub there that's just barely off the reservation to provide some other things. I know business owners are hesitant to do things on the reservation because of the the lease versus the land ownership kinds of things. So it does create some neat opportunities here for housing, for small businesses, for services, etc. And I think things have really changed, whereas you did used to have to travel a heck of a lot farther. Salt Lake was the only really reliable healthcare, but man, with telehealth and the...
But that's still currently the case though, because we have a lot of families that are dealing with cancers from the uranium sites and all
There.
that. So they're still having to travel the 6
Absolutely.
hours to go.
But it has improved, wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, it has improved.
And I don't disagree with that. I mean, even a lot of trauma and high-level things, it's only available in Salt Lake or big regional metropolitan areas. But I'm just saying, I've been excited to be able to see the growth with healthcare, and that does change the dynamic of opportunity for Bluff, depending on the direction they want to
Great. Well, thank you for all of those comments. We will continue to move on through our, I'm going to hit these really. So obstacles, and these are both internal and external, the way they kind of came out. We'll spend some time later in SWAT getting it sorted a little bit differently. What we heard a lot from folks was, Bluff is great, but people who want to move here can't find a place to live. It's really hard, and it's expensive. So I think there are, very real economic barriers around that. Employment opportunities, so finding year-round places to work for some segment of the population is a significant challenge. Certainly folks that have moved here and can work remotely, and that's more of a new happening that young professionals can. I think that's possibly a good thing for later on down the road, but it's a really important piece, this employment piece. Accessibility to services came up quite a lot. I don't know if that's because the median age of our town is 64.3, or if it's for some other reason. But healthcare, medical services, and it's already come up this morning with some of you, the far distances that people need to travel for medical services. Lack of resources for the town, sense of community and belonging. I think there is a feeling by some that was enough to put on this list that while we understand that many in Bluff feel a sense of community and belonging, that it's not as inclusive as many think it is. So I think that's something that we should dig into in some ways. I think it does have to do with the Navajo population, the folks that probably live on the reservation, travel to town, and it may be deeper than that, I'm not sure. I think the partnerships with nonprofits it's just, it's a new town, you guys have worked really hard, and I know there are some great relationships already, but I think the sense was we have a lot of nonprofits that could be great partners. Let's really expand on that. That's the sense that I got. External realities came up multiple times. The political orientation of the state and the county. Lack of shared agreement of priorities, and that one had something to do really with just, and we've already heard it this morning, right? We have different ideas about how Bluff should move forward. Is the business community and the incorporated town and everybody else, going to be able to work together and find shared agreement? I believe so. But right now, I think there's so many strong opinions, and we'll continue to work through that. That came up though. One particular comment, you guys, I think was in the packet that said, for some odd reason, there's always two sides. There's always two sides to, for some unknown reason. I think you got a lot of smart people with a lot of good ideas. Community demographics, this came up so much, right? The aging population, lack of volunteers and civic involvement. A town of this size, for so many of the community to be of retirement age, makes it really challenging to have a thriving, civic, engaged, and growing community. It takes time and energy to do those things. And I think that came up a lot, that folks are feeling tired. And then the challenge of protecting water and conserving the environment. Of course, making sure that the water is protected, that the landscape is protected, and in many ways it came out as protecting our way of life in Bluff. Any thoughts around any of those things? Surprises, Brent?
I think that one of our obstacles, just long-term successes, I think November and February are months that we could utilize having guests here that are currently not being utilized. And so maybe the economic development for the governor could fortify a couple of months on our season and shorten our off-season and put people to work year-round. So those 2 months, February, the best light of the year is in February. We can advertise beautiful light. November's hit and miss, but I grew up at a beach where we closed Labor Day and opened Memorial Day when I moved to the Outer Banks in '76. And eventually now it's year-round, and that's happened in the last 50 years. So just a month or two more for the steakhouses and for the hotels would really mean a lot. So I think we could do 3 dark sky events in the summer to build summer business when Europe doesn't come. So I think a lot of it may just be economic.
If I could just answer that, my first question when I checked into my hotel last night is, what is your shoulder season like, and how many of your businesses close down in the winter months? And that's something that I grew up with, working in the tourism industry as a kid in Kane County, and we have successfully in other communities in Utah extended our tourism season. I was just telling the ladies at my table that the best kind of visitors are the visitors that come and drop their money and leave and have a great time and don't leave a trace, right? But there are activities, events, and just marketing. Right now, there's tons of money for marketing from the Office of Tourism, and so coordinating with the State Office of Tourism and coordinating with your San Juan County and regional tourism to be very strategic about that. I agree. I think there's a huge missed opportunity right now.
I'm not looking to bring hordes here.
No.
So we got to be really cautious on any of this Moab advertising and
It's always the high-quality visitor. We want them to come and we want them to spend more money and stay longer with less people.
outdoor activity and the arts are what we need to build our town on.
You've got it, so.
Thanks, Colette. Jen, and then Cody.
I'm going to speak as business owner Bluff representative right now, and the president of our organization. We currently have 16 members, which means we have 16 businesses represented in this town. We are hoping to acquire more. We've got to keep a couple newbies in. In Bluff, we are one of my, now I'm going to switch hats as to a property owner, a lodge owner in this town, and explain my frustrations for a moment. I have seen immense changes happen in the last 4 months in our business. Part of this is COVID related, part of it is not. Part of it is growing pains, I think. Part of it is not. We spent, and Diana, who's Rick's wife, has spent literally thousands of dollars in marketing. We had a very strong economic development team in the county for the past 15 years. We still do. Vicki Varela, who is the president of or the head person of Utah Office of Tourism, was here last weekend enjoying one of our events. Bluff is one of the only communities I could say that is 250 people strong, that is represented in almost every foreign travel guide that I have come across. We have countless things that are in our benefit of building a strong, and we've worked hard to build a strong destination place where we get the higher quality visitors, the people who come and stay for 2, 3, 4 days, eat at all of our restaurants, stay in all of our lodging facilities. You know, we have a very unique and diverse atmosphere for lodging properties in that we have the high end to the low end. We can serve every kind of traveler, I believe, in this community. We have lost some crucial outdoor exploration type things, but we're gaining more, and we're rebuilding those type of things in the last few years. The business owners in this community have worked hard to build a solid foundation. We all care about our environment. We all respect our environment. None of us want to become Moab, Utah. None of us do. None of us even like to go to Moab, Utah. We're here because we don't want to be in Moab. None of us want that. But I would like to not have to try to squeak by on 5% occupancy from November, December, January, February. Those are 4 months out of my year. My mortgages don't decrease. I keep 3 employees employed year-round. That's all I can afford. I haven't collected a personal paycheck for 5 years. Part of that has been COVID. Part of that is because my 401k sits in my investment property over there right now. I've got everything invested in my business. I'm sorry, I hate it. I do this every time. I feel like we hit obstacles. We're trying very hard to survive here, to employ our people. I see employment opportunities as being one of our obstacles in town. Every single business in this community right now is struggling because we don't have employees. You know, I mean, I read letters to the community that we're not paying fair wages. Servers at Twin Rocks make anywhere from $15 to $23 an hour. I don't think people realize that. That's before tips. They then get a tip base on top of that. I don't think that there is a single business in this community that is paying less than $12 an hour. Is that great? No, but you know, it's better than it was 6 years ago when it was servers made $2 an hour, and you know, I mean, businesses are really trying to provide a good quality service. I'm tired of the tourism industry being dragged through the mud, that we provide low-paying jobs that people don't want to participate in. It is our lifeblood of our community. I don't know what the exact percentages are, but I would be willing to bet that Rick knows what the exact percentages are. The majority of our town's budget comes through sales tax and room taxes that are collected in this community. And then when I go as a business owner and ask for a $3,000 spend, it gets put on the budget, or it gets put on the thing for massive discussion for 4 meetings. That's not a big spend to me. In fact, I would like to see the town government put a little more backing behind supporting our communities and promoting the life that keeps a lot of us, keeps a lot of our neighbors employed and operating in this community.
So Jen, if I could just say one thing, and Rick was also a part of this conversation a year and a half ago. And this is on the council and me in particular, side of the budget. Please, business owners, help me remember that you want a line item with a dollar amount. I keep dropping it, it's on me, I do the budget, but nobody reminds me when we're looking at the budget and the hearings to say, and you blew it again. I know that we need a line item in that budget. So I'm asking you, Jen, can you and Rick and everyone else, Jared, Cody, help me remember by giving me a budget that I can present as a line item in there to say, this is what, so that you don't have to wait for a meeting for us to get it together.
I'm happy to try to remember to do that.
Thank you.
And I think a lot, and this is just seeing what I've seen in the last few years, working with the Lolita project, and then being able to do a lot of my own business as far as catering, food sale, and all the other stuff that I do. A lot of people, the tourists come here to see authenticity from the Native Americans in the community. You don't see that at Twin Rocks because it's been added to, deleted from any of the traditional Navajo dishes that you see in the local area. It's diluted. And so a lot of people don't want that. So when, and I've seen this just this past winter, I've asked, and thanks to Luann and Jim for allowing us to do food sale in their little area right there by the laundromat. I made really good money in just the one day that I had a food stand there. Because people wanted that authenticity where Navajo traditional food is served. Even with jewelry sale. My sister does a lot of jewelry making and she sells that stuff. And it's not even during the off season or on season, it's a season for her year round. I don't see that here in Bluff, maybe except for Twin Rocks. It's lacking when you say you want your neighboring communities to be a part of this, but there's really no space in Bluff for the neighboring communities. I don't see it anywhere. There's a replica of it. People are trying to be a part of that traditional cultural heritage, but I don't see it here in Bluff. It's hidden in different areas, but it's not authentic enough as it should be. And with the off-season, November, January, or November, December, January, February, that's where, you know, if you could create a hub for people from off the reservation to come here and contribute to your businesses, I think it'd be a great partnership in that area. I mean, that's what we want. I know people who have their own business on the res that sell food, and they do really great over there. They would love to come here to Bluff and sell, but it's not allowed. There's no space for them. So, and you know, it's just working together in that area. It's the same story again with the education part of it. I wanted the school in the community, so our kids wouldn't have to travel too far. And again, because we need to get the school in our community, people are like, well, why should we even bother? So, you know, there's just so many different factors that we need to look at from the neighboring community.
Well, let me, if I may, 60 to 70% of the people that attend, come to Bluff for vacations, whatever, are European. That group of Europeans are not totally interested in a lot of the Native American culture. They're here to see the landscape, the arches, you know, that stuff. That's why they come here. Unfortunately, in the off-season, I'll say the off-season, and beginning of the February, March, late October, November, we get many more Americans that come because that's where they take their vacations. It's not so darn hot, to be honest with you. And they are more interested in those type of issues. The reality is, if you have a business in Bluff and you're trying to maximize what you can make out of it for the few months that they do come, you do what you can with what you have. The small little things, the outside there to sell Navajo tacos or whatever, and the jewelry, that's a fine thing, I think. Although there are county restrictions and regulations that they would have to deal with. And I'm not sure many of them want to deal with that. You have to have a food handler's permit, blah, 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 the whole thing. And without those, you know, in a town like ours, you have to represent, those things have to be taken care of in order to offer us something. And then they also have to pay the taxes. And many of them won't do that. It's a cash business. Those issues are issues for businesses that want to come in for the weekend and blow away. That takes business and revenue away from the people like Jared, or whoever else has a Twin Rocks that has a business that sells Native American things and things of that nature. So we need to understand the reality of that portion of the business, once we get into a business discussion, which I think we'll have later.
Thanks, Rick. Cody?
I'm sorry, Rick, you said something that I disagree with. The comment about folks coming here and not wanting to learn about the NIC, I don't think that's right. I think in my industry, people show up here to learn about the NIC. And not only the NIC, but the rest of the First Nation people are here. I'm willing to bet that the majority of tourists that come to town want that experience, and they're too scared to find it.
And that is true, because the work that I do, when I talk to people with the tourist industry, when you're at a steakhouse, that's not a conversation you want to have, because I think the first introduction is, well, I'm from Philadelphia, I do this is what I've done, I've done all of this. And that's where the conversation is geared to. It's nothing local. So when I talk to customers and stuff, it's like, well, I'm from here locally, and these are the interests that I have, and these are the things that I usually direct people to these different sites and stuff. And so that is the conversation. So it's 3, 4 different conversations that are happening in that business. And a lot of times it's not the same conversation that Rick and I are having with the customers and stuff. And so, yeah, basically, you're having those different conversations from the conversations that I'm having. They're pretty different to yours. And so people do want to know about the NAC. They want to know about the youth. They want to know about Hope in Pueblo. And so those are some of the things, I think that's the biggest interest on the single day that I sold here was I had a diverse group of people. I had Europeans, I had local young people that were interested and wanted to recreate here in the winter. And so I was showing them different sites, telling them different sites. And people were grateful for that because they got it from somebody who has grown up here, has been here most of their lives, and understands where all these little niches are at and where to direct people.
That's great. Luann?
Yeah, I just want to say, I agree with, this was sort of one of our topics, but we're all here right now because we've had a break, we're all rested, not all of us, some of us work year round, but a lot of us are in these businesses that we can all kind of take a moment and refresh a little bit. We just heard the siren go off, a couple of them had to leave for whatever that might be. I have my ear tuned to that. But I have to really disagree with the participants of the volunteers because, like I say, fire people just went, look at all these people. We've got what, at least 20 of us times 8 hours is 160 hours that we're all willing to volunteer to put in. And so all of these people being here, compared to our 250, which counts all the kids and all the people, this is a huge percentage right here, and there were a lot of other people that would have come if there had been room for more. So there's a lot of people that really are involved in the town and a lot of
the investment
levels.
of the volunteer
yes,
doesn't feel like an obstacle for you.
Yeah, and you have to kind of keep your balance going to where you can carry on. We have to, like Rick was kind of saying, is when you work from March till October, and you're the only one, we all are short of employees, we kind of all just, but now we're energized, we're here, we're working on this, and you have to be able to push on through for the long haul. And it's a lot of us have lived here a long time because we can do that and see the seasons and see that it comes and goes.
That's good. Thank you. If you guys don't mind, we do need to move on or we'll run really late. If we have to, be pithy.
Okay. I was just going to say one thing that can change to what Cody was saying to any other people. The reason that they're not, the Europeans aren't as interested in the native culture, they're not aware of it. It's a marketing issue. This is something the state can do and something that we can do with some funding to help market that to them. That's what's the problem right now. It's not marketed to them. They're getting their from the travel agent over there that says, you want to see the fives, the monuments. You want to see the big five. So that's what they come expecting. So that's it.
Thank you. Okay, vision of success, and I'm gonna have to move a little bit more quickly through, and I certainly want you to keep weighing in as you see this, but clearly the town wants to be sustainable, local sustainability is important, strengthening that the infrastructure and services is seen as where we want to be. Where do we want to be? Community building, family friendly, livability, more services for the town, a sense of community and belonging. Business support of local government came up. Not that it isn't there. I think there have just been some differences in opinion about how that should happen. Cooperative Cultural Center is in action. It's been an exciting piece, and I've got more to talk about that. Water. The direct local control of direction of the town. Heritage, historical preservation, and protecting the land and landscape. This is the vision of success that came out of what we saw. I am going to move quickly through
Do
this.
we get to comment on that?
Sure.
Water.
Okay, yes, I think we need to talk about the water. You can stand up, Marks, if you'd like, and make sure you speak up.
That's all right, because I'm not going to. Every page, or at least 6 pages of your assessment references water.
It kept coming up.
Yeah, and
I didn't make it up.
I understand that. You know, you go from controlling growth through sewer and water. You have water issues going to continue to grow. The aquifer is not recharging, and if we continue to grow, okay, these are the comments, you know.
Yes, they are.
It says there's a water grab. Okay, water issues need to be solved. It's a water grab, a good and possible strategy. Take over water and any other county work from San Juan County. Okay. Get water department out from under county and state and into the county. Okay. Those are the issues. We went in there, the reason we were incorporated was to save water. I mean, when you take and look at every issue that is in almost every one of your pages that need to be done, comes back to water. The biggest misconception that this community has is the fact San Juan County has nothing to do with the water in Bluff. Absolutely nothing to do. The only function San Juan County has when it comes to water in Bluff is every 2 years it reinstates board members to the Bluff Water Works as directed by the state and the town itself.
Okay.
That's in their manifest. The Bluff Water Works is a special service district that was created by the state of Utah, signed into law by the lieutenant governor. Okay, at a recommendation by the Bluff service area and at public meetings and votes by the town. Okay, there is in no way, shape, or form that the city or that the county or the state has anything to do with water and Bluff. As far as not.
But they do appoint you. The county appoints you.
The county appointed, yes. The county appointed.
So there's some level of authority that the
Well,
county has.
the only authority is
Special district.
the existing Bluff, when it was first, it used to be the Bluff Water Works, and it was under the Bluff Water Works was the first political entity in Bluff. Before the service area was involved, before it was incorporated, the first elected entity in Bluff was the water.
Okay.
Okay, so when Bluff became a service area, and then when it first became the people that serving on the water board then was transferred into the water, to the service area board. And it is perpetuated from then on. The county basically appoints members to, or board members to, based on recommendations by the board.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't do this town or anyone else any good to have members on the board that don't know what's going on.
Yeah, I mean, may I interject?
Sure.
My understanding is that there have been some very productive meetings and that there is a very hopeful future for not only the relationship with the town, with the water board.
There
And
has
so-
been.
and I think I would say that's a piece of what the strategic plan will work on. Is that fair?
It is, and the thing of it is, Ann and I have had this discussion, we've had discussion at the water board meetings. There are some issues with the water in Bluff. The protection of the water or control by the city or the state are not the issues.
Okay, I
So
appreciate
in
that.
order to go forward with water, that we need to come out of a strategic planning with an understanding where it needs to go,
Okay.
not with the assumption that we're fighting the county or we're fighting the state, because that's going nowhere. It's gone nowhere for 25 years in the town of Bluff.
I can appreciate that. I don't know if the comments came across that way. Thoughts?
I was just gonna ask, so clearly relatively new to town, do you think that, I think there's always a fear of an unknown, and in incorporation, you know, part of what the town does, I mean, we try to lay out all of our laundry, right? There's a lot of dirty laundry out there, but it's all out for the public to see and kind of what's going on. And I know you hold regular meetings. Do you think that through this strategic planning process, we would be able, you would help us in educating the public so they know what's going on, they understand, you know, the council meeting, joint meeting we had, there was a lot of stuff that was uncovered that we're like, oh, that's really good to know, and it helps alleviate those fears. Is that something that, do you think would help, or do you think that, like, what's the perception?
Ann and I have talked about this. The waterworks is not a secret society. And it never has been. There has never been anyone that wanted to know any information about water that ever came to a water board meeting or asked that it wasn't given to them. So, you know, the thing of it is how do you educate people that don't want to hear what you're telling them?
Sure. I think that's
Okay, I'm not gonna force anybody to come find out what's going on with water. But I am really concerned about people sitting, especially in this town, sitting back, having a fear of our water resources without knowing the facts. That is scary to me.
So maybe it's, you know, a communication piece in this transition time, if that is what we're in, would be helpful.
I think that in Bluff, this goes back to, there's always two sides, and you're either on one side or the other side. I've spent 40, I'm not gonna say how many years, 40 some odd years of my life growing up being what I would consider a fence rider. I grew up in a family that I was a fence rider. I feel like
The peacemaker?
not necessarily a peacemaker. I don't know that I can go there.
The peacemaker.
I try to see both sides. I have dearly beloved people who ride on both sides. I value the opinion of both sides. I think there's a lot of people in this community to do that. I think there's a lot of people who don't. I think there are misconceptions that have been bred and perpetuated for years and years and years that are completely and absolutely false and have no basis, but somehow they still manage to raise their ugly head time and time again, whether it's a misconception that the water board was embezzling millions of dollars, whether it was the misconception that there was a fence placed around a local well to allow people to not get water from the well anymore. You know, and these are all kind of water related, but people related as well. And I think that rather than people trying to educate themselves about what's really going on, it's easier to believe the misconception and go with it. And that's what I would like to see our community change. The number one underlying, I think, seed to all of our problems is up until last year, I've served as the secretary of the water board for 10 years, 15 years, I don't even know. Up until the last year, we had every single meeting that I've ever attended with no audience. Last 2 years maybe, Ann and Linda have been a regular audience member, educating themselves about the water system. I think they've learned a lot. I don't know.
Well, I know when I turn the faucet, the water comes out. Thank you for that. But I do want to echo what's being said. I have to admit that 6 years ago, I was in that paranoia camp. I've moved way far from that in the sense of it's part of the community's obligation to know what's going on with the water, and by going to those water meetings, you do learn something. And the phrase "a lack of transparency" comes to mind, and you know, we try really hard to announce that we're going to the water meetings, that we've gone to the water meetings, anything that's important. But there's nothing that prevents, other than the lack of occasional seating arrangements because of the size, there is nothing that prevents the community from coming. And you know, we all know water is an issue. We all know, well, maybe not why it's an issue or what the issue is, but we're all concerned. And I think this is a good opportunity. We've had some good discussions the last 6 months or so about the water, and this is something we have to engage in, and we have to be open-minded.
I saw your hand first, and then Brent. Tina.
I'm forever grateful for all the work the water board does, and I just want to say I actually have been to a water board meeting. Anyway, I know they're open meetings, I know how hard you guys work. I also know, because I also hear some of the crazy ideas that are out there. I do think, even if it's a one-time thing, and perhaps it should be an annual thing, there should be water board at the community center doing the same kind of thing that the town has been so great about doing, which is an open meeting where people can ask, just an annual report that people can get on, on their computers at home, where they can come and sit and ask a few questions. I don't think it would be that hard to do. I know it's the kind of thing you probably hate, Marks, but I think it would just bury these misconceptions.
Okay, Brant, and then Jen, and then it's time for break.
You know, when I got to town, there was a water issue 10 years ago, and it was a threat that they wouldn't give the information, the water board wouldn't give the information unless we gave them the water. And it precipitated incorporation, really, was to protect our water. But so one question I have for the water board is, you're taking town water and selling it and keeping the money, and the town doesn't get paid for their water. Somebody explain to me how that works, in a fairness thing.
Okay, I can answer that really quick.
Okay.
A bunch of bullshit.
But
For one, the town never refused to give any documentation, or the water board has never refused to give any documentation to the town. Secondly, the town, the total revenue for water in Bluff is $82,000 a year. Complete total revenue. Out of that, we have to pay for everything. I have heard you state so many times that you have come to the water board and requesting financial information from the water board. Yet I have been on that water board for over 20 years, and I have never seen you at one water board.
I got the information I couldn't get from the
Okay,
state.
Plus.
So I don't need
every-
the information, Mark.
Plus, every bit of information that you just talked about, the Bluff Waterworks reports to the state every year. Its budget's there, its sales are there, everything. It's an open meeting law. Anybody is privy to that information anytime. And it's stuff that you say, like right there, that perpetuates the argument between the town council, the town, and the Bluff Waterworks, and it's garbage.
I'm just saying, tell me how it's fair.
That's
Please,
it.
let's stay respectful
Tell me
in the
how it's fair.
conversation.
Well, I am being respectful, but I get tired of listening
Okay.
to rhetoric and lies.
Okay. Jen, did you have
I was just gonna
something
say
to add?
that we do provide an annual report to every resident in this community every year. It's on the back of one of the water bills. It is there. If anyone has any question about what that report is stating, we are happy to explain it, but we do provide every water board customer that we have an annual report of what's happening with our water system.
One quick piece of information. Somewhere on our, when we get to the SWOT analysis, one of the weaknesses of Bluff is communication. It was brought up
Fair.
earlier.
That's a good point.
Okay. Okay.
That's what it is.
Judith?
Well, I just want to say that this is clearly going to resurface, and we've got a lot of bits and pieces of information that need to get out on the table in order to move this forward. But before we break, we also have two newcomers.
Take
Oh,
your-
sorry.
Yeah.
We have two people who didn't introduce themselves yet, so if we can just
Yeah.
do that before the
Hi,
break.
welcome. Tell us your name and if you're associated with an organization that you'd like to share.
Yeah, my name's Bill Brents. I'm from Hannafin, Hatch area. I'm a board of the UDB board member.
Okay,
I
welcome.
was just over the message, I received this message, so I thought a lot of my colleagues was gonna be here, but
Thank you for coming. Okay.
I was listening.
Thank you.
And I like what Tara was
Oh,
saying
sorry.
about the laundromat and the traditional food where we can have a good place to eat, you know, like us, you know, we usually look for a place where we want to eat, where they serve good food. Sometimes we have to run to Cortez, you know, that's about an hour away. You know, we like to have something established here and bring people in to count a little bit more people, and a laundromat, you know, there's usually there's a bunch of washers down there, but only about 2 or 3 of them be working. Then the dryer is not hot enough to, put quarters in there. Maybe we can update all those and bring more people into the community here.
Okay, thank you. Okay, hi.
Hey, I'm Andrew Schuman. Only been in Bluff probably about 7 or 8 months now. You may know I live with Amanda Lincoln. Since I've been here, I've gotten involved with the mission in trying to cultivate the community farm. You know, we have the community garden there, but we've been trying to develop into a community farm. Also in the process of trying to get government grants for Bluff for some sort of free food distribution, produce, organic produce.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we do. We have much more we need to dig into. I think though it's time for a break, and let's come back at 11:20.
Do you love Gantt charts? Here's how easily you can build one in ClickUp. Let's map out the tasks for your Gantt chart in this list. Perfect. Now, let's add a Gantt view. set the dates for your tasks, and voila, we've got a Gantt chart. You can also set dependencies,
Hey everybody, we're really gonna get started here in just a couple of seconds. I'd like to talk for a couple of minutes about the rest of some of the assessment. One of the things that we spent some time asking folks about was the cooperative cultural center, and it is a key partnership of the town of Bluff, because the Utah Genetic actually made a large investment, and the town working together with them are working towards a shared owning the, really and using that property in a shared way. So these are the comments that folks said. It's a great opportunity. Formal processes for the partnership are needed. This meaningful partnership is positive for the town, positive for all the residents of the town. there may be a cultural disconnect between UDB and the town leaders. I think that's a communications piece. And there are funding concerns long-term about the project. Those are the things that came up. I don't know if anybody has any thoughts or comments. I have a little bit more to share, but I'm happy to entertain comments of folks as you think about that space. We toured it yesterday. I'd seen pictures and really have spoken a lot about it. Jen?
I hate to raise my hand in these things because I feel like my whole entire life I've dominated conversations, and I really don't mean to.
That's okay, just make sure you speak up.
Okay, this is a stake for me.
A stake.
A stake. I'm gonna use your terms.
Can you maybe face this way, Jen?
Sure. This is a stake for me because when we got the go-ahead that we were gonna have a new elementary school and we were losing our building, that became an aha flashpoint moment for me. I was involved in Bluff Elementary education for a long time. I was also involved in the inception and now loss of our after-school program, which was held at the Bluff Elementary School. A little bit of background on the after-school program was that we used to, as after-school program, people have to go attend a state meeting every year. And so when we were looking for funding and things like that, we were attending this and going to different people who offered funding for after-school programs. And every person that I spoke to in the Salt Lake area was amazed that our after-school program served 85% of our elementary school's population. That's unheard of in an after-school program for one location statewide. They were like, 85%, are you kidding me? I was, no, we're not. This is how many kids utilize this program. So then, school district being school district, whatever, came upon some roadblocks in applying for grant funding and things like that. And I've always kind of thought that this is such a great beginning. How can we expand it to serve more people? Because we're serving 85% of our elementary school population, but my middle schooler has nowhere to go for an after-school program. So many people have nowhere to go for alternative high school adult education type things. So when the elementary school came up, I was talking with Utah Denibikea, at that point in time was run by Gavin Noyes. He's no longer there, but he was expressing a similar vision and need. And I have a lot of small room conferences in my lobby, which is very small. But we talk and generate a lot of ideas. And I said, Gavin, we need to work together to develop an after-school program. We need to buy the elementary school and push our after-school program. That was kind of my thing. My good friend Melissa Eggy, who ran the after-school program for many years, and I would just, it's like, we feel like we could expand this, but we're limited by the school district and what grants that they will provide. So I started talking to Gavin, and then I invited a few, this was before we were incorporated, a few people that I thought, oh, the town should be involved in this as well. So I'm not taking all of the credit for it, but I am. So this is a stake. I would like to see the CCC become a partnership that values Navajo culture. I would like to see a hogan built in the side yard. I would like to see winter cultural things happen. We used to have star parties at the elementary school that I loved. I would cry at those parties because it was such a good melding between the Navajo culture and our importance of dark skies in this community. And I think it's really something we're missing. I also think that we are greatly missing a Navajo Cultural Heritage Museum because I do believe that Europeans like to come and learn about the native cultures, but where do I send them? Because we don't have a good location. So I think that's a perfect place for that. I think it's a great place to evolve and have a native foods garden. I think it's important to teach our things. I really want to see that still remain an educational center. And like I said, this is a stake for me. I've put a lot of thoughts, I've put a lot of energy into how these things could mold. That's the direction that I would like to see it. I'm sad because I've watched it sit empty for 2 years and I feel like the building is deteriorating. And everybody knows that when a building isn't used, it's going to deteriorate and it's going to fall apart. So I would really like to push people that speed it up, let's get it going. We really need it. Tara was talking about an area that native vendors could come and set up. Perfect location. My biggest challenge right now as a hotel owner is when people check into my rooms last night, these ladies experienced it last night. Where am I gonna eat dinner? Thank God for the Cedar Shack. Jared, thank you for staying open. You know, we need this. We need these spaces. We need, if it's a place where people can pull in a food truck and open up and not have to invest in a expensive restaurant, as Aaron and Jacob are just about to undertake, having those solid footprints are expensive and they're hard to do. But I encourage, because I see a lot of people on both sides of the fence right now, Utah and Nicosia, Town of Bluff, I encourage you to work on this and get it moving, please.
Wow.
I'm feeling a sense of urgency there.
Well,
Is that what that
it's a
was?
stake. Maybe
Well
it's a
done.
boulder, but
No, well
it's a
done.
stake, at least.
Cody, I'll echo off of what Jen was saying. It might be a stake for her, but I think it's a headstone for a lot of other folks, probably over on the river left over there. I just had a conversation that if the CCC was to move in that direction, it would open up all kinds of doors and allow for river left to be a part of Bluff. If that's what you guys are looking for, that's the easiest way to do it. And I think all you gotta do is ask.
One thing I loved about the conversation that came up through whether the surveys or interviews and the conversations we had was there were so many amazing ideas that came out of that. There's so much hope and expectation around what the CCC will be and become. There's just so much there. There were 12 literally different ideas, because I combine things, you know, around cultural activities, traditional arts, arts preservation, government services that could sort of really kind of come and at least provide a way, not just for the town, but potentially for state and federal agencies to have an office of some sort, and make it easier for folks in the area to get a driver's license or whatever. Ann?
So, I think the council's pretty committed at this point to moving it forward, and I'm sure Utah and Nicosia is too. So, here's my ask. How are we gonna get somewhere upward of $300,000 to 1 point something for the fire suppression?
Speak up a little bit, Ann.
We need to get money, bottom line. The estimates were over $300,000 for the least expensive fire suppression and more than $1.5 million to do the classic, put it up in the ceiling. With COVID, we probably are closer at the high end of $2 million. We've got about 80,000 on the town side. We've got some money on UGB. We're not exactly sure, 50, 60, 70,000. We are $150,000 to $200,000 short. We cannot occupy the building until then. So, governor's office.
Colette, you're on.
Colette, put you on the spot.
She's taking
We could
notes,
use
I
some
can
help.
see.
And part of where, so the community understands that part of where we get stuck is we are a partner with the Native organization, and we are a municipal organization. And when we go to CDBG, we can't get it there, we can't get it from CIB, we can't get it from here. Both organizations are hand-tied, but we would love to be using the building at this point because the community center is going to be under construction this fall, and we're going to have to be out of here as a government office, and where are we going if we can't go to the CCC? We'll be officing maybe in tents on the grounds there. But, you know, this is where we're stuck, and it's not for lack of wanting to move it. It's for lack of where do we get the money. So that's my pitch.
Okay, thanks, Dan. Colette, did you have something to
I was just gonna add that this has been done before, it's not completely unheard of, but it is very tricky because of the federal, state, and local money, and combining money with, tribal entities and things like that. But there are ways to do this, and we can put you in touch with other communities that have done this and help with some new resources. There's actually a new loan program that's through the state. It's ARPA money. The state didn't want to just give away. They put it into a revolving loan fund for communities to use. There's one pocket of money for businesses, and then there's one pocket for communities and counties to use. And so when you've gone through the community block grants and those have fallen through or it's just not a good fit, and you've exhausted other resources, this ARPA money in the revolving loan fund is perfect. And it's not going to pay for everything, but you're going to use it in combination with other monies. And so I definitely am committed to helping with that. But I think it's going to solve a lot of your problems to have a building, because once you have you build it and they will come, right? And then you have some opportunities for commerce. The other thing that I'm going to just throw in here as a possibility, if you tweak the name a little bit, just a little bit, you've got the Cooperative Cultural Center, and if you have that as part of the building, but if you cordon off a piece of that building for economic development, innovation, entrepreneurship, then all of a sudden you have an opportunity to get more money to support the building that is specific for innovation and entrepreneurship. And again, I can connect you to that.
So like that business resource piece. Mark's next.
And going back what Jennifer said about a cultural
Speak up, please.
museum,
Speak up, please.
is I worked really hard with Chinle several years ago when they were trying to put a cultural museum in Chinle. Okay, at that time, we went through and found out that working with the Smithsonian Institute, there's artifacts and stuff that they are overwhelmed with that they're wanting to send back to the areas they came from. Okay, and then dealing with that, we found out if you were to take and incorporate a cultural museum into that building, you add to the realm of having funding from the federal as well as the state.
That's
So
great.
what
That's a
it
good
does,
point.
it potentially gives you articles and artifacts that you can add to a center, but it also gives you another source of funding.
I want to ask my Janae friends, because I also am concerned about this. When do we cross the line of exploiting culturalism? Am I crossing the line in trying to turn this not into a tourist attraction? Because that's not really how I think of it, although I think it has value there too. I think of it as a way that we can educate our whole entire area of the beliefs and the importantness of the Dene people. But this is coming from my Belagana brain rather than somebody else. So if I'm offending anybody with this, I don't want to be culturally insensitive, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. So if I come across that way, please let me know.
I think I would like to weigh in.
Defer to Utah and WKF, because I would like to hear their perspective on this as well.
Complicated issue, very complex. I have served on a lot of committees. The most complex one was the Utah Trust Fund. 18 years working with government legislators. And instead of working together as the whole Utah resident, we have a line that calls sovereignty. But the sovereignty is still collect tax and sovereignty, you take it out. There's no problem. But bringing back money into the sovereignty is a very hard issue. So with that in mind, this building that we're talking about, there were some issues with it, where the fire suppressor, this young lady's referred to use this. Anything that we're trying to do, it costs money, takes with it. I worked for an oil company for 41 years. Started out with Texaco, Chevron, Rivian, independent. You gotta have a plan, but the plan takes money. So I retired last year, started working on other things, this stuff, community, long-term services. And with that, I know where she's coming from, and my wife was a school teacher for 32 years, and she was retired school teacher. So everything that's, each and every one of us who have kids, grandkids, like to see extracurricular activity, which we don't have in this part of the area. But we do have some through the school, but they're not really funded for what we want, what we need. So with that, thinking of that, with this office here, that we're involved with the Nebuchadnezzar. Our organization is run on donation, just donation. People donate generous donations. And we're a non-profit organization. And thinking about the organization that the board that was on with the Utah Navajo Trust Fund that served on the chair for 18 years, working with governors and legislators. We got some stuff done through just by barking up a tree to work it. The Utah state has some housing program. There's a whole full housing program. There's a homeless veteran, holding water. They can't bring their money into the reservation. They have to give it to the Navajo Nation, route it to the Navajo Nation, and utilize it that way for the chapters. If they do, there's an admin charge. He said, I told the governor, we have it. Utah Navajo Trust Fund, we're a non-profit organization. Why don't you use us as a vehicle? And then we established that revitalization to make that as a vehicle. We can spend your money without having costs. So we did that. There were a lot of houses. All that, and the impact fund, again, we're Utah, is supposed to be entitled to it because we cannot, due to the sovereignty. But then again, how can we spend the impact for the government level? We said, no, we can only do it administrative. Well, can the administrative be labor, like people working on it? Then they agree on the hour. Okay, we take a lot of materials, housing materials, different materials to this organization, we come out and transfer to the reservation. And we take it to their own site and sit in there and be curated. It's like putting money in the black hole. And said, why do you as an impact fund pay these guys maybe 15 carpenters? They'll build houses for the youth members. Pay them out of their impact. You see a lot of these vehicles going around with the Utah State Ambulance on there, working, going out with this. So a lot of things can happen. Hear what you guys are talking about.
Yeah.
The one she's talking about, there's a lot of ideas. We really come together. easily read it, but it has the culture to do it, the preservation, art preservation, and the government building, I'm for it. And we can have our BLM for services like going myself. Maybe work with the county government and a driver's license being here, we can renew our stickers there. Where else on the Arizona side they have satellites here and there. People that don't have the luxury to drive. So things like that, you know, I really support economic development too. Yeah, money, you know, out here the jobs are really scarce. People are looking for jobs, looking for opportunities. I think that's the ideal of what we discuss all the time. We like to help. So even though we own the portion of the building in the city of Bluff, and I always think that, you know, we gotta think big, we gotta think little, but at the same time, we gotta be conservative. So Landon could be a booming town. This could not be it. We might have our own grocery stores, we might have a mini ball farms. We're doing good in Montezuma Creek, but that's all the story. Things like that are the necessity. You know, we don't have to drive 80, 70 miles off the reservation to Memphis to give our dollars to another state. We're going to spend it here, maybe in the town of Bluff. So we have our own police department, a lot of these fucking, look out there. What you guys are here, you foresee way beyond the horizons. I'm with you guys. I like to see it. That's where we're coming from.
Right.
We like to see everybody come together. So we're, like I said, you know, we're running just on donation. We don't get funded yearly, whatever. We don't encumber things, whatever. We just utilize what's coming to us. Thank you.
Thank you. What I expect in our process is that there will be deep discussion and hopefully forward movement, a sense of urgency around what will happen with the Operating Cultural Center. Tara,
Yeah.
If you could keep it.
Yeah,
if
I'm
we
going
have
to. I think my biggest question and the elephant in the room is, where do we find these progressive thinkers? Where do we find people that will be in the moment, at the time, working on these things? I'm a progressive person. When I want something done and I want a project done, I want it done within a timeline of 4 months, at least. The same thing, the one thing that happened with Herbert's Warm Elders program, he has worked out of his own pocket, paying for things out of his own pockets for 3 to 4 years. That was an individual that was a go-getter. He did things, and this year he just he needed help. So I reached out to him and I said, okay, what can we do? Let's fast track this because this needs to happen. Within a month's time, we raised enough money to make that possible. This year, we were able to buy 3 semi-truckloads of firewood, cut them up, and get them distributed to families. Those are the type of people that I would like to work with, and that's what I'm hoping that Utah Nebuchadnezzar would be a part of that thought process, is where, okay, we want to be progressive. These are some of the things that we're looking at. These are some of the projects that we want to see happening. Can you be in the moment and be able to move those projects forward and be able to help to educate yourself, to communicate with us, and to understand that these things should have happened yesterday? So those are the type of things. And so right now, and I've had conversations with Ann about what can I do to help fast track what's happening at the old elementary school. What are some of the things, some of the projects that I'm working on to help fast track to utilize that facility? So I've been coming up with my own programs and trying to find my own funding and different type of resources to help with these things. I have a group of foster kids coming in in April that we'll be doing foraging in the area for traditional and cultural medicine and food. So those are some of the things that I've created and started programs around as well. And so I would love to use the facility here in Bluff to make that possible, to have a classroom. But it's not when do we get this project moving? How can I help you to make this project possible? So we can fast track a lot of these programs.
Thanks. Thanks,
And then
Sarah.
thank you for being from the state, just being able to maybe help me with some resources and some ideas to make fast track those as well. Mhm.
That's great.
Lots to provide.
Okay, thanks. Brant?
I'm on that CCC committee with Jim, with the town reps, and we are really want to get this thing going. We've just been focusing on trying to get in there. Occupancy, obviously the food bank and the UDB offices are going. So we're so ready, and then we want to get a community meeting together and talk about all the uses that we've talked about and how to utilize that building. So
That's great.
2 years we've
You're
been
ready.
trying to get
Everybody's
some
ready.
cash, and I just can't tell you how important it is for us to move forward.
Terrific, thank you. It appears that really everyone's on the same page. I love that. We'll spend time in the development of this process, of this plan over the next few months, really diving into some more of the rest of the planning around this. So I think that'll be terrific. I'm going to slide through the next group of slides fairly quickly so we can move on. We're just going to have lunch 15 minutes late. I hope that's okay with you all. I'm just going to move through. These are what you all said. The three most important things. These are the top of the list right here. Housing, environmental sustainability. Should I move back one? More inclusive community, new business development, improving town services. Priority themes. Quality of life is at the top. Health and safety, infrastructure, and economic opportunity was your number 4. Looking ahead, optimizing for future success, and then success for this was a really long list with you all. Let me go back one. That was a really long list. I had to move my gals way up there in the corner because there were lots of things that were said. The CCC will come to being more clear priorities, a roadmap. We are going to help you get there. Our plan that we have outlined is going to help us get there and measure these things. Pitfalls, you need to communicate better. Stay focused on priorities. There's a lot of really good ideas there. I'm just not going to read them all. But in navigating a vision, somebody said this. This is an actual direct quote. You must be firm, inclusive, and willing to compromise, but not give up our values. I love that. So, some of the questions that really Judith and I spent time outlining are here. And I'd like to take a little bit of time, but I'm not going to do it right now. I think I'd like for us to move forward into our strategic assessment, and then we're going to come back and talk about many of these questions after our lunch. What I'd like to do right now is have us break up into 4 groups. So I'm going to count off by 4, and then have you have one group is going, group 1 will focus on strengths, group 2 will focus on opportunities, group 3 weaknesses, and group 4 threats. Let's start counting right here with you, Tara. 1,
2.
Debbie, you're a 3.
4.
2, 3,
4. 1. 2. 4. 1, 2, 4.
2.
4, 1.
Is that everybody?
Can you grab Melissa in the back? Melissa, you're 2. Thanks, Melissa.
Okay. Okay, so let's have the 3s all come here. The 1s over here. The 2s in that corner. And the 4s in that corner.
I can remember one.
So it's
Debbie stays.
I don't remember what this table.
1.
Oh, I don't even have to move.
so it goes
2s are there. No. So what you're going to do is literally spend about 10 minutes focusing on that area that you've been assigned in that number.
Yeah, you're 3, so you're here.
And we're going to do report outs. After literally 10 minutes, we're going to report out. Okay, identify a note taker, and a presenter.
All right, I'm gonna try to mic up your table. Sorry. Debbie, I'm gonna put the mic here. We're just gonna test if it works. So, don't feel pressured.
No pressure. You'll do time? All right. I can do notes.
Are you doing notes?
I can take notes.
All right. Presenter.
We need to, I can do that.
I'm ready.
Okay.
Perfect. Okay. So we are weaknesses.
No, we're opportunities, aren't we?
We're number 3. We're
Okay,
weaknesses.
was 3 was weakness?
Yes.
Oh, okay, so you didn't go across the board. Okay, good. Weaknesses, okay.
All right, so I don't know. What's our time?
10 minutes.
So we're gonna just time 10 minutes starting right there.
Yes. And you're going to focus on,
Weaknesses.
okay. And if you move to other areas, that's okay, but you're going to report out on the weaknesses.
Sherry, give me a 10-minute timer.
All righty.
Weaknesses, start with you.
Weaknesses. Communication is a weakness.
Let's go around the table. Want to go second, want to go my way?
You know, you
Just-
took my answer. I was going to also say communication. Distance.
Weaknesses and what?
Let me tell you, I'm putting on this with not just money.
Polarized. What was the second word? Opinions.
I don't live in Bluff.
You're on the table there. Any ideas about what?
I would say funding.
I work with other people. Communication polarized. I think gossip.
Gossip.
That's contributed to miscommunication. So the Bluff woman can be destructive.
Yep.
Create the false narrative. People who listen to that develop this opinion. But the people who are doing the actual work, maybe they're not getting their
Message across.
message out. Well, I was thinking about the water board. They say nobody comes to our meeting. But I've never seen a water board meeting notice. At the post office, the community bulletin board, and they're not on the Utah Public Notice website. So we need to be very clear about letting people know this is happening. Please come to the meeting. Okay, that makes sense? Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. Mine was also communication, and I was thinking the same thing during the water board discussion, was that I mean, probably also for lack of looking into it, I didn't know that there was a water board until like 3 weeks ago. And so that's just an example. There are plenty of other things, plenty of other committees and organizations that I don't know exist because there is no information on them. And so if we're also talking about resolutions, having some sort of board that has this information of when meetings are, or a schedule, and just some sort of awareness, or an email that's sent out, or, you know, just something.
I think as part of all of this is there's a lack of data. People don't rely on data, they go to the gossip, as you said, and which is some that is a weakness. There's data out there, but data isn't considered many times. It's what people think or whatever, and I think the data, lack of data, I don't know if it's awareness or use to generate whatever ideas are around.
And part of that, people going to those that are the gossipers, the people that just tend to know all of the information in town. You know who those people are, but you don't know where to get the correct information. It's a lot easier to go to someone else who has taken in all of the information from everyone else, and they have created their own understanding and their own opinion on things, and that's the opinion that is then broadcast because no one else knows where do I get the actual information. It's you go to the one who knows everything, and everybody knows who that is or where that is.
I think that being multicultural is a weakness. Just in coordination, we have today, Anglo, there's a lot of different cultures here. It's not two cultures, it's multicultural. That in itself gives a strength, and if there's a weakness, trying to figure out how do I say hello in 3 different languages.
Yeah.
So that's, I think, a weakness that can be developed as this cultural
Say the first word that you had said, the multicultural. What was the second word you had said? Sorry to make you rethink everything.
Multicultural, relating to multiculturals is difficult.
Okay.
Maybe that's a little bit of a weakness as far as how we all get together.
Yeah, I mean, I see a bunch of what we're saying is positive and it's a double-sided thing. Again, you know, my opinions as someone who just moved here, I'm not even informed, so I'm going to throw in there, is there an online community bulletin board of sorts? Is there something?
There's a landing board. Some people are on it, so
I'm not a big.
I'm not on it.
There's a community center calendar, but I only know that because I do it. It is online.
So
Yeah.
anyone can get the information of community events,
Yes.
water board meetings.
That's not on there because I haven't.
So obviously, everything needs to be filtered into that.
Yeah.
So you can get some sort of community based. And if you want to attend a board meeting, you can.
Yeah.
Communication is probably the most critical, most important thing to establish.
How do we talk?
How we talk to each other, how we see each other. So like you said yesterday, multicultural, Spaniards, Navajo, different nationalities. Arizona, New Mexico.
There's another issue, and I think, Brent, it's been brought up on some of these. There's not many people in the town or wherever that really wish to participate.
Limited pool.
Well, I don't know if it's a limited pool, but they're not going to be able to want to participate. And without their participation, all the burden is on the few people that do. This has to do with several things. You know, it's that participation.
But see, that's
Yeah,
not
and
some
then
of our
a lot of things that this organization needs to do is send out the invitation to the people. You know, we're involved. You know, like publicize it. There's no newspapers here saying that this organization is having their meeting. You're welcome to participate. We'd like to listen to your ideas and all that. You know, it's how a lot of organizations start. You know, we're talk to the grassroots people, people that, you know, then they have ideas. So that way people know each other, know who they are, what they're talking about. Everybody's on the same page.
Yeah.
One of the communication.
Yeah, definitely. Oh my gosh. So not only that invitation, but also allowing everyone adequate time to speak and giving people the floor without interruption and giving people that time for understanding. Because where people are able to finish what they're saying is where understanding will form.
There's another weakness, I think, the lack of knowledge that we talked about earlier about where we're talking about the new building, whatever you're talking about, it's the revenue generation. There's a lack of knowledge where the revenue actually comes from that runs this town, that provides for the monies to do all of the wish lists, which is what I call this is all of a wish list.
Yeah.
They ask everybody, what do you want to do? It's a wish list. But all those wish lists take people's time or money to develop it. And I don't know that everyone in town understands where those revenues actually come from. You know, some are grants, some are whatever.
Yeah. Which, insanely enough, also can relate back to communication.
Yeah. Communication is a big deal.
Yeah, because if that information is provided, if people are able to understand where things come from, then people can then reach out to those other organizations or.
Yeah.
Everyone at the table has already agreed.
We have
11 seconds to go. Wait, don't count down. This is time to discuss. I don't have anything.
Just turn it off. Another thing that communication-wise, I was a supervisor for 28 years, and I was elected official.
Yep.
Elected official for 2 terms. I have to be precise, safe. So there's no two ways about it.
Sounds like my alarm clock.
Is that your tone that you wake up to?
That's mine. That's mine.
I'm so early, I don't use a clock.
One.
Well, I'm retired. I started sunrise, sunset, that's about it.
Thanks for that great conversation. We're gonna have group 1 start and report out, and Deb's gonna go ahead and
information on communication as well as there.
make her notes as you go and have this conversation. After each group reports out, we will have lunch, but, you know, certainly open to have some conversation along the way here. So who's gonna report out?
I scribbled the notes.
Okay.
So I will present. However, the team was wonderful.
Sorry, remind me which group you're in.
We're in group 1 strengths. Yes. So the first thing that came up, and I think we all, beautiful location. We are blessed with wonderful access to public lands. We have the river. Dark skies are amazing here. There was a lot of talk about culture and history and how these things kind of all merge together. I'm going to throw the word melting pot out there because I think that's a good, we're all melding together. Some additional strengths were some of the physical town assets, like the Bluff Community Center and the CCC. However, it's really hard to just talk about strengths when we see all of the opportunities, where my opportunity group is. So it was definitely talked about how access to these that is an opportunity that some people are privileged with more access, and some people don't feel as though they have access or haven't been invited or just don't know about it. Overall, tourism, definitely a strength. Education and just the sense of community. Cultural events came up a lot, and how cultural events, Bluff and where it is geographically positioned, is a really great access point for cultural events from across the river and here a little bit northern as well.
Erin, did you mention education? And in what context?
Education, we had.
I heard you say it, but I wasn't sure what the context was.
Can you read this? No.
But we don't want to miss it.
No, education is more of like a living education and bringing all of these different ideas together cross-culturally. Yes. What did I miss, team?
Oh, that we're incorporated, that we're a town.
Yes, incorporated, and now we have some supporting staff members as part of the governmental entity.
Okay, well done, nice job, good job. If you feel like there's something important they've missed along the way, add in. Where's group 2? Okay.
I hope there were still opportunities, because that's what we did. We need to do neat things as well. I think our group, one of the biggest opportunities is working with the NIC. We're right here. Some of us say it's a border town, not really a border town. We're an island that's surrounded by different indigenous people, and that should be celebrated. That's a huge opportunity right there. Communication. Communication is always an opportunity. Sit down and communicate, probably no. Prioritize efforts, capturing money, grants, federal, state, and private. Service extended into community, a green and progressive technology community.
Okay, slow down for just one moment, sorry.
Yeah.
I'm trying to capture it all. What was the last thing you said that had the word green?
Green and progressive technologies.
That's a great opportunity. Great. Thank you, sorry.
Right.
Carry on.
Extend the visitor season. The shoulder season, public businesses. We have an opportunity to keep costs and living reasonable and figuring out ways to do that.
The cost of living? Cost
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Good.
Regional community and economic development, planning with the tribe, and getting the right people in the right places.
Can I talk for tribes, that's plural?
Tribes, yeah, many of them, all 26 plus.
Okay. That's great, thank you. Nicely done. Appreciate that.
Number 3?
Yeah.
Right here. Weaknesses. The number one weakness that we kept coming back to was communication. We've had that discussion earlier, and it has to do with several areas. Let me see if I can get them all on here. Part of communication as a subtotal, the gossip contribution to misconceptions, communications for notice of meetings, a lack of data, not considered going straight to the sources, so information is filtered then. Knowledge of the revenue generation, these are all part of the communication effort that needs to help.
So there's, yeah, okay.
To help do stuff. Another item was the distance Bluff is from other communities and other markets, or whatever we want to talk about, the distance away that we are. Polarized opinions. And one of the things we did bring up also was the multicultural community. That can be a weakness as well, as we're not totally all focused. Another portion is participation of the people of town on many levels to get info to everybody on all the events and things. It's the participation that is causing a lot of burnout, I'll say, to many of the members of the town council and other areas that are around. I know for the balloon festivals, the art festivals, it's the same people that do it all. And without other participation, it is a burnout, and that will be another one of our weaknesses. I think that was about it.
That's great, nicely done. Okay. And I am sorry you had to focus on the very few weaknesses of the Somebody had to.
We were tough enough.
Okay, group 4.
All right, so we kind of got derailed for a moment on whether no growth or too much growth was the threat. And then we pulled the time out on that. So I would say both of those. No growth or too much growth.
Too much growth.
It is both a threat. Aging, not enough replacement of population. We feel is a threat. Did you mean not connecting with the larger cities as a threat or not?
Thank you very good notes. I could actually read it.
Well, it's, I think they mentioned it as a weakness, that we're so removed from the hubs.
Remote.
You can't get supplies in, you can't get, all those things, you can't do stuff like you can in the city. You can't pop down.
So connectivity with other resources. One that I love, Tropic brought up, that just kind of stagnation, lack of educational opportunities. And how do you tie that in with growth? If we don't grow and we stagnate, our educational opportunities are very limited.
Are those two separate things, or are they related to each other integrally?
Both.
Okay.
I think the discussion was stemmed from the stagnation. If we stagnate and we maintain the same, we're not seeing the educational opportunities that we're looking for our children. I think that's is that right, Roman?
If I can, I'd love your analogy of like blood in the human body, like replenishing, pumping, circulating through. So that's great.
Love that.
Another discussion was bears' ears as a potential threat, potentially large volume of visitation. We talked about water supply, not knowing if it's being replenished or not. And I think water throughout the globe is a concern. Another one was brought up, and said making sure that the town is viable for families is a potential threat. And I found that interesting in the survey. A lot of the things, since there's over 75% who responded that were over the age of 55, a lot of the responses were in that healthcare, kind of vein of aging. Yet these issues with young children are overshadowed perhaps because the voice isn't there. Because those people who are responding are more concerned about other things. That's just an observation again. We didn't discuss it.
No, super interesting, but what also came up, right, was this big, huge concern about housing. But y'all, almost everybody that responded to the survey is a homeowner. So it really does sort of cut across in some ways.
Concerned that the homes that are available might continue to be purchased by affluent second home owners, people who don't live here as residents full time, and or Airbnbs converted. And then maybe one last one was just not being inclusive. The threat could be not being inclusive.
And one we didn't bring up, which we would all agree is we don't have connection from the west side to the east side with walkable bicycle.
So how do you want to say that?
Walkable,
Just the
not being walkable is a threat because it's a safety threat.
You can get killed on that bridge.
That's the worst, but you can't. The threat is that we'd end up being two separate sides of town and we can't just physically move back and forth.
You see West Side Story.
Okay, that's
Ju-
great,
Julie?
thank you. Yeah.
I have something that I just thought about, that would be both a weakness and a threat, willingness to compromise. I've been here for 15 years, and I've been very surprised about that issue here. And it's something to consider. Everyone has their own opinion, and it's like, it's a block. It's one of your blocks, you know?
Gotcha.
Our highway speed is a threat.
Oh, yes.
Our highway speed is a threat in my mind. I
It's-
just
it's-
thought about it.
It's
So
scary.
It's too
we got to
fast.
slow traffic down.
Good God, yes.
Yeah, we had originally also said, strong personalities, kind of along the lines of that. Can you compromise? That's a threat. There's just a lot of passion in this town.
And then Jen has one.
I would like to add a threat that I think the survival of our local government system is financially reliant on business success. I would wish that there were some other, and I don't even know how to go about doing this, some other government revenue streams. Taxes. Yeah, property tax, none of us want our property taxes raised, but I think it's kind of scary that as a town, we are relying on, what happens to us, God forbid, we have another COVID season or something like that, and we don't have our funding. Our TRT, our revenue, our sales tax revenue, things like that, how does this function survive without that stream? I think we're way, I think we're not diverse enough, I guess is the way that I'm
The
going to
whole
say
town
that.
is threatened.
Right,
Right.
Yeah.
The town is, not just the government.
Sure.
We have a sole source industry.
Yeah, and that's what my comment is, just to sum it up, is the weakness is lack of economic diversity. And, but it's also an opportunity, it ties back to an opportunity to diversify the opportunities outside of, employment with government entities, right? School, BLM, Park Service, the tribe, and then our tourism economy looking, or, even further out, mining, oil and gas, those that are regional economic development drivers, looking for other bright spots to add into that economic mix.
Yeah.
It's a true opportunity that will help with that resiliency.
Well, and I don't feel right now that as a town we really gain anything. Well, we gain some from our government employee living here type of situations, but for example, the elementary school isn't doing anything to financially benefit the town of Bluff other than employing some residents here who spend some money, right? But, whereas I collect a hotel tax that goes directly to the coffers of the town of Bluff. The restaurants collect a restaurant tax that doesn't go necessarily to the town of Bluff, but goes to San Juan County or goes to the state of Utah. So flushing out that nonprofit and that government, why it's important to have that economic stream coming in from the sales tax and things that those people spend, it doesn't do a lot to prop up the coffers of the success and detrimentation of the community. Okay, a couple more.
On a different note, just a threat that concerns me in town, there are a number of abandoned trailers that are close to my property and also close to our elementary school that are disintegrating, and it isn't unusual when the wind blows for pieces of metal to fly through the air, which could kill somebody like a little kid or me. And it's only getting worse, and I don't have any idea how to address this problem, but it is a threat.
So it's a public safety. Go ahead, Ann.
You can write grants to take care of blight. And I looked at it 2 years ago for that very reason, because we're 2 blocks away to the west, but we got a huge piece of sheet metal.
Yeah,
It would require, I would agree with you, and I think it's something that we can look at, but what we need is a grant writer, because then you have to be able to identify the owners of those abandoned trailers and give notice and public hearing. It's a whole big project, and I totally agree with you that it's something we've talked about, it's come on the council, I work with the grants, but again, we're back to, hey, we need a grant writer, we need somebody full-time.
Okay. Yeah?
If I can just quickly add, I want to make sure we don't miss the value of the 501c3s here and the opportunity to make this a C3 hub. I would estimate that at one point, probably 75% of the people under 40 were employed by 501c3s.
Gotcha.
That's what's changed, I was just gonna say that, that's what's changed since Bears Ears came in and Rupp, they moved into town, but then they is here, from Cedar Mesa, all those have brought young people
Yeah.
to town. Before that.
Or I'm just,
Yeah.
DVD, you've had what, 3 or 4 people
Exactly.
stay.
And now,
Yeah.
yes, tomorrow, so that's been the key to attracting.
Okay.
Having to do with one of the strengths here, and it's just been mentioned, not only do we have the opportunity and it's from tourism to give us a tax base for revenue, we also have the opportunity for grants. That's the second biggest provider of revenue for the city right now.
Okay. Terrific. Thank you all for going through this process. We'll spend some time making sure we've captured everything as you would like. If you have any other light bulbs you want to add on, we can, we'll be around, talk to Deb. But it sounds like I think it's time for this amazing lunch. Who wants to tell us about it?
I'm just associated with the person who cooked it. So enchiladas, there are chicken and vegetarian enchiladas. Please help yourselves. I think there will be cookies at our break. We wanted to space that out, but I'd say help yourself. Maybe we go kind of by, so it's not all everyone running.
Whatever works, and we have 30 minutes.
And can we say this is from the newest business in town?
Economic development.
Let it spin, sister, let it spin. I've been working 30 years.
And then for the day trip, is it better the weekend or it's like a
Day trip doesn't matter, it's okay. What time?
so even like a weekday? Actually, it's like how many, like I don't know, it's maybe depend on activities, but how many hours or half day is enough or full day if it's day trip?
If we do Sand Island to Mexican Hat with a motor rig, it's still all day. 8
Okay,
to 5.
8 to 5.
Yeah. And they'll be exhausted by the time they're here.
Cool. 8 to 5. That's good to know.
Today, I can't wait to work with you. I can't wait to work with you. Work with you. With our archival stuff, museum stuff, our emails. Can't wait. Oh yeah, did I miss a webinar? Did I miss a webinar? Did you have a webinar? Yeah, that I was doing so well inside my technical. Okay. Deal. All right, I'll go back and check that one.
Okay, everybody, I hope you loved lunch from Jacob as much as we did. Nice job. Thanks, Jacob. We loved it. That was terrific. So this next part of our day is a time for us to have an opportunity to really think clearly, more deeply about our future. And so we spent the morning talking about what we learned and doing an assessment of that. And now we're going to spend some time working a little bit more about through an exercise that gets us thinking about our future. So think about what that picture of success for Bluff looks like. And there are no boundaries to this, right? So what does it mean when you live here, you work here, you love your vistas, you love your daily life? You think about how you spend your weekends, how you spend your January, how you spend your July. What does success for this town look like? The importance of this vision can't be understated. It will really help to clarify the future that you build, that you envision for the rest of this plan, which will set the direction for the town. Will help the town leaders move forward in ways that they haven't had, maybe we could even say they haven't felt like they've had the authority to do in the past, right? Because this is crucial for your town, that you all are able to think about it in a way that could make things fundamentally different in how you envision your success. Doesn't mean the town's gonna be potentially very, very different, but in 15 years, what does it look like for you, for the future citizens of Bluff, for families? Is livability very different in Bluff? Is there a trail that means people don't have to take the life in their hands on crossing that bridge? There's big and little things, right, that will make the difference in how we think about this. So this vision has no limits, no preconceptions. So how many of you have a well or have had a well or know about how wells work, Melissa? Jen, yeah. We had a well. We had I grew up in Pennsylvania, and we had a cabin that was not far from our home on the eastern side of Pennsylvania in the Poconos, and we had a well. And so when you prime the pump, you know, that's how you actually brought water, fitting, to you know, which is really brings life and sustains life for us all. So when you prime something, you prepare, make it ready for that purpose. So as I would like for you all just to take a few minutes talking together about what that vision looks like for you. And then we're going to turn to actually filling out this vision of success as a group. But, I don't know, should we stay at our tables? Should we count off? Either way. We can just stay at our tables this time and take 10 minutes. And I've given you each this vision of success form. It's just a form. I'd like for you to each have one. And as you think about it, start making some notes. And then we're going to spend some time together. So work in your groups for just 10 minutes, talking about it, thinking about it, and filling out your vision of success for our town.
Yeah, I have no space up here. I think it's probably known for being near the nation, that kind of thing. And,
Yes. Maybe keyword or concept, strong concept.
Moving, starting a new business, changing the computer system.
Teacher, anything's fine.
certainly what we're known for. Public land.
I kind of it's just my mind, but like a healthy community. Healthy community.
Yeah.
So of course we already surrounded, good quality of air, dark sky, nature of this beauty land. So then also maybe our mental health, or physical health, even elder communities, people are so active. Yeah, I think even now I'm feeling everyone is really, health, mind, everyone has. So that's kind of I think it's really strong brand or yeah, already I could see, but it can be strong, and then even economic. Like, that each business owners, maybe it's not big money they can make, but still, like it's very healthy, be sustainable. So that's kind of like my vision in this town, like.
So out of 10.
That's what everybody wants to do.
Living, yeah.
But that goes back to the demographics you are surveying, we are surveying our 60 We do not, I do not.
Prehistory.
So why
Is this touching the Sounds like it's not moving.
seems like it is very
Why do you think I came back?
I'm sorry. I hate to have you.
I was 40 years old.
Man is. Where's
So do we have to turn it all off? Is that
You can turn it off. Okay. It sounds like the mic is working.
You're the only one.
Test. Just still not working.
Because it's picking up all the noises from everywhere.
Yeah, no now. Like, yeah. The Julie's comment was attached, but not this conversation.
How come you're putting that microphone here?
So it transcribes her own words.
Oh,
So she's reading what you guys are saying through the live feed.
Very good.
So the mic's picking up the audio and it's transcribing it to her.
Okay.
That's why I'm putting it here. Sorry.
No, that's okay. I was just hoping it wasn't me.
It's working.
Is it working?
No, it's straight, but not exactly yet.
Nothing yet.
You think I start
Is the microphone on?
Yeah. Yes, it's working.
Now it's working.
That's good.
Right there.
So we have only 10 minutes.
Our success is built on being best at communication? No?
I don't know. We're talking about in the future, and it's not that far away, but it may be 100 years. It might as well be 100 years, 5 years. Who knows what's going to happen? But I think if we're going to be here, we're going to have to build on caring about others. That's what I put down. I think that's the wave of the future. Yeah, we're gonna all. Does that sound? Yeah, caring about others and by extension the environment as well. Yeah, but we're gonna have to care about what others, how others are doing.
Yeah.
Take care of each other. I think. Yeah. I mean, isn't that going to have to be part of the future? If we've got a future.
And being able to support and
Yeah, sustainability.
I like it.
Sustainability. Yeah.
Our org culture is distinguished by
Sustainability, or
Organizational culture.
But how do you happen upon that multiple times? And then how do you find the youth in the world? Yeah.
but the 5 years is very close future, right? It's kind of like I'm stuck in a realistic.
It is.
It's so soon.
It's coming up, but it may as well be. So many things are going to happen in the next 5 years, it seems, that I just can't even imagine what's going to happen in the next 5 years the way things are going right now. You know, it's really hard to predict.
Yes, but I'm a little bit optimistic to with this digital world, there is a many benefits to be living rural. So we can access even from rural. There's I think less and less benefits to live in the big cities. So I think.
Right, and that's the thing that I talk to the people in Navajo Nation. It's like Navajo Nation is exactly where it needs to be because we have people that don't have running water and electricity. So we can go back and learn that from them, how they live each day to bring in the power that they need. So to really cultivate that existence from back then and make it stronger here in the future. How do we go back and just kind of flip that whole idea back to what it was before to what it can be now?
Yeah, so that's why inside or we should not rely on the big cities. So inside this town, inside these communities, if we can be sustainable each other, trash, taking care of trash, recycle, I don't know, maybe food, grow some organic food, or, taking care of each other. I think most of the things that's individually we already doing, but I kind of like
maybe creating a bubble. So sustainability within just the communities.
So then with this like a technology, we can learn from Harvard University or from here. We can learn from everywhere.
I mean, and I think implementing internship here creates that.
So that's why, I'm thinking like internet is like some such like infrastructure is important.
Yeah.
Maybe the infrastructure means it's not only road, water or electricity that's important, but also digital infrastructure is important to stay as safe or improve.
Yeah.
But that's kind of I'm imagining in a 5 years.
Perspective, yeah.
So I think that's why I'm very optimistic to live in a rural.
You're getting optimistic about the rural and with the metropolitan or the urban areas.
So again, we have at least we can be healthy in this environment, situation, good air,
But it's not such a choice in the urban areas.
Yes. So that's mean we shouldn't, for example, motorization, so that's that's not I'm not. I don't want to,
You don't want to have anything to do with cars.
I mean, a pedestrian deck, or even as Luan said, how we can keep us really healthy, walkable town. It's really small town to work from point to point. How we can encourage the people to take care of your body, take care of your exercise, yes.
Creating bike routes.
I think that's a river trail. Is one of the very important things.
Yeah.
Bluff Trail. And I'm on the active transportation committee for the bike trail.
Yeah, yes.
But we really like if we could connect with the river trail to the bike trail.
Yeah. Yes.
And vice versa.
Yes,
But
yes.
we have much some resistance. Have much some resistance to that. So that's problem we're working on, but because you're going through making a transition from public right of way onto private way and vice versa.
Right. And I think
So people who live around those junctions,
guys, thank you for taking
some are happy.
this
I don't think
conversation.
so have
Probably let
to
it go
overcome
for another
those
hour.
communication issues.
But we're going to like pull some really important ideas together now.
Stay away from the now information because they really don't contribute to you.
For many years, I was a Girl Scout leader. You could stand at the front and just go like this. And like the whole room would be like,
Okay.
I wasn't.
Okay, am I showing
the Boy Scouts as the boys were running around that. Anyway, it was pretty funny, that difference, you know, or the teacher one. It has like Quiet Coyote. It's cute. Well, thank you. I know you're in deep, good conversation, and there will be time for more of that. But what I'd like to do now is make sure that we get our vision of success built. If we find completely differing views in the same space, what we'll do is we'll put them both there, and we'll also put it in the parking lot, right? So it's something we're going to have to talk about more in our process. I don't really expect it, but once in a while. So this long-range vision of success, what does that look like? And I know you've each written some things down. We're going to focus in the brand positioning box, the one that's in the top, in the middle. You know, it sounds a little for-profity, but everybody has a brand. Bluff has a brand. It's one we all love. How do people think about you? What associations are linked with your town? What is that like? So who's got something to add to this brand positioning piece? Anybody? Yeah. We're in that middle top bubble. Deb's ready.
I mean, people think we're really like aware and woke, but like we really aren't.
No, what's your vision? But what's your vision of success for that?
Active transportation.
To be more
In your brand?
Yeah, why not?
Active transportation, okay.
But what does that mean?
What does that mean? Talk more.
Pedestrian, I mean, we talked about how important it is and how it's kind of a brand, I think, or we want it to be a brand of having it easy to be healthy here, easy for people to walk around, easy for people to bicycle around. Not so car dominated. I mean, that's what.
So could you call it a walkable community?
Walkable community would work.
Walkable community, should that be a core competency? Like, we're really good at that? Because that's what we focused on? Or do
You're
you see
talking
different-
about our brand is known for.
Yeah. You want to be
In
known for.
2028, right? This is the future brand? Is that what we're saying?
Yeah, 5 years, yeah. Bluff is known for that. Yeah, I don't think
Active
that's-
transportation, you want that to be, okay.
Well, you don't have to, no.
Yes, I like just.
Don't make me
Right
force
now,
you.
we gotta bring I'm coming along with you, Sayers, I'm coming.
Transportation immediately makes me think of planes, trains, and automobiles.
We can write walkable,
right,
to walkable communities dash
Walkable.
active transportation, because I know there's a committee that's.
Active transportation as far as neighboring communities coming into community, in a single transportation as opposed to multiple transportation.
Oh.
Well, but active, when we've got this committee
Physical.
going is bicycling, foot pedal, you know, you're actively transporting yourself instead of using a car. Something is what.
Okay.
So it's more.
Okay, good,
Getting
good.
somewhere without.
What else under brand positioning makes sense? Cody?
I think it's important to pay attention to the fact that the river behind us has been bringing people together for the last 14,000 years. And the brand maybe might want to include something like that. For example, stewardship and education of the San Juan River through cross-cultural relationships.
Stewardship and education of the San Juan River. Cross-cultural relationships. I love that. Good.
I like dark sky.
Yeah.
Okay, Deb's getting there.
I think festivals, I think we already are on brand with festivals. We have the Bloom Festival, we have the Arts Festival, but I feel like that's definitely something we could do to expand our shoulder season.
Say great parks and playgrounds.
Oh.
Track them all over. But as part of that, though, too, having like, even for the whole population, so you have like, you know, a track around here with active exercise equipment, just around.
It's two different things, Deb, sorry. It's its own thing.
Tina's.
I don't have.
What was that, how do you want us to write that, Dan?
Great. Well, the first one was great playgrounds and open spaces, and then the second one was more, like for all ages, I guess.
Family.
Playgrounds, recreation, equipment.
For all family oriented.
Recreation.
Health, it's for health.
Yeah.
Health for all ages.
Okay,
The gym can do his pull-ups outside, sure.
Anything else under the brand positioning specifically? Brand.
Are we on 2028 results?
I mean, you could be looking 10 more years out, like if you're
Here's what I was thinking.
long term.
I think in 5 years, if we had an economy, if we only had 2 months off a year, that would be a success for the town. So I think if we could develop November and February as more of a tourism, then it would give us a more year-round successful economy.
I think, is that under results? Yeah. 10-month season, 10 months tourist season?
A walkable, to go along with this health-oriented and the kind of human-powered transportation, a walking Main Street.
Main Street, brand positioning. Does that mean there's a vision for Main Street that's different than what it looks like right now?
A beautiful Main Street that causes vehicles to slow down, makes people want to stop and walk,
Or no vehicles.
smell the flowers.
And I think Main Street, I think Main Street is not on the highway, right? So you're coming off, it's in front of the Ford, in front of the CCC. That, to me, is the walking Main Street.
Okay, all black related. Safe and attractive walk Main Street. Okay, good. Any other thoughts in that space? Because we'll move all the way around. Yeah.
I know I said dark sky, but we also talked about it being quiet of our town and the solitude.
Yes.
And the wilderness, buffering up against wilderness.
Single word
The
tranquil.
serenity.
You can just pop out 5 minutes from town and you're like, completely alone.
Yeah,
Yeah.
good.
And the freedom.
Okay, Jen and then Melissa.
I would like to see happy residents that aren't stressed.
Work-life balance.
Yep.
Yep. Is that under, is that?
Yep.
Is that how you want to be seen, or is that how you want to live?
I think it makes a difference on how people see you too. I think that right now, a lot of people are attracted to our community because they see people enjoying where they live rather than people who hate, every interaction that you have reflects on where you're at. So I think that if people are happy and not stressed about where they live and want to be here, that reflects on how people from the outside see us.
Okay, was that happy people, is that what you said, happy people?
I like how Leah,
She got work-life balance, do we want to add additional?
Well, I think work-life balance equals happy people.
Okay, good. I think we can can move around. If someone thinks of something else to add to the brand positioning, we can. Let's go to core competencies. What should Bluff do very, very well? What is that?
Small businesses?
What does that look like? Sorry?
Green, small businesses?
Green small businesses. Oh, Melissa, sorry, I think.
Well, I'm not really sure how to articulate my thought, so I was just kind of let it sit for me.
Maybe-
But I'll
maybe-
explain. This is what I'm thinking. That if we're branding ourselves in a way, I think we have to brand ourselves for ourselves first, and not think about branding ourselves to like attract
Externally.
other people to just like come here and buy up properties that we can't afford, that the jobs that we have here can't sustain us purchasing. So, no disrespect to like the business community, because I understand like your revenue comes from tourists, a lot of your revenue. But we need to figure out a way that like I can work a job in this town, live in this town, and still afford to eat at a restaurant in town, buy gas in this town, etc. Take a river trip, etc. So like the branding to me is like an internal piece as a community where we are focused on ourselves first, and we're not trying to like sell it like come buy your investment home.
Yeah,
for
it's not all
retirement here.
external, this brand positioning, I get that.
I'm not sure that that's articulated right.
Okay, I think we're in good shape. Core competencies. Tina.
I don't know whether this is a core competency. We want to incentivize new small homes.
You could become excellent at doing that. Incentivize new small homes. You mean tiny houses or like
Well,
just
I don't
does,
know,
not
but
sure
I mean,
how that's.
It segues off of what Melissa was just saying, which
Mhm.
has to do with young folks, any folks coming into the community who, I mean, we don't have, there aren't properties that are affordable for most folks.
Yep.
And what most folks do is buy land and build, which is fine, it's just, there's very little land for sale, so. Anyway, I don't know.
Okay, no, I think Deb's.
You get the idea?
Yeah, thank you. I think Deb's captured that. What else here on core competencies?
I think one of our core competencies needs to be, good stewards and educate our visitors. I know that when my family owned and operated Wild Rivers, the river company in town, our motto, so to speak, was educate with an emphasis on pleasure. So yes, we brought people into the area, but we felt really passionate about teaching them why they needed to take care of the area. And I think that, that's really an important part of the places that we live, because they are so beautiful and everything. If people don't know what they have to protect, they don't try to protect it. But if they can't visit and know that it's out there, then they don't know that it's out there, and they can't go on to their state governors and higher ups above what we can control in our little community to help save that stuff. So I think that environmental tourism is a crucial, it's already a crucial point of what we have, but I think we need to make sure that we are sending out a good vision statement and really educating the public that comes to visit us. And I think we're on the right track to do that with the Bears Ears Education Center and, responsible tourism. But I think that's something that's a core competency that everybody in this town needs to be aware of, whether it's, the fort sending somebody out to a culturally sensitive site or something like that, just really explaining that to our tourists that come in, so their impact is less and we take care of what we have.
Good.
Well said.
Good. Thank you. Karen.
In other words, I'm about to say they're not always synonymous with government, but I think it's really important that we have an active, effective, and efficient local government, because that is what is going to serve as the leadership to bring everything together. So while a lot of the ideas, of course, that we're discussing today are very much like close to home and very personal, my hope is that we are very successful at being active, effective, and efficient.
Good. I like that. Dan.
I think it's important for everyone who lives here or is moving here to understand that like this is a town that's run by us, and that we all have to pitch in and help. And I think a lot of times people who view this as their vacation homes may not so much. And so how do we help them realize the value of that?
So it's that sort of feeling of, it's not civic duty exactly, it's just volunteerism.
Yeah, it's everything here. It's the EMTs, it's the fire department, it's
Civic
the balloon
ownership.
festival, it's the town government.
Sense of
Like, everything's like volunteer, and we need you to contribute. We need you to be here and want to be here and help us down.
That sense of place, responsibility. Okay, good.
Yeah, I think responsibility is it. Like, honestly, I don't know if I want you here if you're just gonna be a second homeowner and not contribute.
Me either.
Okay. Anything else under core competencies?
I'd like to add something along the lines of people who live and work here, understanding that we are not, like us non-natives, are not the original inhabitants of this land, that all the wealth and property ownership here is based on federal policies that stole land, and to have an understanding of what generational wealth is, intergenerational wealth, wealth gap, all of those concepts that have been written about and studied about are derived from a system that was meant to help non-natives while suppressing the original inhabitants of this land, yet we all come here and live here and think it's our right to own this property, but we have to remember where that history comes from, and I think that needs to inform how we act and interact in our day-to-day in this place, but also in the region. I'm not sure how to do that right, but.
And is that under
Well said.
your culture more than?
I mean, I guess it could go to both, but I think it has to be a competency, because every time we sell a parcel of land under the system that we live within, like, it's mostly white people who are benefiting off those sales of land that, if you go back far enough, was stolen to begin with. That's under federal policy, which doesn't make it right, it just means that's the system that I guess we've been told we participate in, and we're all complicit.
We have to get away from the idea of the manifest destiny.
Yeah, so I think that's one of the reasons why we get lost in the conversation, because that's not recognized and it's not the forefront of every thought that happens for anything moving forward. I saw a lot of that with the elections and voting. It's like, okay, what do they have in mind for the people on the other side of the river? What does that mean? With Rural Utah Project, it was for public lands. Okay, public lands as far as what? Nobody could really define that fine line of what is and what should be and what shouldn't be, but can be. So it's really should be the forefront of everybody's thought, but it isn't. And so that's where we get lost in the conversation. So when you say, well, we want to help our neighboring communities, what does that mean? What does that look like? Because we're not seeing it. So, yeah, I'm just throwing that out there.
Yeah, okay. Let's move to culture. If anyone thinks of a core competency that will need to be there, we'll add it later. Vision of success for our community, connections, and culture.
So I was going to go back one more point there. These are the future core competencies.
Yes.
And with regards
What are we really good at?
With regards to Tara and Melissa, we need to have it, let people know that we are interacting with the people, the Navajo Nation, and the people out on the reservation, letting them know that we are participating with them.
So, like a collaborative effort?
Yes.
With the Navajo Nation?
No, I think of the
Or
other
chapter-
areas, which is
and
what
chapter
we're saying, that we need to take a look at what's going on over there and help them, but we need to have a collaboration with them.
How would you say that, Tara?
How would I say that? I think, great, you're employing some people from the communities south of here, but what does that mean? That's a livelihood that's needed in this day and age. But again, earlier on in our conversation here, it was, Navajo Nation is exactly where it needs to be, where conservation efforts, tourism, and all of this, that has been a conversation the last couple of years. Because a lot of our families don't have the running water, electricity, and all of these living, and you're talking about healthy communities, but yet you're not recognizing the fact that Navajo has that tool already, that education, and how to go back to that type style, that living lifestyle from way back when, where we lived off the land, we didn't need the technology and all of these different areas. How do we go back, take a couple of steps back? re-implement that idea or that style of living into now, because a lot of it stems from that with the public lands and your walkable communities, your different festival, your dark skies. How do we make that work, and how do we collaborate with one another to make that possible in both areas? Because Bluff exists because we're the neighboring communities that helps Bluff in so many different areas, and just we need to open those doors up just that much more.
Did that capture it, Tara, in trying to partner with Navajo? Because you said a lot,
Well,
but is it regain, is it like regain, Navajo culture in a way?
In a way, yes, but also the Navajo Nation really doesn't contribute to us being here in the state of Utah. Again, there's the boundaries and the state lines and everything that comes into play as well. And so right now, as Utah Navajos, we tend to get left behind by the Navajo Nation. So Navajo Nation really doesn't contribute to a lot of the stuff that we do here because of the trust fund of the oil field coming off of the oil fields and stuff here in Utah. And so the best thing for us in the last couple of years has been nonprofit organization, and that's the direction that we have started. As a matter of fact, I'm helping to establish 2 other Native-led nonprofit organizations right now within this communities. And so just being able to go that route has been very beneficial to the people, the Navajo here in Utah.
I think nonprofit partnerships needs to be part of your culture. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Nonprofit partnerships. Deb, down below. We're down.
Are we
Three.
down?
At 3.
At 3.
Your culture.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Anything else to add to what we vision, our vision of success for the future around culture? I mean, is there anything we should maybe say about the Cooperative Cultural Center?
That's what I was just gonna say, is the CCC being developed and
Kind of a big
utilized.
deal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And again-
Use it as an educational treasured resource that it could be.
And that collaboration does need to exist. So when we set these meeting dates and stuff, we need to be present and in that moment to attend these conversations, to know and educate ourselves, not only ourselves, but our communities that we come from, to be able to expand that thought and that idea.
It's not an easy process
No.
necessarily, but it needs to be an important process that we don't lose sight of.
Okay, good. Are we on, did you get the CCC, Deb?
I heard it, but I wasn't sure what the actual statement was.
Under your culture, so how do we want to state that? What's our vision of success for the CCC around the culture piece? It can be pretty broad in general right now.
I think it should just be open and utilized.
Yeah, a thriving,
CCC, open and utilized. I like that.
productive building,
But the
center.
Yeah.
Not
Great.
an eyesore.
Great. Anything else under the culture piece? We can move.
I think just recognizing that it's always going to be multicultural here. Like it's never going to be like one combined culture. Making sure that we respect all the cultures and see how we can cooperate.
Good. We're going to go over to key collaborators and partners, and I think this can be a bulleted list of the most important. What's that vision of success future? Colette? State partners, GOEO.
And also, so state, I would say state, regional, county, and even our federal partner, we consider the tribal partners, federal partners, but really recognizing each one of those. And then also our community partners, the Mexican Hat, London, Bluff, Moab even.
Other local jurisdictions.
Kayenta.
This can be separate bullets.
I think we need to look at those, I think often in our town, we have a contentious attitude towards county, state government. I think of rather than perceiving them to be the enemy, we need to perceive them as being a partner.
Perception. Yeah. Okay.
So I say switch from adversarial perception.
Yep. advocacy or
I think it needs to continue
partnership.
to do some.
And then-
Incorporated, they respected us.
Somebody said nonprofits, or they came up before, putting nonprofit
Did
organizations
you want a
there.
bulleted list? Business owners of Bluff,
Business
Tajani
owners.
Bakaya, the Bluff Community, tell me your title.
Foundation.
Bluff Community Foundation, Bluff Waterworks.
Okay, hold on.
The Community Foundation. And then it's BWW in my head, it said BFF. I love that, right?
Yeah.
Marks, you're a new BFF.
Bluff Waterworks.
Utah
Tajani Bakaya,
School district.
School District.
Schools.
And the Bluff Fort.
Bluff Fort, it's a whole, or Hole in the Rock Association.
Okay.
What they
Heritage
call it.
Partnership.
There's a, yeah,
Yeah.
Historic.
Food bank.
Even the school. Yeah, you're doing great. Did you get school district?
No.
Oh, yeah.
You're doing great.
BCHPA.
I mean,
What is
Unit-
that?
Unit six would be a big one, right?
Bluff City Historical Preservation Association.
Yeah.
Okay.
Bluff City
Design, build, bluff.
I know I'm missing something.
Mr. Morrow.
What am I missing?
Utah Navajo Health Services. UNHS.
I would also our federal land partners, but
Mexican water chapter.
our entrepreneurial partners, which would be World Trade Center, Small Business Development Center, SBA, Women's Business Center. So there's a whole host of entrepreneurial or business, small
That's at
business
the
partners.
state level, isn't it, really?
Yeah.
Cody, what was the one you said I missed?
Oh, I said the, excuse me, Mexican water chapter house.
Mexican water chapter.
You know, it's so cool because what I'm hearing on this list are, you know, some of those 27 or about, yeah, it was 27 partners listed. And I think all of these were mentioned. That's great.
Yeah, it's like a kind of a different aspect, but also it's not like a one specific organization, but also to think about the future for this Bluff town. I'm thinking it's really important to be like a accept like a digitalization, or I mean like the internet is one of the infrastructure right now. So then even like online educational opportunities are like it's like we on this table like we talking we are really little bit optimistic to be like for the future, to be in a rural, to live in a rural, you know, like to be like surrounded this beautiful nature, clear air, and then like be house, but also we can remote, like we can do remote working with internet infrastructure. So it's mean like it's not a specific company or organization, but also I think it's really important to collaborate to like adapt this like
Yeah,
digital world.
Business collaboration.
Yeah, or educational opportunity too to the kids, you know, the kids, you know, like since COVID, even the kids who live in the Navajo Nation, the kids or like our kids could access to the classes in Harvard universities, or you know, like that's a huge benefit to live in a rural.
That's right.
So that's why like to think about, you know, it's not necessary to follow like a metropolitan, like a, you know, like the big cities style. So we can create like a rural style.
Yeah, I like that.
That's like that can be happen with internet. Like
Yeah.
To that's kind of a certain budget. We should set up the budget for like set up the infrastructure, include the digital.
Yep.
And I think a lot of it is through also just as an individual basis, just starting creating these projects and programs for my community to implement it here in the town of Bluff if at all possible, but being able to implement it over there south of here as well.
So like a CC, yeah, if we can see CCC, kind of like an internet opportunity or like a digital learning opportunity,
Yep.
might be have to be like such a digital center.
I agree. That opens a lot of doors for a lot of folks that don't
Yeah.
have access to the internet.
Mhm.
That's a beautiful idea.
For all of that age.
And I think Utah State, specifically to both of your comments, Utah State University has the Rural Online Initiative, which is encouraging rural online work and connecting, training individuals to work remotely and then helping them connect with jobs. And then also, because Utah State is the land-based college, we're lucky to have a campus right up the road. However, to potentially have a interactive television learning center where people can stay right here in Bluff and take classes or log in from home and interact that way and connect to higher education. And then also potentially, I heard ASU maybe, connecting to the Navajo Nation.
I think she meant USU.
So USU, yeah, good, thanks. USU's there.
But we don't, we have the broadband for the school district across, we have that set up, but it's only for San Juan County School District. So we can't access that through USU, and so we have to go back to the drawing board to see how we can include USU and all these other campuses as well.
Or
I
just
think
get
that's
the
good.
infrastructure
That's great.
laid where it needs.
Yeah.
We made a huge step last year from jumping from the infrastructure being north of us to the infrastructure being here, but we can't forget and just stop it here. We need to continue the infrastructural development and push for that infrastructure.
The Utah Broadband Association, at the government level, that we need to list them, even though they may not be engaged. I know they're engaged in this area, but it sounds like we need to engage them more, because of there may be a perception of connectivity, however, like you said, there's access issues, or it's limited access for only certain individuals, so, the Utah Broadband Association, would be an important collaborator and partner.
Oh, cool, Utah Broadband
So they
Association.
brought fiber to
Cool.
Bluff, but it's supposed to continue on.
Let's not forget UDOT.
What was that, Melissa?
Not forget UDOT, talking about our walkability and stuff.
Yeah,
Oh.
UDOT and Bike Utah are both are.
Like Utah
And UDOT.
and UDOT. Okay.
Well, there are a couple more nonprofits, Southwest Heritage Foundation and also the Greater Bears Partnership.
And the mission, did we add the mission?
Good Bill and good luck on there.
Okay. We'll give you all an opportunity to add to this list. We are gonna move to the ideal competitive position. So when you think about the town and competition, are there people that are considering where they want to move and making an intentional decision about what that looks like for them? And does that put Bluff in a competitive position with other communities? Who views you as competition, and what do they say about you? So thinking about your vision of success, you want to win, right?
Who cares what they say about us?
Well, do we? Don't we?
I do.
Because if I'm a 35-year-old attorney and I want to maybe move to town and I can work remotely, I can buy a house or I can figure that out. I probably want to compete for me. I don't know, maybe not.
Well, I think you're hitting on a kind of touchy sore spot here.
Okay, we'll get back to that.
I loved what Melissa said earlier about kind of knowing ourselves, and I think there's a misconception when we talk about economic development as a business owner. It's not about just bringing hordes of guests in, right? I think if we look at what do we like in this healthy community or whatever, this question I think is a really good one, and it doesn't need to be like Brant said, we don't really need to care what anybody else likes, but what do we want to look like? And if you have a community that people want to move to and live in, not hordes, not everybody from California, whatever, but a bike path, digital learning center, these things will create an environment that, as Jen said, people who live here have a smile, and when people stop and they get some barbecue in the new barbecue place, they're gonna be like, holy crap, why don't I live here? You know, these guys have an awesome lifestyle. So I think there's a misconception sometimes with those of us who are business owners that all we want is, you know, clients, visitors. I think that's totally wrong. It's like, what do we want our town to be like? And then the right people will come and we'll have the right balance. It's not about this feast or famine.
No, I think you're right. I mean, I think what we really learned a lot about in this assessment was that everyone here is really concerned with the quality of life. You're also really concerned about sustainability. And how do we balance that with what I've been thinking about as mindful growth? Because you have an aging population. And somehow we need to, I mean, we really do need to fill in, right, with some younger folks in the community. I don't, you know, go ahead. Sorry, back to you.
A point of pride for me is working for 30 years to be at this table right now. That's a point of pride for me, is that I laid down the groundwork and spent the time to be here, to take the time and make the connections and to network, to be able to run a company here. So I think it's important for my generation to see that, and I don't have to be the model for it, but they have to want to come here. You have to be you have to be willing and able and want to be here to make the sacrifices to be here. You know, my family's in Flagstaff. That's just a circumstance that we have to work around. But my heart and my mind is here. And it took a lot of time to get here, and it took a lot of effort to get here, and I'm proud of that.
I guess I'm just curious. I'm going to ask you to expand on that sacrifice piece.
I have 3 kids, so before taking over the river company, I was a stay-at-home dad for 10 years.
Okay.
So I knew when I was 8 that I wanted to be in Bluff. That Bluff was someplace I wanted to end up, and that I was going to do whatever it took to be here. And there's a lot of people in this room that have helped me get to this point.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that everybody here in this room is here because we want to be in Bluff. If you don't want to be in Bluff, there's tons of other places you can go.
Sure. Yeah.
And that's exactly the same thought there. I left, after I graduated from high school in the 90s, I left to go to school and go to work. I didn't come back until 2000, but I had to make some sacrifices. That would meant leaving some of my kids back in the cities to continue school and work. But I also, having moved back here, school system and everything, what it was back then, I had to sacrifice, you know, sending my kids, the rest of my kids up north, so they can get the quality education, and be able to be in an after school program or in a sports or of any type. So just being able, I'm here by myself, the rest of my kids are up north, so being able to make that sacrifice, understand that sacrifice that needs to be made to make something functionable and possible for our kids to return home to is something that I look forward, and that's what I strive for. Not just here in the town of Bluff, but over in my community south of here as well, because I want to lay down that brickwork as well. So in collaborating and being able to sit at this table and have these conversations with you, I'm on the beginning of that stepping stone for my community.
When I hear that, I feel like it's just a place worth loving.
Yep. It's a place worth taking
Well,
care
it's a
of.
place where, yeah.
But why?
Secret word to keep.
Maybe not so hard.
I was gonna say, why does it have to be so hard? Because I agree with everything that Cody said, I agree with everything that Tara said. I grew up here, I left, I was gone I was at school for 6 months before I knew that that's not the future that I wanted. I stayed away for, well, at least school seasons for 7 years and came home. But why does it have to be so hard for us to come home? Because I feel right now that to run a successful business in Bluff, you have to be willing to make big sacrifices and which I guess you do in any business, but I feel like here, it's a little bit more of a big sacrifice than it is in other places in order to feel like you're successful
Yes,
here.
ma'am.
Feels like an uphill battle every single day.
And should it?
I don't know. I mean,
I think a lot
maybe,
of it
maybe yes,
stems
but
from the systems that we're placed in and what the systems have done to us. For me, anyways, for my community, it's the different systems that we have to go jump hoops through, whether that's the county, the state, or the tribe. So we're constantly trying to make things work here. And so, and again, in recent years, nonprofit has been the better avenue for us to start creating those conversations, to have those collaborative conversations, and just to get an idea of where we want to be, where do we fit in everything.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
I think if you're talking about it from like a livability standpoint, in the future, what I envision is that people do see it, I mean, yes to everything everyone has already said, please, but this idea of like a work-life balance and desirability to be in this spot and get to appreciate all of the amazing things that we all called out with the landscape, in the future, I would like other people to look at us and say, that is a place that I can do that. I can have a work-life balance where I can run a successful business, but I also get to appreciate the landscape and the people and the cultures that we all love. And
Yeah, that's good.
I have to leave. My sister is getting sworn in today at the school district, so that's why.
Congratulations.
Thank you for having me.
We'll miss you.
Yeah.
We'll miss you.
So thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. Conversation. Thank you for that. Yeah. We'll see y'all later.
Okay, we're gonna move on, but we will continue to leave the opportunity to add on. Yeah.
Whenever shortly after we moved here, we were talking to Kristen Bush on KD. She said to love Bluff, you have to love the struggle. And so I think we have to realize it's not gonna be easy in all avenues, but what are the things we want it to be easy and the things that we can control? And it's always gonna be hard. Like, we're never gonna have a Walmart down the street or a Home Depot or.
Yes, the plan.
I'd be back in
So just to throw something at you, Dan, did you already see the resolution that was passed by the commission 2 weeks ago? About, I was gonna print it out, and I didn't. So basically, the San Juan County Commission, Economic Development, voted, and the commission voted 3-0 to support economic development and growth, which is good, and big box stores. And it lists several other things that really doesn't fit in my vision of Bluff. It will be on a council meeting for discussion, but I think it was the second meeting of the month in January. Does that sound right, Erin? Yeah, look at the meeting minutes and the resolutions for the second.
8 a.m. on the
Oh, yeah.
17th.
Which was interesting, that normally the meetings are at 11 a.m. and Erin and I both sat on for 45 minutes before we found out that they held the meeting at 8 a.m. So, we were ready with public comment, but we'll do it next time.
So I would say we had the conversation at our table, sorry to interrupt. One thing that we talked about that we loved about Bluff, it is all locally owned business. We don't have a lot of big corporations coming in and sucking money out of the town. And so that resolution, I read it, and one, I think it's a pipe dream. Costco's never gonna move the blaming. But it's separate than what we believe.
But at the same time, we were just talking earlier about the fact that we all go outside of our communities and outside of our states, and we drive to 6 hours to go to Costco, and I drive 3 times a month to either Flagstaff or Farmington in order to support my business, and I'm giving my tax dollars to another state, and our Navajo people don't come and shop here, and I love small businesses, and I'm a small business owner, and I try to support small businesses whenever I can. But even if we put a grocery store in this town, is it going to be affordable for me to shop at? I would love to support Vance. I think if we supported Vance more and had more of a public push to put healthier items and things like that in there to actually support the business, it would be one thing. But quite frankly, I can't afford to go support Vance. I can't afford to buy gasoline in this town. These are the reasons that I buy $20 worth of gas and then go to the next community to fill up my tank. These are the reasons that I go buy a $7 gallon of milk if I absolutely need milk in 5 minutes. You know, otherwise I'm gonna put that on the back shelf and go buy it someplace else. So if we don't allow some of these, I don't know how to get around this. I don't want Family Dollar either, but you just heard our Utah Denebakea person say the biggest success that Montezuma Creek has had is putting that Family Dollar in. Do you know what the biggest detriment to branding was in the last 10 years? It was losing Alco and anything like that, because we need, and if it's a Clark's Market, which isn't big, you know, big corporate or whatever, fine, but we can't say no to every single, anything that wants to come in here if we want to be a supportive community to all of our community.
Well said, thank you, Colette, and then we're gonna move on.
I've been on the other side of that conversation with the, you know, the Walmart Wonders and the, you know, Family Dollars and things like that. And like you know, really illustrated just now, it is something that I think this group needs to actively work on in conjunction with San Juan County Commission and also with the Association of Governments, because they also had it on their agenda for the AOG. They're actually investing tens of thousands of dollars into studies to bring big box stores to San Juan County. And so they need to hear from Bluff to say, we want the products, we want the service, we don't necessarily want the big box. How can we work within our existing structures? Because I would dare say that your grocers in Blanding and Monticello and other areas would say, well, I have to charge this price to keep my doors open. And by the way, you all head to Costco, you all head to Walmart and Cortez, you all head here or there. So if there were local shopper programs or local shopper discounts or whatever it is, to change those buying patterns to bring the prices down, because it is true, you can get your groceries at half the rate. And it is, we actually even looked at price gouging laws in Utah based on some of the pricing that's happening in San Juan County. And so I think it's something that this group can commit to, working with the commission, working with your elected officials, but it's gonna take some time because you're also working with private business, and you know, you can't control private business. And so, but you do vote with your dollars, and that's super important, and you can encourage others to vote with their dollars to have the availability, but keep the price reasonable. So, but communication with that commission is key, and I'm so sorry you couldn't get in your public comment before they made that decision.
I just don't want to become I think we already kind of are in a NIMBY community, you know, and
yeah.
But if everybody supported K&T, like, I buy my gas there, if I'm in town, I'll fill up there. But if we support them, then it says, hey, look, a business can survive here. Another business can't survive here. There aren't enough people unless we're common and everybody is gonna buy local, really buy local. It won't work. We're too few people.
Too few.
It might work in Blanding. That's why the Family Dollar went to Montezuma Creek, is because there's a hub there. There's a lot of people that live right there. Those schools are there, the new buildings, there's stuff there.
But they also looked in Bluff before they looked in Montezuma Creek and got a very resound from community-wide, no, we don't want you in our community.
Well, another thing I think you have to look at with the big stores. I know, I mean, I grew up on a reservation and I watched FedMart, I watched Babbitt's, everybody come in. And in order for the tribe to get all those businesses on the reservation, the federal government subsidized them. Okay? That's a thing that can happen in Bluff. I mean, if you're trying to make a grocery store sustainable, or if you're trying to build a community, one of the #1 issues on a community is sustainability. is the availability of goods and services. Okay, when you can take and look at how destitute this area is, there is hundreds of opportunities to get federal money, federal grants that will do like every one of the big supermarkets on the reservation do, and that's to subsidize those grocery stores. There is nobody in this town ever even looked at that. We are so concentrated on keeping the big stores out, the big corporations out, nobody looked at all at the availability of what's out there to be able to bring those people in. You know, and when you take and look at living in Bluff, it's really easy for old people to live in Bluff, because we don't have to make a living. It is not true for younger people.
That's what I'm hearing.
Okay, so
Agreed.
how do you
That's what I'm hearing.
create
And that's what was in all of our assessment.
Yeah, how do you
Folks talking
create
about that.
things that will entice younger people to live here?
Like maybe we need
You know, you can't do it with nothing.
services. Yeah.
And you can't do it with landscape, and you can't do it with anything. It has to become from commerce of some sort, creating a profit, whether it be nonprofit organizations or working from home or something. You have to give younger people an opportunity to make a living.
So how does that translate to the kind of economic development we should consider as part of our vision of success? What does that mean, Lily?
So there's also the option of, this might not be a very widespread thought, but there is also the option of getting away from money being our main thing. If we are to, in the sense of food, do more bartering. I grow this, you grow that, let's share. Carpooling, so that it's not as expensive for us to go into town. Just becoming more of a community, really leaning into that and embracing that we are out here where we are, and we have the St. Christopher's mission that is working on getting a farm put together, that is working on getting community gardens, and us coming together and to achieve these common goals. I understand that's not the way it's going to work forever, or maybe not forever. That's not going to be realistic in every sense, but if we can lean on each other more for even just food. Take this as you may, and you can expand on it if you want, but we don't have to necessarily.
Cooperative, sort of that cooperative idea.
Yeah, we
So-
don't,
Community cooperatives.
I think we do rely on that a bit, you know, I really think we do, and I think that's a nice vision to have. I don't know honestly how realistic it is. I mean, so I grew up in Bluff. I grew up with 20 kids in this town over the time. As far as I know, there are 3 of us who are still here. Jim Sayers' kids aren't here, Debbie Westfall's kids aren't here, Luann Hook's kids aren't here, Jennifer Davila's kids aren't here. The Simpsons kids aren't here. You know,
My kids are.
Mark's Pal's kids aren't here. You know, I mean, we have this conversation about this all the time about, you know, we have viable businesses that these kids could come back and run, and at one point in time, that would have been an option, you know. I mean, I know lots of families who grew up in a trade, and that's what their family did, and the kids took over for it after the parents did. The Foucher's kids didn't stay here. Why is that? You know, I mean, why is it that I can spend all of my time and effort into building this empire that my kids don't want? I'm gonna grow old, it's still not gonna be paid for, and for what? You know?
Well, I mean, I think that's
Why
really-
don't they want to come forward and do this? Because they watch their parents work themselves to death, go into debt, and that's not the kind of life that they want to live.
That's really powerful. Does this resonate for many of you? That is very powerful.
It's a hard place to live.
because of all those things. Right. Your day off, you've got to go somewhere. But why do we want to perpetuate
Is
that?
the
like
sacrifice
this?
something that's
So-
required? I mean, should we continue to require that?
Well, so like
Idea.
the store idea and stuff, a lot of those things, you have to have the people in order to make the bottom line work. Like Jen saying, you have to have more money, you have to have more income. So those businesses don't want to come unless, like Mark says, you subsidize it.
Yeah.
And I've said that about housing too. You can't have affordable housing unless somebody's gonna pay the rest of those bills. You can't charge cheap housing in the summer when everybody wants to be here and then just donate the rest of it unless somebody is willing to subsidize it.
Yeah.
It's a combination. You can put a store in here, subsidize it, and then you also need to build a house so that person will be able to work here
Yeah.
and live there, so.
Yeah.
It's not sustainable with the number of people we have here with the options to travel so quickly and easily.
So does the vision, so I have to hear it from you all, because I can't make stuff up. That's not right. Does our vision of success then require something of a shift of a puzzle piece so that something looks a little different for the younger generations in this community? Are you answering that question
Well, I've
from
got
your
I've
perspective?
got something I wanted
I
to
know.
state that's close to that.
This is really, really important though to me.
It's part of that.
Okay.
It's, for new people to move into town, they need something to do. It's gonna pay their whatever. So, as Mark said, you get businesses, one thing you do is you help support them initially by not charging any taxes or blah, blah, whatever it is, get them to build a business. We also have an issue with the young people and services, other than working in a restaurant or whatever. I think we need to have, as part of the CCC or something, have a vocational training school. Because there's other things to do than being a nurse. And that's what most of the people go for training up at the university. They become nurses or techs or something like that. We had a vocational training school for many of the people on the reservation. They would then be able to repair my dishwasher, repair something. But there's no opportunity for them to have something else to do with the training, except maybe, everyone's got to go to college, but that doesn't work for everybody.
Thank you. Dan?
I love that idea, but at the same time, you're not gonna be able to afford to live in this town doing those jobs.
Yes.
I would really love for you to answer that question, please, Diane.
Okay, ask it again, because I had my original thought on it, about do we need to have a shift? Okay, so in my mind, that like the only way that young people are gonna be able to afford to live here and be here is by focusing more on the online jobs that you can do and the digitization of stuff, and what Tara was talking about, of having a digital training center and some of that stuff, because you can make more money doing that type of thing. And look at Craig's building his entire business online. Like, we're not gonna be able to have industry here, we're not gonna, honestly, you're a server at a restaurant, they're paying great, which is awesome, but Bluff is so expensive, you're not gonna be able to support a family doing that.
Okay.
And so, can we explore, I think the internet's one of our greatest assets right now, honestly, that's what's
Yep.
allowed me to build my business.
Yep.
You can survive nicely on the wages that a plumber makes right now. I think we take a little.
You can afford to buy a house in Bluff?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. A plumber makes upward of $60 an
My
hour.
husband was an independent builder his entire career, and I would argue with you, Dan, you can make a good living in the trades, which would include working as a plumber, an electrician, a builder. You've got to have some financial savvy as well, so I like Rick's idea.
The houses in Bluff are under $400,000, $500,000.
And I think what I said was, incentivize new small homes, which.
Yes, you did.
Because you're right, we have a problem with the cost of our palatial palaces, which we all.
Okay.
I think your question is at the heart of this whole meeting, right? Do we need to
I
make
mean,
a
it's
change,
very
or do we
important.
keep on with what we're doing? Right, and I think people are pretty nervous to address that. And that's what I've been saying, what does the town of Bluff want to look like? A lot of these things that we're talking about are kind of theoretical. We want to be known to work with all these people. That's not visual. To me, I'm curious, does it have a grocery store in 10 years? Does it have enough people in the town living here, making a living, to sustain a grocery store? I am super curious about that. I've been
Which
waiting for a long time, and that's why I'm here.
the chicken or the egg? I mean, when Leah did the survey to try to open the grocery store, she got A, 0 response, and B, no support. Do you know how much it costs to bring a food truck down? She tried to get, United, she tried to get something. They drive through here, they don't want to stop. We don't have enough, it's like Luann said, we don't have enough pull, which I don't understand necessarily because, I mean, people drive to Cortez and Farmington on a regular basis. If we had what they needed here, it's a shorter drive.
With buying
We
patterns.
could attract a lot more.
Thank you.
So anyway,
Stay
I
on
just
this
think
track.
we keep kind of skipping around and we're kind of not addressing that key question. And what does it look like? I asked Jim, sorry, give me just a second, during a break, I said, what does it look like on the city council and the people that are on the city council are all in that 55 and older range, right?
They would love to retire.
And they're working their butts off.
They're amazing, but they would like the opportunity.
So, but what does it look, is it appropriate to develop a neighborhood down here, right? If there were housing or small houses to be able to come in and purchase, I have expressed some interest in trying to do that. But I'm not interested in the fight. I don't like going and doing things where people are like, no, we don't want that in our backyard, right? I'm curious. The Simpsons did a little development of homes out here. Could that be extended? Jim mentioned something to the east side of town. Could that land be purchased and developed so there was actually a place to live? So to me, it's kind of like these are great things, but it's like at the meat of this. What does the town look like in 15, 20, 10 years? Is it willing to grow into that level where you can have a community? Maybe there's another gas station. Maybe there's a grocery store, whatever. I don't know.
But where do we put it? Right now, as far as I know with zoning, we have one commercial lot that's for sale in this town, one viable undeveloped piece of ground for sale that's zoned commercially.
Okay, Two? So, I mean, I think as you, Jim.
I just think that there are some economic realities. I've lived elsewhere, and Rick will attest to this too. He's owned a restaurant. I mean, I in previous life I was in the restaurant business, and to open a successful restaurant, you need a certain proportion of population. You need a fairly substantial population, which we have during the summer, but we don't have during the winter. This is the same thing with a Walmart or I think the dollar store in Montezuma, if you really look at it, you've got people coming down from the Mesa, you've got people coming over from Anna. They really plot this out in economic terms when they put one of those stores in about what the population is adjacent. Is there money? What's the income? We live in an area that is very, very low average income, very thinly populated, and I think there's an economic reality there that we can struggle with, certainly, but there is an economic reality out there that has nothing to do with very little to do with what the town does or what the town can do.
And so, my understanding is though you're fairly centrally located and could really draw, and someone said the numbers earlier, right? We maybe could service 800 to 1,000 people, even though 250 live here.
Well,
Is that?
They've got a biggest draw here as you do in Monument, in Monument. When you look at across the river and you look at being able to draw from those places, Bluff potentially has the same draw area as they do. It's just nobody has ever been offered the opportunity to put a dollar store in Bluff. Nobody's ever even looked at it because it's not doable right now.
I think what we need to do is go back to where Jared is. Currently, Bluff to be Bluff. This is what people want. The town is organized around a supposition that if we incorporate the biggest amount of area that we have, we then can control the growth. That's what it's been about for 15 years since I've been in order for us to grow into what we need to be to furnish these type of livelihoods for a new generation of people, et cetera, someone needs to take a look at, there's 250, 300 people in Bluff now. What is the population, what does it need to support that type of, I won't just say organization, but livelihood for people and to create the type of growth? And if it's 1,000 people, are we willing to rezone some land so we can build something so people can live here and then we can reach the 1,000 people so that we can go ahead then and have enough money and opportunity for these new people coming into town that will create jobs.
Well, I mean, I think that's the question, to this very question, right? What do you want your legacy to be? What do you want your legacy to be?
I
When?
just need to review this, because as we were talking about the change and what's changed and whatnot, this was 1935, Ernie Pyle in Home Country. And it says, once Bluff was alive, there were cattle there and people were rich. But that was long ago. Bluff was dead now, and well it knew it. The immense square stone houses, reminiscence of past wealth, stood like ghosts, only one or two to a block. Sand was deep in the streets. People moved slowly, for there was no competition. Nobody new ever came to Bluff. That's cute. Anyway, it has not, the population, we talked about that earlier, it just sort of stays here.
It's the
we're
same
so
population.
far- The city's so far away that it's really hard for people to move here. So the ones
stay.
that are here really like it here, but we give up the city thing by everybody lives in cities, there's a reason.
Do you remember in 2020 there was a community survey?
Yeah.
Okay. So one of the key results on that was one of the highest priorities that y'all said, whoever all participated, was to seek community strategies that facilitate year-round hiring and similarly seek employers that are not seasonal to encourage affordable housing with zoning. That's what it said. Guys, that was like 2 years ago. Does that hold? Is that so we would like more jobs that are year-round in this community?
Yes. I would.
So we'd like then to have more people that would fill those jobs.
Yes.
Does that hold?
And I think we can all agree on a number of these points. For example, we want more young families to come, live in Bluff, and work here full-time.
But we
Okay.
have to figure out what we want to give up to do that.
Well, I
And
understand
that's the
that.
tough part.
But does it mean there has to be a loss?
That's
That's, I
exactly
mean, a
what I
good
keep
question.
saying.
Great question.
I think it's-
Maybe not.
I think it's managed growth as opposed to no growth. I mean, no, none of us want to become Moab, which you look at,
Oh
if
my
you look
goodness,
at the
right.
history of Moab, we all say that all the time, we don't want to be Moab.
Yeah.
You look at the history of Moab, Moab went from a uranium processing town to a tourism mecca in 25 years, I'm gonna say. They didn't have the infrastructure in place when they needed it. They didn't put the infrastructure in place when they could have. Now it's an infrastructure nightmare. They didn't develop sensible zoning type things. They had, they didn't control their growth. They just let it explode without control. They didn't, nobody said, they said, stop, no growth to anything. I think we have the real opportunity, and part of the reason that I voted to incorporate Bluff was so that we could control the growth that came here, not so we could stop it altogether and say, I don't want any more of it. I want to have some ground up control over what my community and my future looks like, but I don't want it to die on the vine.
But I think
Because
we
of-
need a number that we need to hit that's sustainable.
Cody? Good?
This probably won't go over very well.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I said this probably won't go over very well. The small town of Cornville where I grew up, I lost that town to a Dollar Tree. Flagstaff, I've lost to growth from all over the world. I would hate that I put in 30 years to be here to lose Bluff to just uncontrollable growth. And to Jen's point is, as president of Utah Guide and Outfitters, I get to sit in on some of these meetings in Moab. And guess what the problem is in Moab right now? Too much growth that wasn't controlled. I think that would be detrimental to us.
Ma'am?
So I think there are two things that are important. That one, we have a limit on where Bluff Waterworks can carry water to, as I understand it, in terms of distance. And then the other piece is, keep in mind, well, we're 36 square miles of incorporated land, only 17% is private. Out of that 17%, there is a lot of it that's already utilized. So one of the things that is happening is Cottonwood Wash is under contract to put it out as a conservancy. So that would take up that huge block of land there. So now we're gonna be, if that goes through, it reduces substantially. It's 320 acres, I think. So when you're looking at what we've got to be able to grow, whether it's residential or commercial, industrial, there's a land shortage within Bluff. We can't control SITLA, we can't control BLM. So, you know, I'm thinking it through when I said that there are things that I think maybe we have to go back and revisit because we didn't get it quite right. I would acknowledge, in my mind, maybe zoning is one of them in terms of the town. The other one that surfaced was the duplex, double family, single family debacle that occurred this year. So there are things we can do, but we are constrained. And unless Marks can come up with an idea for how we extend BWW's ability to provide water, you know, we're looking at a lot of other issues with growth.
Okay.
I personally think those constraints will probably be just right. You know what I mean? I mean, if you look at a couple of neighborhoods, or whatever you call them, I don't love neighborhoods anyway, that's why
How about
I live here, right? But anyway, I think the constraints that are currently being faced in the reasonably quick areas that could be developed, you know, distance of water, available land, you really can't grow very big, right? So my perception was, when those zoning ordinances were going in, that it was way too restrictive. It was like overkill. Because naturally, the community, the town, the developable area is constrained. It's very constrained.
And so that's why, in my mind, there are some things we should be talking about as a community, about revisiting, looking at. And, you know, it's important that we have these conversations. But I'm not anti-growth. I'm just trying to factor in, like, what are we looking at? And how can we do it? And how can we meet the needs of this community so that in 10 years, somebody bringing their kids back here is not a ghost town.
Well, another issue, you touched on the water. If you look at the water issue, not looking at what it's incorporated town of Bluff, but you look at what the water district is. The water district that the map of the waterworks pretty much encompasses all of the inhabitable land that Ann is talking about. It does have the capability of providing water to those services. Bluff has enough water rights and almost enough infrastructure to deal with that land now, without any implements. If you take and look at the whole incorporated town, Bluff, the incorporated town cannot get enough money to supply water to all of that. But if you look at what is in the Bluff Waterworks' boundaries, which is 90% of the available land that can be developed, it's already in their system. It's
Okay.
already been
That's interesting. That's
planned
good.
for.
That's good.
Just one final thing is that I appreciate Cody's comment about, you know, in his vision of what Bluff is and what he's looking forward to coming back to, you know, a Dollar Tree or whatever is ruining that vision, right? And I think that's what this discussion is about. Okay, well, where do you want the development? In my vision, I've had a vision, I mentioned it just now, a walking Main Street in front of Bluff Fort, in front of that school, somehow shut that down. That would be painful for some people, might not be popular for everybody, but get people off the highway, slow people down, celebrate the walking, the biking, have bike paths, and have it be just this cute, quaint community. It's small businesses, it's cute architecture, it's not a bunch of metal buildings. That's my vision. I would imagine most of you have a mental vision. And I just think it's quite possible. I don't think it has to be. We can control the growth, right? Yeah. But this, I feel like there was this wall just put up like, we don't want to talk about growth, this is the way we want to be, no growth in Bluff. And I think it's like sticking your head in the sand. I think there is going to be change in whether it's vacant, dust-blown streets, or whether it's going to be acute, controlled growth is a whole difference. And I think it's a community. I mean, I would throw out a number. Is 1,000 people in the community, does that ruin it for you? Does that make sense? I mean, I've asked people that. And I think you should all ask yourself that. I don't think it does. I think it's vibrant. I think there's parks that your kids can play at when you have that. Or if you have another business or two that's successful. When we opened our business, Bluff Dwellings Resort, I was afraid that we would impact Desert Rose. And the TRT shows, the TRT for the entire community did not drop. That means we attracted a whole set of new people. And it just brought in additional monies to support the town. Now, if some people, our business may not have been the desirable business. Maybe I offended some people. But I think we've taken great taste to try to honor the landscape, honor the land, which is what we love. And I think we find people who want to do that. And I think it can be done.
I agree. Well said, Jared. I can support cute growth.
Well said. What'd you call it? Cute?
It's cute. My page says, those who want to compete will say, what a cute town. Let it be on the record.
Grant?
Thank you. I don't think many towns of 250 people in America aren't losing young people. I don't think that's unique to us as not having kids come right back. But I do think with this plan, I do take a little bit of offense about shutting down zoning. I don't think that happens. I disagree with that idea. We've had COVID for 3 years, so it hasn't been a real robust time for any kind of growth other than urban areas, I believe. So I'm real excited. No, 1,000-person town here, maybe in 25 years is what we're looking at, but we're not going to grow that fast. We need small businesses, like Terrence, to come to town and contribute. But it doesn't have to be a Super 8 hotel. It doesn't have to be a name brand who requires a sewer, which we definitely do not want. Yeah. We don't want somebody exporting their waste into our river. So, we're growing. I feel like we've grown since I've been here. I know we have. Population may not show it, but our numbers show it. Our visitation shows it. So I feel like, I don't think we're ever going to be a 1,000-person town.
I mean, you're absolutely right. There are many rural communities across this country that are in a very similar situation. And some of them are putting their head in the sand. And others are having these really important conversations. And I just want to appreciate that you're all being, opening yourself to this conversation that is not easy. We all love Bluff, and we're all looking to the future with hope and in a way that we want to make sure that it's what the community of Bluff will support and love in the future. So thank you for taking the time to do that. We'll continue to get to the results piece, but right now we're gonna take a break and come back in 15 minutes. Thank you.
You're doing great.
Yeah, it's gonna be capital G, it's just guest, and then 84512, which is our zip code.
It's 2 against 1.
Looks like nobody wants to come back.
That was enough discussion.
Well, I think the bottom line is that she did exercise.
Okay. Gosh, thanks everybody for coming back. We're actually gonna move through this next section quickly, and instead of taking time working in it, I'm just gonna kind of present to you something we prepared that I think is reflective of Bluff and your thought process and values, and ensure you that you will have an opportunity to work on it at a later time. Because we just ran over a little bit on other stuff, and so we're going to have to pick up an hour somewhere. So we worked on mission, vision, and values, and in the general plan, there is, I've got actually a couple of, I've got a few copies. In the general plan, there are some values pieces. And to kind of just share it around if you'd like. We're not going to do work in them today. But we developed a draft mission statement for the town, and I'll read it, and then we're just going to move on today. But if you have a visceral negative reaction, we'll stay. Otherwise, we'll get back to it. The town of Bluff provides a valuable service to residents, visitors, and businesses through transparent, efficient, and responsible governance while protecting its natural resources, quality of life, and unique character. So that's where we're at as a mission for our town. This is the vision statement from the general plan. There's a lot of words. Usually you try and get a vision statement that you can express in about 6 words. One really punchy sentence, something like that. And I love these ideas. There's really a lot of guiding principles there. It's kind of what I would call this group. I think it's terrific, and it is representative. But we would like to also find something that looks like a statement that feels right for you. So a draft. Bluff is an inclusive community that values quality of life for all while honoring and protecting our natural resources. Where, as we look to the future, is this a statement that you would say, yeah, that represents our community well? We will have time to come. Oh, thanks.
It is.
Good.
Saved this group a lot of time and work.
And I make a motion, we
Thanks,
accept.
y'all.
We have no motions.
It's not on the agenda.
Oh, no. You cannot go home yet. We are not done. All right. So then, it's really nice to have values that, you can say, yeah, this really gets to the heart of who we are and how we think and how we would like to represent ourselves. So here is, again, we would have had time to work in that, we're not gonna work in them today, we'll have an opportunity. But these are the ones that felt like, based on getting to know you all through conversations and surveys and town halls and conversations with Aaron and Jim and Ann and Frank and Linda. So we can come back to this at another time unless someone has a visceral negative reaction. Okay.
Like
So-
visible, visceral, visible?
Yeah, visceral, like you're jumping up and down saying, Okay. So we're getting to where we're beginning to fill in our strategic direction. This is a draft, mission, vision, and values. Our next job is to get to what the core strategies are going to be that we're going to work on for the next couple of months in small group. And Judith is going to take you through the next exercise called From What to What? From to. And so I will turn the time over to Judith.
Don't want to hear me talk more eight. So I want to just we want to, what we're trying to get to, I think we said by the end of the day today, is a set of those core themes that we want to be working on in the strategic plan. And so the next step is to say, given everything that we've talked about now, what do we have to move from and what are we moving to? And we've kind of proposed, or we think we've heard 4 key areas. The first area is moving from no growth, we said from no growth to acute growth, or no growth to mindful growth, slow growth, managed planned growth. That's one key area. The second key area is, it's like the goods and services now are largely set up to service a certain demographic, and that's not so family friendly. So it's moving from a set of goods and services in a kind of a town construct that is less family friendly to one that is more family friendly, that includes a lot of the services, educational opportunities, et cetera. The third one is looking at governance in the town. So you have the town council is a relatively new structure, the operation is relatively new. But taking a look at moving that from the current situation to a sustainable, making sure that you have a sustainable government. And that includes all of the issues related to revenue generation, and getting more people involved in becoming elected officials, being able to pay your elected officials, et cetera. And then the final one has to do with your relationship with the community south of Bluff. I think that's how Tara was describing it. So it sounds as if that relationship right now tends to be around certain kinds of business transactions. And what you're looking for, what we were hearing in the room today was something that was a little bit more equitable, a little more synergistic, that there was more collaboration, that there was more opportunity for people to feel comfortable here and there with each other, and more opportunity for people to be contributing all that they have and all of their knowledge, skills, assets, culture, et cetera, to this broader community. And those are sort of the 4 from here to here's that we were hearing in the conversations today. Did we miss a big one? Yeah.
I was just gonna say, on number 2, would it be more applicable maybe to call it multi-generational services? So like not just focused on families, but
Sure,
like.
that's great.
Perfect.
Good job, Erin.
Yeah.
I do want me to do
I got all types of sugar guys.
That would be super maintenance. I got
I think change language is generally important because.
So should we start, and what I'd like to do is just do this as a brainstorming exercise. Right, if you could just, would it be faster to do it in groups too? Or just do it as a general brainstorm? Right?
Have an audible.
They gotta make up an hour.
All right, that was fast. Probably not as fast as a quarterback, but. So what I'd like to do is, what we want to do is two things. First, prioritize those in order to get to our final list of things that we work on over the next, as we develop the strategic plan. So if we want to move from no growth to more managed growth, what are some of the really, like, the 3 to 5 biggest things that need to happen, that need to be planned for in the strategic plan in order for that to take place?
Are you talking about like the steps to get there, or are you talking about like what does the final product look like? Like the 3 to 5 things?
Now, what are the 3 to 5 steps or big clusters of activities
To get to.
that need to be attended to move from no growth to planned growth? And that will begin to shape the content of your strategic plan.
Revisit zoning.
Revisit zoning. Okay, what else? Yes?
Come up with a number of the growth, a number of, or a population number. What is a comfortable number that we would like to get to that is sustainable?
Okay, develop a population number. How big do we want to get? What else?
I think a map that is feasible of what part of the incorporated town can be developed.
Okay, mapping out available land for development.
Yeah. I mean, we got a huge amount of land and we don't have any idea of what we can do with any of it.
Yes, like a visualized information, like as a map or numbers, like a visualized information.
Right, so there's got the whole, so you lay out the incorporation.
And then
You say,
access
here are
to
the
the
areas
information.
that belong to us and we can do something with, here are the areas that
Or
somebody else
that's
is in charge
feasible
of.
to do something
And it's
with.
feasible,
Yeah.
okay. And then the numbers, how many people can this sustain, how many businesses?
I think that kind of goes along with that. If we have a smaller footprint as a town, I think we need to closely look at density and maybe kind of change what we want for the small space that we have as livable land. Right now, we're zoned that our density, our lot sizes have to be half-acre lots, which is a fairly large lot. A lot of that is limited by septic, but maybe that's not the right way to do it. If we want to look at more higher density type places, apartment buildings, things like that, they can't necessarily, I mean, sometimes they need to be allowed to have smaller footprint, land footprint or something like that, rather than having every house has 1 acre and 1 house. That uses a lot of space and it's kind of a limited thing here, so look at land density, or population density.
For the land.
Are we just trying to capture like the physical, like how do we physically build out, or are these like the soft things too, like livability, things like that?
Sure. No, it should be bigger. When you talk about livability, you're talking about so many things, right?
Yeah, well, I don't
So
know if I
let's
can
go.
reference her, but we were talking to someone at the break, and she's like, what makes you think people really want to move here? And that's something we have to consider. Like, we look around the room, like, we have new people here and there, but it's not like we're having this huge flood of people.
And you don't want it.
We don't want it either, which is fine, yeah. So like, why don't we focus on the livability, the things that put smiles on all of our faces? And like Jared Weber said, when people drive through, like, oh, this seems interesting. Like, I think that would drive it, I don't know.
Okay, so focus on livability, or do you have any more? And
I
the
like
group
that.
can work on that.
Yeah, that's the
What
parks,
makes
the
it
trails,
livable,
the
what makes
things.
it attractive, but not too attractive for,
Deciding which businesses bring people in and don't necessarily make them move here.
business,
Bringing
what,
people in for day business.
right, so So you say bringing people in for day business, you mean that they would be daytime residents, or they would be?
Well, something that brings them in, maybe once makes them stay over in the hotels and the restaurants, and yet doesn't necessarily have them moving in.
Right, so they would bring revenue and a
Raising
little bit of
revenue.
enrichment. Okay, so that's, okay, we've got the livability piece, we've got people coming in for the day.
Linda Sosa made an interesting comment several years ago when we were talking about the relatively even keel of population in Bluff since 1880s. I'm really not exaggerating, that the population has stayed about 250 since the 1880s.
Are you not hearing?
I'm not here, but that's okay. I don't know.
No, let her finish. And
But
then-
that wasn't why I raised my hand.
No, well, okay, no, then let her finish and then we'll come to you.
She had mentioned, and I really think that it's true, that about every 3 to 5 years, 30% of Bluff's population turns over. Meaning that we have a lot of people who move in, and then we have a lot of people move out. And I think that's hard a little bit on community continuity. And I wonder if there's something that we could adjust to make people not necessarily want to move out so quickly. Because I really think it's accurate. I mean, I can't remember what context that was in, but as she said it, I was like, nah, that's a really high turnover. But thinking about it, and Lou's shaking her head in agreement, but I really think it's accurate that we, every 3 to 5 years, we lose and regain about 30% of our population.
And that's what keeps the population steady. So you want it, so the strategic thing you want to look at is what's driving the turnover
Yeah.
Does
and
that-
the pace of the
Sorry,
turnover.
does that include like the kids who are graduated?
No.
It doesn't?
No, that means, I mean, how many times have, I mean, you guys just moved here, but I'm thrilled that you bought a house and are staying here. But I can't tell you how many people I've seen move in, stay a couple of years, and then leave because something's not right. They can't make it, it's too hard, whatever. What drives that move outness?
And I think one of the big issues is, you know, as a community, people move to Bluff because they love Bluff. And it's like every 3 to 5 years, something comes up either with the government, the city council, that we want to change what's going on in Bluff. And you're sitting there thinking, people move here because they love it, yet they want to change it so nobody else is going to move here. You know, I mean, you can't keep locking up a community by making changes contrary to what you fell in love with in the first place.
Yeah, that's an interesting thing.
And that happens a lot in Bluff.
So that's the tension.
Yes.
Right, what is it that keeps Bluff and keeps us all here, and what is it that we need to have in order to be a more broadly livable and
Why do people move here to start with?
community? And right. How do you? But those needs change. I think one of the things, I think
It
one
has
of the
to go
things that's going
forward.
on is that the needs change, and so the services and opportunities need to change along with that. Brad, did you have something that you wanted to add to this one?
I did have something on my mind, but it slipped away. Oh, I know what it was. I got my right hand back here. I don't believe we're at no growth, so I
Okay.
kind of take offense to that premise, starting
Okay,
there.
would you say from slow growth?
We've been growing, we've got houses being built right now.
Mhm.
We've had more houses built in the last year here than any time I can remember.
Okay.
So
That's
let's
fair
talk
enough.
about whether that no growth is perceived or real.
Okay, well, all right, maybe that was my mischaracterizing the issue, but I'm wondering if, in part because whatever it is, I guess that the core question is whether or not is moving from wherever you are right now to more planned growth. I think that was the question that was on the table.
Well, I misunderstood.
I obviously misunderstood when I used the word no, so I apologize for
So
that.
I don't think we're at no growth.
Okay, all right. So you can move that to, thank you.
For clarity, are we talking about growth as in like the number of people who live in this town, or is growth defined with another kind of metric, like how many businesses we have, or how much revenue we generate,
All of it.
or like what do we mean by growth?
Good idea, good question.
And I think I think that there are demographics involved here. I think there is economic growth because demographics and economic growth are linked. I think the housing stock is linked because the demographics and the
I'm
economic.
not seeing no growth is what I'm talking.
Yes, so since you're building houses, it's not a no-growth situation.
And we may have addressed it already, but in order for us to go from current to something in the future, to additional housing or whatever, for instance, is there something the town can do to offer incentives, monetary or otherwise?
So part of that movement would be identifying and offering incentives.
Of some sort, yes.
Or support.
Or support.
Anything else? Are we ready to move on to the next one? Which was, now I'm gonna be really self-conscious about what I call the from, but it's from a focus on a certain demographic to a focus on to providing goods and services that are for a multi-generational population. I'm old enough to live here, so what do we care? You know, I mean, this is dealing with the reality of the demographics, right? So being able to shift from the kind of the services and the goods and the lifestyle that largely supports and is supported by the older demographic to one that's more intergenerational. So,
Yeah, I would just say that there's not really a lot of services for that older generation either, which is why there were some thoughts of having nursing homes or whatever come in. When you get to a certain age, they move away. There's hardly anybody that stays here into really old age.
Okay, so.
That's really old.
But once you get to where you need services, you have to leave.
Right, so if you needed to be in an assisted living facility, you
Yeah,
But do we have the infrastructure to support, well, we did have my grandma,
Yeah, you can.
but that was my family taking care of my grandma. You took care of your mom. Melvin was here until he was 92.
But he was
Galen's
still self-sufficient.
Galen's 89. You know, but do we have the infrastructure in place to support a facility like that? Can a nursing home operate on a septic system? You know, I mean, these are all things that.
But there's not that, what I was trying to say is there's not that support for the older ones or the young. I mean, like,
Right.
we don't.
I think we're a lot better than we used to be, you know, I mean, I know we have a lot of complaints about lack of medical care. Rick, would you back me up on this? Rick and Diana come from Philadelphia to Bluff so that they can go get medical care at the medical facilities that are in Blanding. We are a half an hour away from a decent new hospital. We have a nice, beautiful clinic that's 15 miles away with a dental office. You know, my husband, who's currently in San Diego, takes 6 months to get an appointment to go see the dentist. He can walk into the Montezuma Creek Clinic and be seen in 3 days. So I think that we have come miles in the realm of healthcare. And I don't really think it's all that unusual to have to travel to a half an hour for medical services. I think any city that you live in, granted, I've never lived in any cities because I've grown up in Bluff, but I'm pretty sure you probably have to drive a half an hour to get to a hospital from your home.
For us in St. Paul, it was 45 minutes across town to get to the University of Minnesota. And when I needed major medical care, I went to the Mayo Clinic in Rochester. So we got our boosters and vaccine before anybody in St. Paul could cross the limits there. So
My 18-year-old daughter was vaccinated before my 72-year-old mother-in-law was vaccinated, being right here in central rural San Juan County.
Okay, so we're gonna call this just making the transition from whatever level of service, the current level of services, goods and services, to a broader, multi-generational services. And that's the transition that needs to be considered in the strategic plan. Dan?
To me, it's just the improved livability, I keep using that term, that an established town can now provide. Like, we now have a town who can help throw, you know, a certain amount of money at a playground and a little walking track and then outside exercise equipment. And so that's what it is for me, is like, how do we just improve the livability for everybody?
Okay.
Okay, so. But I mean, I'm worried about my 2-year-old most, but I'm also worried.
So what do we need to do? What needs to happen to improve that livability for everyone?
Slow traffic down.
Well, more walkable, we can cross the streets without worrying about a semi plowing.
Serious, slow traffic down.
We can ride our bikes to the school,
Yes.
or the community center, or wherever.
But you're right on the highway.
We need a
Main Street plan, which we're working on, we need a cultural center, which we're working on, we need funding for the fire suppression for that, and we need a community meeting to get everything put in place for the locals to have livability. They don't have to drive to get their wood cutting permit in Monticello. That's what livability means.
You have EMTs who feel like that they're valued, and maybe the town can help support them in some way as well, so that we have medical services on hand. Because right now we have 2 EMTs, and one's been trying to retire for how long?
We just got 3 new awesome ones, by the way.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
All right, why can't the town provide support to these people who are providing an invaluable service to the town?
Same with fire.
Okay.
EMS, fire.
That's you two moves.
All right, is there anything else that needs to happen in this category strategically? So we've got the CCC, we've got the, let me see this list again, I like this early.
I know.
So we've got the slowing down traffic, more community meetings, getting the CCC up and running so that all those services are there, better support for the EMTs.
And fire.
And fire.
And the trail, the highway, the hard surface trail along the highway so that it's safe.
Yes, it's kind of, it's really urgent. Every day, my kids is almost killing by the truck on the bridge.
Yeah.
Every day to the school. So just slow down from 40 to 25 is good. Just
Like every
change
other
the speed.
Yeah,
Change the
every
number.
other.
It's really urgent for me.
Or provide a different.
So we've got the trail, what did you call it, a hard surface
Hard
walking area?
surface trail.
Well, and part of that is giving the town access to the river, completing the river trail. And completing the outdoor part at the community center. I hate to sound like a broken
With
record.
amphitheater, all of them you put in there.
What about just being mindful as a group that try not to just think of our own age demographic, but try to be mindful in considering that, yes, we want to attract families, and what are some things that we could do to attract, because I don't even think it's not anything that we're not working on, but it's just the slip of, oh, I didn't think about that the kids might like to do that, or, oh, I didn't think about this time of the year isn't a good time in relationship to everything else that's going on to host something like that. But I think it's just trying to make a commitment of being more mindful of, to be inclusive of all type of people.
And that's part of what Tina was saying with the access to the river. That river trail has 2 access points up to town for perpetual access for town residents to be able to get to the river. So that needs to be solid.
It needs to be expanded.
And I think we need,
It's all there, it just needs to be finished, I guess.
and I think we need to move from talking about it
To doing it.
to doing it. Because, every issue that I'm sitting here listening to, we have talked about for years in this town, and it still hasn't been done. Okay, and I don't know the reason for or why it hasn't been or what, it's just, we need to move forward and we keep saying the same thing and still doing nothing.
And is it the same we that's saying the same thing and the same we that's doing nothing? Okay, well, that's a different question. And that's, hopefully that's one we'll get to addressing as well, as figuring out how and who, but how these things are gonna get done. Because it's a lot of work and this whole town is already run on volunteer labor. Dan?
Yeah, good. So I'd love to see more cultural and education activities. Cultural, we're trying to address through like the arts festival to try to do it more often. But then education, could it be as simple as like moving the library from that tiny little space that we have now into the CCC and making it a bigger space where people can come and have a third place and see each other and talk, and we can bring in people and kids activities and all that kind of stuff, and maybe use the current library for the fire department, for our changing station.
Yeah. We're gonna have a cultural room with historic writings here. I'd love to have that library at the CCC in cooperation with the reading room and research room. So we've got there's a lot of good ideas floating around.
Are you all aware that they're threatening to cut our town library and Montezuma Creek Library in the county budget? I
Like to
mean,
fully kill it?
does that, yeah.
No, but it sounds pretty San Juan County-ish
Well, but-
to me. They're banning books all over the world, why not do that?
So
So-
just close the
Consider that,
library,
that's
don't worry about banning
Work to
books.
solve,
Yeah.
right, like,
Let's put a
whether
plan
we
together.
have to be under the county or not, like, maybe it's a great starting point, but what if we get to a place where we can sustain our own community library that's open when we want, that does the things that we want, right? Like, we're gonna generate our own revenue to just be done with the county if they're the hurdle.
I talked to Marcia, that's where the idea kind of came from, but she said that'd be really hard because then we don't have access to all the network of books
Right.
and all that.
Well, then they're gonna wanna partner with us
There's a
because they're gonna see the
really
great
big
things we're doing.
infrastructure there, and I think that there again, as if citizens, we go and make some noise about, hey, that we do value this, and then show that you value it, because we can all say that we're support of the library. But I have to tell you, the last time I checked out a library book was 16 years ago, because I went to the library and I checked out a library book, and my little 6-year-old then promptly lost the library book. And I wasn't banned, but she didn't understand the concept, and I was like, this just doesn't work for us. So therefore, we never went back to the library. But, you know, I mean, we all talk a good line and walk a good line, but do we support the things that we already have? Because one of the reasons, obviously, that they're talking about closing the library is because our census numbers aren't there to show that we support the library and that it's a valuable thing. So.
Part of it's a function of the space and the internet, so there's some library stresses all over the world too. But the libraries are essential for democracy.
So let me
It's not
just,
something you can just cut out willy-nilly.
let me just correct one misperception. Our numbers on the census for 2020 are not accurate. I've gone to the feds, I went to the state, I went to the feds. They cannot be corrected for the purposes of the census data. They can correct them internally, and so in 2030, they'll be reflectively compared by the federal government. But 2020 is low due to COVID because they didn't come in and do all the counts they needed to do, and they didn't fully canvass the reservation or the southern part of the county. So my own kind of analysis from what I've seen and heard from the census, state and federal, is that we're roughly a little higher or the same as we've been holding at, around 252, 255. Well, not the, or the 262, 265, not the low 240s. And
But does that affect the library numbers, or does the fact that 5 people go check out books at the library and therefore it's not worth us funding a part-time person to come in our library?
so looking at San Juan County's budget and the library budgets, what it does is for every one of us that's counted in the census, we get money. So when we lose 10 people out of our census, or 20 people out of our census, for us, it's a big dollar amount proportionately. And we all know where San Juan County has gone with their budget. They're in trouble. And so it's being reflected all the way through the county in any services, including, you know, things like the school district where they get funds and the library. I think moving the library is a great idea, but I don't know how we do it right now, but we can work on that.
Okay, we're still trying to get to things to prioritize. Did you want to add
So
something?
I just want to add something to the library question, because my youngest daughter just was in school up at Grand Junction at college, and they were talking about the cafeteria that's in the library, and I'm like, how do you eat in the library? And I said, so do you still have books in the library? She's like, no. So there are no books, it's a study place, it's Wi-Fi, there's not a book in there apparently. She hasn't seen any.
Call it the library.
It's one of those things that's changing.
Yeah.
It's changing a lot.
Like a lounge.
That's not how people, I mean, a lot of people don't read.
So if you have a lounge and a Wi-Fi, I'm talking about like a third place where people have these happy little run-ins like we talked about at one point, and
And that's where that's what they do at that
Yeah.
library, they all go
like a
there.
lounge.
Okay.
Just,
Good stuff.
So that's the whole library trend nationally is a little bit curious. I think the next category then that we have is moving from the current structure and funding of the government to a more sustainable, or to sustainable government, making sure that the structure of the town council and the town is in fact sustainable and resourced. Any thoughts about that?
I'm gonna have to have you say that again, if you don't mind. Judith.
So it's from the current, the two is sustainable town government. right? It seemed, and the from is just the current status. I mean, you've got an all-volunteer council, you've got, pretty much the whole town is run by volunteers. What you have, something like 3 to 5 maybe paid positions. But most of the town services are voluntary. So how do you move from a predominantly volunteer government and government service provision to a really sustainable and robust form of government and services?
Did you ask a question? Did you say, how do you do that?
How? What's necessary to move from where you are now with so many things being done by volunteers to a sustainable system where the government has the revenue and the resources to provide the services and pay for those services?
Well, I think in my opinion, I think you continue to have smart growth, which brings in extra revenue for local government, so they can hire people to coordinate programs. So I feel like that's happening. Our bank
Okay,
account's
it's
much
continue-
better than it was 4 years ago.
Okay,
We
I'm sorry.
have staff now, and so I think we need some more staff.
Yeah, he said smart growth. Smart growth.
Oh, smart growth, okay. Because that will
We need
generate the revenue.
I'd like to suggest that we, along these lines, along what Marcus is saying, like, we've been talking about this for the time I've been here. We need to pay people to own these projects, whether that's in their job description, or they're a staff on the council, or staff in the town, or whatever, but pay people to own the projects we've agreed upon, and then give them the funding, the tools, the resources they need to accomplish some of these things. We have to figure out what those things are, I know, that's what we're here for, but we need the people to not be burned out, to be able to carry through with all of these things we keep talking about, like Mark said.
So part of the, and so is the revenue piece of here?
You have to increase your tax.
Smart growth to bring in more revenue, okay, good, yes.
And if I might dovetail on what Melissa said, when the volunteer model was put together, all of the jobs we're talking about were more manageable and required less certification, less training, less time in general. And I agree completely with doing things in a more professional manner, but it puts a tremendous burden on people in terms of their time and their strength. And the volunteer model is collapsing nationally. We're watching all of that happen. And so I just would like fire and emergency services and all of our other political, other government services, like, we need to be thinking about those as well. The county is anxious to hand us off to the town, and that's going to be that'll be a big transition. Sorry, when I said us, I mean fire and EMS. Thank you.
Okay. And then the final one is looking at the relationship with the community south of Bluff. Bluff extended, I don't know how you call that or how you name it, but I heard Tara say several times south of Bluff. Dan,
Sorry, can I take us back just to the previous one, just quickly?
the town?
Yeah, so I think we all see the work that the town council is doing now, and the hours they're putting in, and the incredible hours that Ann is putting in, and we're like, there's no way we can commit that time. And so I think we have to figure out how to make her roles more sustainable, which I think Erin's a big part of it, but how do we continue down that path?
You wanna honestly know why nobody ran for mayor last time? Well, a couple people ran for mayor. None of us can devote 40 to 80 hours a week in a unpaid government position. None of us can do it. None of us want to do it. None of us want that role. Kudos for you for stepping up to take it. But I would like to see, the town become more organized in the fact that they can take less load off of the people. I'd like to see it go from being 3 meetings a month plus 16 work sessions down to 2 meetings a month and more manageable, maybe smaller chunks, but more efficient ways. And I know that it will get there. I know that the last 6 years have been an incredible amount of work to establish. But realistically, if we're going to include more people in wanting to do government positions and things like that, we've got to figure out a way to shrink that time commitment down, because we all have families and work, and none of us can afford, at least not the non-retirees, can afford to devote that much time to public service.
That's,
Senior Jen, I would agree with everything everybody said. But when I found the people individually and said, are you interested in running for council? Are you interested in running for mayor? Are you interested in, because we're looking at salaries, we're looking at getting to pay people, we've got the revenue. No,
It's
not interested.
It's a daunting undertaking.
And that's bringing in a manager, has been amazingly helpful, but she can't carry everything either, and the other five just walk away. So it is a community investment that I get people need to have the money, and if I weren't retired, I'm not sure what this is, but if I were working in the government, otherwise with a paying job, I couldn't, really do 40 hours a week or 60. It's been 60 to 70 almost every week. That being said, I recognize that I think the whole council does. It's, even if we set a salary tomorrow and we all stepped away the next day, will there be 5 people who step up? And that's what I worry about.
I don't
That's my
think-
personal.
I think, and this is just me saying that, the salary portion isn't the problem for me. It's the daunting task load that, and maybe we need to look at, that's, it's the daunting task load that makes me very apprehensive about, can I step up and run for planning and zoning? Yeah, I don't know if I can put on that hat along with the 7 other hats that I'm wearing already.
it sounds also then like you're looking at structure and you're looking at work distribution and you're looking
Yeah.
at.
Yeah, there you go.
Thank you. Yeah, we need an organizational structure with
Job
planned
descriptions.
out job descriptions and
Yes.
roles, who is
Yes,
responsible
yes.
for what.
Yes. And then you can even begin to think about hiring people, where people could actually begin to think about
And,
what
and
they
if you
want.
take on that role, being willing to accept the commitment and not have to have something that appears on the agenda for 6 months of the agenda time, because it's, it's like, okay, yeah, I'm gonna buckle down and I'm gonna get this done.
So let me just throw out one other idea. When you elect officials, they don't necessarily come with a job description, and having been in that position before, what you will hear is, I'm elected, you can't make me do this. So that's a fine idea to have an outline of what people might be expecting to do and how it divides up. But if anybody's ever run for elected office or been with elected officials, that is a mantra. You can't make me do it. I'm an elected official. Your remedy is don't vote for me. But unless it's a different
Okay,
town,
all
maybe
right.
it will come differently.
So that's a fact of the situation, but at some level, you need to have the structure and the paid positions to do the work. So that you have the council and the elected officials, but then you also have the worker bees who support Erin in getting everything done that you all legislate.
And the cleanup outside and the cleanup,
Lots
all
of,
of those
it's a lot of
things.
stuff.
All
Yeah.
of the grant writing, all that sort of thing.
Yep, there are lots of
There's
positions.
lots of places that leave the council to be able to see the big picture.
Well, the council is actually doing 2 sets of jobs right now, right? So they're doing the governance piece and then they're also doing the implementation, the execution. Okay, Cody, and then we need to move on or we're gonna be, it's lovely here, but I don't think we're gonna stay.
I was gonna say that there's some red tape that keeps me from being on council, but as soon as SAFCO gets up and going and my family life settles down a little bit, town council is where I wanna be.
Okay, all right. Let's see what we can do to get Cody situated and stabilized. All right, the last category that we want to look at, and I think this is come across in all of the vision, missions, values, activities, is the relationship between the town of Bluff and the community, the extended community on the other side of the river. And it's, and transitioning that from whatever it is and whatever it feels like now for all of you, to something that feels more comfortable, feels more like everybody's contributing, feels more like everyone has a role to play, and that the assets and the resources are sort of equitably distributed. So if there's something that's happening on the other side of the river that creates a social benefit or a financial benefit, that share is there, and likewise on this side. But whatever that is, what is it that you want to do, or strategically, what do you need to do in order to make that relationship much more equitable? Cody?
If you invited Mexican Water to the next town meeting or something like that, boom, there you go. Now you've opened those doors.
But I think
All you gotta do is ask.
I don't think we can assume that any of the chapters want to have a relationship with us unless we're not willing to like show up to them as well. So my assumption is we have to figure this out as a two-way street. If we see Mexican Water as the next partnership we need to have, or we see Anna's chapter, Red Mesa chapter, Insert chapter, or even the White Mesa community, I think we shouldn't overlook that either. We cannot assume that just because we think it's great, they'll think it's great. So we have to show up to their chapter meetings just the same and expect nothing.
Yep.
And we have to be able to show up and say, this is what we will provide. Do you want to work with us?
Absolutely. There it is.
What about some infrastructure type stuff to make, I know growing up here, a lot of the problem of, coming to work or things like that is that transportation and getting into town is often a very big challenge. So something concrete that we could work on is providing some kind of transportation system back and forth. We had I guess we still have the Navajo transit system, but it's very user-friendly if you're working in Blanding. It's very unuser-friendly if you're trying to get from Blanding to Bluff. Not saying that we need to do that completely, but just having something that makes it a little bit easier for people to get back and forth in their day-to-day life, because that's often a big challenge for people.
Okay, a couple more? Okay, let's see, Luann?
The active transportation, the sidewalk trail, we've that's kind of a start to the bigger transportation, although it could be done simultaneously. And we are reaching out to the chapter houses, the county, Montezuma Creek, so that is a tying together. The workshops start March 23rd and tied with the school, which is all Navajo. That'll be the first kickoff meeting. So those things will be a start.
And you know that I love the trail and everything else, but if you realistically think that my Navajo employee is going to ride their bike from 20 miles across the river into Bluff, that's
not
reality.
It's
I'm a cyclist, and that's not reality.
No, it's for exercise. For that, it would be exercise, and for in town, just.
Okay, so we have Dan, and then Brad, is your hand up?
Do we need to look at like red tape or anything? I know like Rick and Tara were talking about like, what if we had like a Friday nights in Bluff where there's food trucks and, small vendor booths? Is that process too hard now for people that want to get licenses and tax? Would it help if we at least kind of highlighted that or through those events?
So, my understanding of food trucks, and maybe somebody else has more information, is that if you have a Utah license anywhere, it's good everywhere in Utah. So previously, some years ago, if you were going to be in Bluff, you needed to get a license from us to go to Montezuma Creek. Well, probably not there, but Landing, for instance. My understanding is one license covers you everywhere. And then the public health is responsible for ensuring the safety pieces of it where you have to have the food handler's license and that, but in terms of Bluff, basically bring the food truck in.
So they just need the location.
The location, which is easy to do.
But it's also an education of you need to, okay, we're gonna ask you to pay sales tax. You need to make sure that you're including sales tax in your costs so that when you have, this is me coming as a brand new baby business owner, and it's like, oh yeah, I'm collecting this sales tax, but sales tax payment time comes around and you're looking at your bank account and it's like, oh, do I have that $3,000 to send to the state right now?
So it's kind of like
It's an education forum.
So it's almost like how you would try to look at or organize an incubator business?
Yes.
Or something that the Small Business
Yes.
Administration routinely does all over the state to make sure that people are able to know the law, comply with the law, get them, get their books and their staffing all set up so that they don't end up somewhere else. Anything else?
Yes. I think it's important to reinforce the relationship with elementary school. So because, for example, once I turned to the elementary school, the community is in Dine. So, the talking we in Dine or talk it's a completely the different community-ish. They're talking about the different events. They are like checking the different resources. So that's kind of like if we can communicate well, like yeah, it's a huge damage. We lost Melissa. So, but anyway, you know, like for example, town mail or you know this town information. I think it didn't go through like to the like a community at elementary school. I mean, or even for example, like if we can invite elementary principal to such a, like some town meetings, so kind of like more like realistically, we can talk things together, think about the future together. So that's like a dramatically in the same town, but still it's way completed. Like a, yeah, sorry, like a separated. Sorry. So that's why, yeah, some like a relationship with elementary school.
Because the school provides another avenue for getting to know people in that community and getting representation from that community. And then, of course, we had a whole list of things earlier about the cooperative cultural center that.
I think in order to deal with things effectively on the reservation, which is what we're talking about here, that we will need in order to implement some of this, someone, whether it be from the Native American organization or us, to manage this. Because anyone that brings a food truck in from on the reservation, they never paid any taxes for anything. They don't pay taxes. They're not going to be used to or may understand what taxes are for. Also, I think it would be only fair if we're going to be supplying whatever it is to them to help them out. What are they supplying? They belong to the Navajo Nation, and they have funding for that, for things. I don't know what they are, I'm not familiar with that, but there needs to be a manager that can help manage both of those.
So there's, I'm going to try this a different way, but it's in the partnership thing. It's kind of learning more about what's available as a resource and what's required to access it, and then sharing information about what the town would require in order to be able to bring people in to use the space or to sell trucks or something. I think that, you know, and I think that we have, that's doable.
I mean, that's what we've done with the Arts Festival and the Balloon Festival. Like we throw these vendor events and we give them the sales tax packets. And so I think, you know, like I'm envisioning if we do those like quarterly or something, where we have music and arts fairs and things like that.
Well,
food
when
trucks.
you have we charge a vendor fee, and I don't think that that's uncommon. If you want to come set up your art booth in my art fair, you're going to pay me $25. If you want to set up your food booth, those kind of things take care of kind of the, who's going to clean up the food truck area after Friday night food truck is done. So if you know, 10 food trucks have come in and they all pay $25, $50, then you have a pot to draw from, so therefore it becomes sustainable and not
So
necessarily an additional burden.
So I think, I think that the important thing is to figure out how to, if you can figure out how to make it work, that one of the first strategic pieces would be to see what it would take to make it work. And then you can talk about bringing it in and actually costing it out. But I think that that's kind of the, I led this and I didn't keep this as tight as I should for about 20 minutes behind schedule. But the next thing that we need to do is to prioritize these from tos, right? What are the most important things, right?
I mean, I think we can go to the posters.
Okay.
I mean, you're okay with that?
I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
I think there's a few, you know,
Well, there are lots of good ideas here. That we can start
great
with.
ideas and a
Yes.
million ways we could go.
Yes.
And it's 5 till 4. So let's get you guys up and going. And we've got 4 posters. Number 1 over here is planned growth. Number 2 is the improved livability one. Number 3 is the sustainable town government. And number 4 is, they call it culture and community connection, but it's this one. And we want everyone to have a role in one of these. Let's advance our poster here to show our poster. So this is what the posters look like. What you're going to do is really kind of quickly define what's in scope, what's out of scope. Is that clear what that means? This is basically what we're going to do. We're not thinking about this over here, right? So we're gonna sort of put boundaries on our core strategy. What will happen as a result of our initiative realizing its full potential? How will we measure success? So these are the things that will be, what we're gonna call goals. What are our goals within this, right? So we're gonna start coming up with the best ideas. These are strategic. They're not operational just yet, okay? They're not actions. They're strategic, right? So we're thinking in a strategic manner, and we're going to eventually get to actions, but that's not in this second defined success area.
Happy birthday.
Wow. So you just decided to descend. Hello.
Center of attention.
Then we're gonna work on
Happy birthday.
what actions do need to happen. And what you can do, depending on how your time goes, you can put them in short term, long term, and then outcomes. Ultimately, this is where we want to be eventually. Just take some time in here, especially, and then work on actions as well. So I think the best way to, and I'm not sure who wants to be in what groups, if you have a particular area that's important to you and you would really like to work on that, I'd like to say have everyone go to the area that makes most sense for you to weigh in. Why don't we try that? And then if it feels like, we've got half the people at one of them, we're gonna have to sort of do a shift, okay? So they're over there, and I'd love for you to take 20 minutes in groups, and then we're gonna do what we call a gallery walk and a report out. So I think we're good. Does everyone feel okay about, let's go to where our interest area is?
Is it gonna be like writing on the page on the wall, or like?
Oh, yeah, you have to write all sorts of notes on there, we need them.
Okay.
Write all the good things.
And they're all labeled right now, 1, 2, 3, 4,
They are.
and they're according to these 1, 2, 3, 4s.
I even wrote, sustainable town government on Aaron's over here on number 3. So, okay, so thanks everybody. So, till 4:20. Which one?
That one is till
must have put the fan on.
Okay, so group one, planned growth.
Planned growth.
So,
Yeah, there's.
Oh, and Debbie's coming.
yeah.
So for planned growth in scope, setting a population maximum number with keeping in mind our septic system and our population density. Regulating, capping short-term rentals that are in residential zones.
Can I comment that? That's already been done. That kept coming up over and over and over again. There's already a cap on STRs.
Okay. In scope, water realities education. So educating everyone on the realities of our water system, what we have, where it's at, what it's doing. Day use in town, I took that from people coming into town using resources in town for the day and then going home at night, or just staying in town, maybe utilizing hotels, restaurants, but not living here. Revisit zoning as it relates to different business acceptabilities in the different zones, commercial zones, just revisiting zoning and maybe changing some of the zoning codes or the zones for different types of business. Subsidized housing for affordability. Number of businesses that we want in town. Out of scope, nothing. What will happen as a result of your initiative realizing its full potential and how will you measure success? Moderate income housing will be one way that we can measure success. We have 3 water studies currently that have been completed that are in progress. Is that correct, Marcus? Okay.
They've been completed, yeah.
They've been completed, and now we just need to figure out a next step, what to do with these studies. So that's not necessarily how we're measuring success, but it is a question mark there. Another way to measure success, businesses in town, 4-day use. What are those businesses? I know grocery store was a long discussion that we've all shared, so I put it there with a question mark. A list of what actions need to be done or must happen to achieve success. Research, funding, services, sources. Jim?
Yeah.
Okay. Zoning. So to follow back on this one, we have STRs, but then also the different business acceptability per zone. One of the discussions was if you want to run a business out of your house, is your house property zoned for that? And maybe revisiting that, going back to revisit zoning. Designated area that water can and will supply. So one of the things that we were discussing with water is that water cannot necessarily be piped all the way to Comb Ridge. So coming up together, this is as far as Bluff Waterworks will provide water within the incorporated area. Is that correct? Okay. And then also there is 500 acre feet of water, of secondary water that the town has that is not being used at this point. So figuring out how we could use that water for potential irrigation, but then also at the same time addressing the sediment issue because of how silty the sandy one is. For cluster group into 3 timeframes, we only have it for our housing. And now research. Next, acquire, identify land, space, zone appropriately, then build. Questions, comments, additions?
I vote for you.
I have a marker, I'm ready to write them on there. That's okay,
Oh, no, it's okay. I have a comment. I would like to see housing. I would like to see long-term housing in the short-term now goals as opposed to the then, which is to me more than 3 years out. I hope that we will have that problem solved before 3 years. Well, not solved, but at least working on.
Okay. Any other thoughts?
about, folks who own multiple residences? Does that fit in here?
It does not. We did not get to everything that was on our list, so feel free to interject it wherever you feel appropriate with as many comments as you
Well, I
have.
think about planned growth in the way that we just talked about it earlier today, where we can't sustain our community if we can't afford to have the jobs that we can buy houses with in the price points. Does this make sense? Like, we're done growing if we can't afford to live in the places where we're working, right?
The
Unless
way-
we just want
yeah.
other people to move in.
No, the way Melissa talks about housing is, for some people it's an investment and for others it's shelter. And this, I think, is the point she's making is she would like for us to focus on our housing being shelter. I mean, it's a way to think about it. The primary home. Not that it's not an investment. It's not a second home. Anything else here? Okay, good. Nicely done. Okay, group 2, last but not least. You guys did so much good writing.
So the working title, Intergenerational Demographic and Services, Improved Livability. So improved livability. What is in scope? Playgrounds, the Bluff River Trail, slower traffic, pedestrian friendly, support and promote emergency services, and open the community center, the cultural community center. Walkable community, bikeable community, community center park. Nothing was out of scope.
The pool. The pool should be out of scope for now.
Thank you. How will we measure success? Completed parks with multi-generational recreation. Traverse the town by foot and bike safely. Increase the number of EMTs and firefighters. Pay the emergency medical services personnel. Open and an operational cultural community center. What actions need to be done to make this happen? Create a timeline and budget and plan for playground and parks. Support the Active Transportation Committee, which already exists and is a town committee. Promote EMT education, training, and funding. Work on funding emergency medical services. Find funding for fire suppression for the Cultural Community Center. Share vision between Dene and Bluff community. What do we envision in terms of time frame? Short term, complete the Bluff River Trail, purchase and install playground equipment at the Cultural Community Center. More long term, well, 24 to 27 months. That's not necessarily long term. A walkable, bikeable community. Open the Cultural Community Center. Ultimately, pay the emergency medical services. That's what we came up with.
Tina and group. Reactions to this? Thoughts?
I just have a quick question. What was the discussion around why paid EMS would maybe be further down the line?
We thought it would be harder.
We thought it might be harder to find funding sources than 2 to 3 years. I
No,
don't know.
I just.
If it's sped up before that, that would be great, but we were just kind of.
Not as pie in the sky. Okay.
These projects are in process. We have,
Got it.
this is well on its way to being done. We have funding, we have an memorandum of understanding with the Bureau of Land Management and Grand Canyon Trust. Playground equipment is, there is a playground committee that's already established, it's working on this. The walkable, bikeable community, becoming a walkable, bikeable community is also in process in that there is a committee that's already working on this. And the town has been working hard on, and with Danae Bakea, to get the money for fire suppression so we can open the Cultural Community Center. I don't know, and Anthony, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but is anybody actually actively working on funding emergency medical services?
To not get too deep into the weeds, but this is something I also wanted to comment on. EMTs are paid for their time, and they are paid to be on call. But there's something that would really benefit the community about there being continuity, so that somebody is always thinking about emergency medicine in town, and that we can also shovel some additional responsibilities onto that person that can just be part of wider community health. And so part of the reason that people aren't paid to do these things out here is because we might go 2 months without an incident, and we can't have somebody just sitting around. But if we have a person who is responsible for making sure that things that need to be done are getting done, then I think that makes the whole system work better.
So here's a question for you. What is a reasonable timeline for completing the funding that needs to be done?
I have no idea where that money comes from, and if it comes from tax dollars, then that's somebody else's answer, and I don't have any insight into that.
We could look into that as part of our planning in the next couple of months, but Colette, do you have anything?
I just wanted to add that I would definitely write down to look into funding it, or there's a program through UAC that offers benefits for EMTs in rural areas as a way of recruitment and retention. And there's a low-cost buy-in for the counties and the cities to.
Utah Association of Counties.
Utah Association of Counties, yeah. And I don't know if they work with the Utah League of Cities on that as well. I believe they do. But it's worth looking into as a possible added bonus for that recruitment and retention piece. And I can't remember if there was also help for funding to increase the salary, because I know they're paid, but they could be paid more, right? So.
Yeah, isn't it pretty much minimum wage is what EMTs are getting paid?
Yeah, what are you getting to drive, Melissa?
My W-2 from the county from the last cycle was less than $100, and that's like, why are you doing for it?
Yeah.
Would you quit your whining?
So for all intents and
$100 is what I meant to say.
yeah. So for all intents and purposes, it's volunteer right now.
The ones in Blanding that are on call, right, there's a system in Blanding, so that half an hour away,
The structures.
yeah, they can be there and on call and get paid.
Hey, Melissa?
I'm going to switch gears and talk about livability. Thanks for this word, Dan. I think it makes a lot of sense because I think about what do I leave town for and what can I get in town. I'll give you the example of this. At one point in all of our days, we need a mechanic, we need a plumber, we need an electrician for the things that we need to do that are beyond our skill sets, right? Like, I think every one of us figures out how to do those simple little things, but when it's something like beyond our skill set, we have to get professional help, in this case, like the trades, right? Like plumber, mechanic, electrician, the list goes on. Someone to pump our septic tank, etc. How is it that we can either like crowdsource that within our town, and if I knew Luann was bringing down a piano tuner, that I could also get on board, and if I knew Sarah, who was calling out the electrician from Landing, that I could also get on that ticket, and things like, how do we crowdsource within our town, as one idea. Second idea is, how do we as a town say we need someone in our town to be an electrician? So how can we support someone to get that credential, and like not necessarily be a town employee, but like we're helping to get people credentialed so that we have access to that skill set.
Yeah. Love it. That's good. And we've got that captured. Any other thoughts? And we need to move forward, so we don't.
Just last one, because I didn't know if it belonged in livability. We're, as a community, seeking a dark sky designation.
Yeah.
And that would be nice to do in like the short term, like 12 to 18 months.
Yeah, have it.
Like finalize, you're in the process of it right now.
We're in the process. It would be nice to like.
Of getting the designation.
Yeah, we have an ordinance. We have a dark sky ordinance. This is a designated town as a dark sky town, like some of the parks.
Yes, we want.
Well, like Torrey, and I
Yes,
have
well,
friends in Torrey,
we
oh
want
my goodness.
The seal of approval that
And we've
says.
gotten the first one in that they've accepted, and then this bigger one is due.
Cool. Thank you, appreciate that, that's added. Okay, any other thoughts for this one? Okay. Our next step, close up here in a moment. These are our core strategies. From today, within a couple of weeks, you will have your, we call them charters, really it's the things that, the questions that will be answered for that strategy. And for each initiative, for each core strategy, there will be a small group that is pulled together. I'll work with the town council and Aaron and to sort of make sure those committees are put together that make sense. Some of you may be asked to be on them for the whole time. Some of you may be asked just for your opinion along the way. Some of you will be asked to lead one of them. The work over the next couple of months, about an hour a week or possibly a little more here or there, will end up being the core of that piece of the core strategy for our plan, okay? So you're gonna work on the goals and the actions and the timeline, the short and long term and outcomes, right? So it's really important work, it's hard work, but it's very rewarding. We will come back together as a large group. We haven't set a date yet, sometime probably in April. We'll come back, get to spend time together, hopefully with all of you again. And spend another day hearing from each group, presenting out, us weighing in. Are they ready? We'll do what's called, we call a readiness test for each. What would we shift? What were we gonna modify? What do we love as is? And then we go away and really come back with what we would call your plan for ratification. So your town leaders in the end will have something that we have all worked on for quite some time. And our team has helped to just pull it together based on everything that you have said and that you've outlined as very important. Are there any questions about the process from now till completion of this plan? Okay. So our last thing, I think I talked about that. I've talked about the team set, the communication. You know, folks around town that weren't here today, they're gonna wonder, your friends, you'll be talking about strategic planning. Oh my goodness, we did all the things. It took all day. We were exhausted, but we did a lot of good work. I think the important thing for us to remember is we're in the middle of this messy process. And what we have in hand is a good start to what's going to be an excellent plan that's developed by you. And we're just not finished yet. So what I would communicate, of course, is how you feel about how this process went, but really make sure that folks understand we are just in the middle of it. So when we come out by, end of April, I'd say, after our next time together, and then giving us time to pull it together and get your blessing and approval, we really will have something that I really think your town will be proud of. That's our goal, is to help you in this process to get to that point where you can really feel like you're going to use it. And as per Erin, from the very first day I think I talked to her, she's like, we just need one that we're just not gonna put on a shelf. We're gonna use it, we believe it, we trust it, it's what our town wants. So that's our goal, and thank you all for letting us be here today. Our very last thing is an evaluation, and what we want to hear from you is things that you thought went well and things that we should change, right? So feel free to chime in. Deb is taking notes. And then I think we'll wrap it up. Yeah, evaluation. So any thoughts about any aspect of our day, process, any of that?
I appreciate that you're all very personable and feel very accessible and warm and open. So just your general demeanor, thank you for that. And if you would increase the font size on your PowerPoint slides, I think that would be.
Because Bluff is an aged community.
That's right. And the layout of them is beautiful. So the graphic is fantastic. And if we could just have larger font, that would be.
We'll work on that for next time to see how we could, yeah. Okay, appreciate that. Thank you, Anthony, that's great. Anything else?
I'm a big fan of the illustrated notes.
Yes.
Good work.
Debbie, they love you.
So the food was great.
The food! Where's Jacob? Yay. Awesome. Okay.
I heard some folks who are listening online, so that was a cool feature for accessibility. Whoever put that together, thank you.
My man
So
Craig. Thank you, Craig.
I thought we had some great conversation today. I look forward to seeing the action being taken to continue with the process.
I just think, I don't know who did this, but I think this is a great group. I think there was some effort made to include a variety of opinions, perspectives, and well done.
I mean, really, it was our key group. So Ann, Jim, Dan, Aaron are your local dream team.
Great.
Yeah. Anything else? Okay. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Did you want to have say anything to close the meeting?
Y'all are awesome, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Judith, Julie, Debbie, Aaron for putting this mostly together on the logistics and Kurt for running everything so smoothly and participating. I really hope people continue working with us, even though I saw some people shaking their heads that they may not be. But we would like to encourage you in whatever we can do to make your time worthwhile. Let us know. We want to have a good product when we're done. And this was a great step.
Great. Okay, thanks everyone. Have a good evening.